The story begins with the main character working as an assistant in a hotel. He wheeled a cart along the corridor in front of him. The manager demanded that Yao Bing go to room 221 and put everything in order there. The main character happily smiled at his leader and said that he was coming. Yao thought to himself that he needed to wait a little to receive his salary. He will pay his tuition and his mother will be able to rest. Main character walked up to the hotel door and opened it. He realized that there was someone inside. An unfamiliar guy came out of the room. There was a frightened girl next to him. Yao was very surprised. He noticed that in front of him was his girlfriend named Xiao Bei. Xiao was very surprised. She scaredly asked her friend what he was doing here. The stranger smiled evilly. He looked at Yao Bing carefully. The guy extended his hand to his girlfriend and said that Yao could only work at the hotel. He couldn't afford to have fun in a hotel like Bin Hai. The main character was very angry. He threw his cart of cleaning supplies onto the floor. Yao grabbed the guy named Guo Shuai by the clothes and demanded that he take his hands off him. Xiao was scared. She rushed to her friend and wrapped her arms around him. She demanded that he stop. The main character displeasedly asked his girlfriend why she defended Go. The guy at this time decided to attack his opponent. He swung and hit him with his fist. The main character, after a very powerful blow, flew far to the side into the room. He walked up to his opponent and put his hand on his head. He asked again, "Does he really want to hit him?" Guiyo explained to the main character in a dissatisfied voice that the Xiao girl already belonged to him. Yao was lying on the floor. The guy very dissatisfiedly told the main character that he was not worthy of a girl like Xiao. He threw the bills in front of him. He told the main character that he could take the money and get lost. The main character remained lying on the floor. He left with his girlfriend. The girl turned around at the last moment and looked back. Yao began to come to his senses. He slowly rose above the floor and decided to walk. The main character angrily looked after his opponent and told him hatefully that he would get rich and he would pay his price. Yao Bin suddenly saw a dark shine in front of him. He felt a negative aura. It was night outside. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The guy was still in the building. Yao Bing sat and looked ahead. At this time, a system message appeared in front of him. People sat outside and were busy cooking over a fire. The clock on the tower showed 11 in the evening. A bright light appeared in the tower windows. Yao Bing remembered with great skill that today was the full moon of July. It was the month of the sun. The main character asked with fear, "What does the expansion of the underworld mean?" The system informed the owner that he must catch the little ghost and experience fear of the first level. The system told the guy that he should come to the indicated area on the 3rd floor in room 301. The time was set for 1 o'clock in the morning. Yao realized with horror that the indicated address was located near his house. The guy was very surprised because the process of expanding the underground world was associated with catching ghosts. It turned out that the phantom was located directly opposite his house. The main character carefully read the system message. She promised the owner a reward in the form of a lucky talisman for suppressing demons. Yao Bin read his assignment again. He needed to head to the Emerald District. The protagonist realized that within the point of fear, he would be able to buy tools in the system. The system told the owner that the newcomer had advantages. His wounds began to heal. The main character looked carefully at his hand. He noticed that she began to transform. The main character was very surprised and jumped to his feet. He looked at his healed hand. Yao looked around his body in fear. He realized that all his organs were completely healed. The main character happily thought to himself that he had just received enormous power for himself. Yao thought that if he worked on improving the expansion of the underworld, his life would improve. The main character confidently walked away from the balcony. He decided that no one could ever insult him again. Yao took off his work clothes and threw them on the floor. Banknotes scattered to the side. Late in the evening, the main character went to his home. He went up to his floor in the building. Yao Bin, after climbing the stairs, began to open the door to his room. Yao opened the door to the apartment and asked his mother, "Did he really come late?" The woman told her son with excitement that today was the full moon of July. He might get into trouble. The main character sat down and began to develop and thought that he had nothing to fear from trouble. The guy sat down at the table and looked at the food with great appetite. He would be very hungry. The mother told her son that she would heat up the soup for him. The main character grabbed his chopsticks and prepared to consume food from the plate. Yao asked his mother, "Does anyone live in the room opposite them?" The woman said that she was the only lady living opposite them. Very beautiful. It all seemed very strange to her. The guy turned around. He asked his mother what seemed strange to her. The woman told her son that their neighbor was a girl from a rich family. It is not clear why she settled in a disadvantaged area alone. The hostess turned off the stove. She explained that the apartment opposite them had been abandoned for a very long time. The main character remembered his task. He had to go at midnight and catch the ghosts in the girl's apartment. The woman put the dish on the table. She told the guy that her food was much tastier than the food delivered by couriers. At this time, the guy's phone beeped in his pocket. Someone sent him a message. The main character looked at the phone. He realized that he had to dress up as a courier. Xiaobei wrote to her friend that she was very guilty, but they should break up. The main character carefully read the phone. He wanted his girlfriend to tell him about her problems. The mother reminded the boy to stop playing on the phone. He must eat and go to bed. Tomorrow my son has to go to school. The main character began to eat food from his plate with appetite. The guy was lying on the bed and carefully reading messages on his phone. Xiao wrote to her friend that he could not solve her problems. She asked him not to ask her anything else. The main character realized that his girlfriend would be dating Guo Shuai. He will be useless to her now. The guy confidently jumped to his feet. He decided that he would definitely help Xiaobei. The main character approached the door of the neighboring apartment in the corridor. He listened carefully next to her. There was complete silence around. Yao continued to stand and listen carefully. Yao Bing gathered his courage and gently knocked on the door in front of him. The door opened and the main character immediately prepared to go inside. Yao Bing was scared. He glanced sharply to the side. He still continued to listen. The system informed the owner that his fear had increased. He received 10 points for this. The guest carefully opened the doors and prepared to go inside. There was emptiness inside the apartment. Yao Bing noticed how light appeared inside the apartment. He listened with excitement. The main character continued to listen. At this time, system messages appeared in front of him. The system informed the owner that he was receiving new glasses. After this, the main character got the opportunity to buy various things. Yao realized with fear that he had already been standing for several minutes, but did not hear the girl's steps. The main character bought several things from the system. He acquired a talisman and a mahogany sword. Yao ran sharply to the side around the apartment. He decided to look into the room. The guy ran to the bathroom and looked carefully through the door into the room. There were 2 lit candles near the wash basin. Water was dripping from the tap. The girl stood silently near the mirror in the bathroom. There were bandages on her body. The main character felt very scared. He carefully approached the stranger. The main character carefully looked at the girl from behind. She stood silently and looked in the mirror. Yao Bing, after a little thought, realized that the owner of the apartment did not see him. The girl stood. She monotonously and constantly repeated the name Mo Shi Yao to herself. Silence reigned in the bathroom. The candle gradually burned out and smoke came from it. The main character realized to himself that the girl wanted to call someone using the mirror. Yao looked ahead with great excitement. He noticed that the candle on the wash basin had burned out. The stranger continued to stand silently near the mirror. Suddenly, something came over her. The other candle on the wash basin continued to burn. The main character carefully walked inside the bathroom. Suddenly, the main character felt some kind of danger. Someone reached out to him from behind. The deceased woman approached the guy from behind. She put her hand on her shoulder and asked, "Is he really looking for her?" The guy was very scared. A small magic sign glowed on his forehead. The system reported that the owner began to receive fear points. At this time, the girl turned around the mirror and motioned for the guy to shut up. The hostess slyly looked at the guest with a demonic gaze and told him not to look back. The deceased stood next to the main character from behind. Yao activated the system window. The main character decided to use the talisman to get rid of the ghost behind him. After that, a magical parchment appeared in the guy's hands. Tongues of flame came from it. The main character jumped sharply to the side. The deceased decided to follow him. The guy abruptly pushed himself off the floor to attack the ghost. The guy had a magical talisman in his hands. He decided to use it against the deceased. The main character swung his hand and nailed the talisman onto the head of the dead girl. The deceased screamed loudly in a sepulchral voice. The talisman began to shine on her head. The magical talisman began to glow brighter and brighter. The deceased fell to the floor. Yao Bing was very scared. He covered himself with his hand to protect himself from the bright light. The deceased disappeared on the floor because of the talisman. All that was left of her was a trace on the tile. The system congratulated the owner. He completed the rookie mission and earned 1,000 yuan of the underworld. Yao Bing was very surprised that he had earned 1,000 yuan from the underworld. The main character decided to carefully leave the room. He finally glanced at the stranger lying on the floor. The girl showed no signs of life. The main character approached her and asked if she was okay. Yao extended his hand to the girl. After that, he looked to the side warily. The main character carefully approached the girl. He decided to bring her to her senses. Yao picked up the stranger and sat her down. She came to her senses and opened her eyes. The main character took the girl by the hands and prepared to take her with him. The stranger looked into the mirror with an angry gaze. Her eyes glowed red. The girl suddenly closed her eyes and lost consciousness. The guy still supported her. Yao was scared. He did not understand what the stranger's demonic gaze meant. Yao thought to himself with excitement that the girl just scared him. He decided that he had only seen an illusion in the mirror. The main character took the girl in his arms and carefully carried her from the bathroom into the room to put her on the bed. Yao held the stranger in his arms. She was unconscious, and he decided to leave her on the bed. The main character took a closer look. He carefully studied the stranger's body. Yao brought his face closer to the stranger's face. He prepared to kiss her. After that, the guy suddenly moved aside. He told himself that he didn't dare think about it. Unexpectedly, the stranger came to her senses very quickly. She waved her hand. The girl hit the surprised guy in the face with her hand with all her might. Yao displeasedly asked the stranger why she hit him. The girl told the guest that he had just destroyed her business. The main character angrily pointed his finger at the bathroom. He explained that there was a ghost in the mirror. The girl would have lost her life if he had been late. Yao displeasedly asked his interlocutor why she was behaving so stupidly. The stranger in a calm voice explained to her interlocutor that she herself had summoned this ghost. The main character was very surprised. He could not understand why the girl was calling a ghost. The hostess said in a sad voice that she had no more than a month to live. She decided to extend her life. The main character was surprised by such words from a stranger. He went to the system menu. He read the details about the stranger in the system. He found out all the information about her. The main character reminded the interlocutor that she summoned a ghost in order to continue living. The mistress wanted to salt the ghost inside her body. The girl said that selling herself to the underworld to prolong her life would not mean at all to replace her, and for the ghost to continue to live instead of her. The main character looked carefully at his interlocutor. He explained that she said everything correctly. The guy asked the girl why she decided that she would prolong her life if she sold herself to the underworld. The hostess angrily asked the guest what he wanted in her house. Yao told his interlocutor in a stern voice that someone wants to seize control of her body. This will help deceive her loved ones. The girl was very scared. She shouted that she would never allow this. Yao told the girl with a smile that it was just his guess. He explained that the stranger was summoning a ghost called the Weeping Devil. Such creatures are always looking for a replacement. If someone asked a girl to summon a ghost, then such a person did not want her to live. The girl looked sadly in front of her. Tears appeared in her eyes. She didn't say anything. The stranger grabbed her clothes. She was very scared. The girl explained that her father advised her to call the ghost. The main character was very surprised. He did not expect to hear such an answer from a stranger. The main character sat on the bed and thought. He realized that he had to help the girl. The guy decided that he had to act. He slammed his fist with all his might. Yao said in a stern voice that he already knows what it's like to be betrayed. He decided to help the girl. The guy went into the system store. He decided to buy something for himself. The main character activated information about the suicide note within the system. The system said that the suicide note takes into account the dates of birth and death of people. Yao turned around and told his new friend that he would help her prolong her life. He asked if her name was Moshi Yao. The girl turned around in fear and confirmed that her name was Moshi Yao. The main character laughed. He asked his interlocutor to wait a little. The girl sat and looked at her new acquaintance with great interest. The system told the guy that he did not have enough fear points to buy the required item for himself. The main character read that a suicide note is worth 100,000 fear points. Yao clasped his head in his hands in displeasure. He didn't understand why the note was worth 100,000 points. The main character was very confused. He did not understand how he could get a large amount in a short time. Mo looked at her new friend and thanked him for his help. The main character was very excited. He reached forward to clasp his girlfriend's hand. Yao told the girl that he guaranteed her that he would do everything to help her. Mo turned away. She told her guest that he should already leave. Yao turned around and headed for the exit. He left his girlfriend alone in the room. In parting, the main character told the girl to never give up. Mo was lying on the bed. She shouted at the guy to leave because he was talking a lot. The girl smiled joyfully to herself. She thought about something of her own. The main character extended his hand to the door handle and prepared to open it. Yao thought to himself that he should get more points to buy the suicide note. The main character returned to his home. Morning came and the sun illuminated his room. It was a bright day outside. The main character's alarm clock near his bed rang. Yao extended his hand forward and was able to turn off the ringing alarm clock. After that, the main character opened a system window. He read the information carefully. System, I asked the guy if he wanted to get the task now. The system suggested the owner to catch a big ghost. She gave him detailed coordinates. The main character was surprised to realize that the system had shown him the address of his own class. The guy was surprised to read that the system gave him tomorrow's date. Yao thought to himself that something terrible was going to happen in his class tomorrow. The main character thought that he would need to fight against a third-level ghost. The guy remembered the girl's words. It was her father who advised her to summon the ghost. The main character sat very large and determined. He even bit his fingernail out of excitement. The guy extended his hand to the system window. He confirmed that he accepted the task. The main character confidently thought that he still had to save the girl. The main character came to the school building in the morning. He went up to his class. Yao was sitting at the table. He took out his textbooks from his briefcase and got ready to study. At this time, a student came up from the side and began throwing books from the table. The main character looked and noticed that his textbooks were lying on the floor near his desk. Go stood next to the main character and told the guy not to forget to collect his books. A frightened Xiao stood next to him. The main character looked displeased at his opponent. At this time, the student shouted for Yao to quickly collect his books. Otherwise, he could lose them, and then not redeem them. At this time, the student approached the main character and pressed his foot on the book that was lying on the floor. The schoolboy slyly turned to the main character and laughed cheerfully. Guo left with Xiao. The main character was unhappy. He realized that his girlfriend was dating a Goshuai, and then she complained to him about her suffering. The students sat at their desks in class and looked ahead. I was having another lesson. Yao thought very dissatisfiedly to himself that the third-level phantom was approaching. At this time, one of the students stood up from her seat. A friend from behind looked at her with excitement. The schoolgirl worriedly asked Xiaobei what happened to her. The girl was suddenly turned forward, as if some force had seized her. The student's head began to turn in all directions. Her face became completely demonic. The students in the class were very scared. They could not understand what happened to the schoolgirl. The girl suddenly grabbed her mouth with her hands. Her whole body was in convulsions. The main character suddenly jumped up from his seat and ran to help his girlfriend. The guy extended his hand forward and called his familiar girl by name. At this time, another schoolboy ran up from the side and stopped the main character. He displeasedly asked his interlocutor what he decided to do now. The main character frightenedly pointed his hand at the girl and said that she needed to be taken to the hospital. Guo angrily explained to his interlocutor that Xiao was his girlfriend, and he should not interfere in his own business. The main character explained to the schoolboy that the girl needed to be taken to the clinic immediately. He was dissatisfied with such words from the student. He laughed very evilly. Guo raised the main character with his hand by his clothes and said that he could not command him. Two students stood and talked among themselves. One of them said that Yao Bing had only now decided to show himself. The main character decided to use the buffalo's tear. He held a bottle of this drug in his hands. The guy decided not to waste time. He began to very carefully drop the drug into his eyes. A multicolored glow appeared in the guy's eyes. The drug gradually began to work. Several more students approached. They decided to help their friend Go deal with the main character. Yao looked at his girlfriend with the help of his special vision. There was a dangerous aura around her in front. The girl behaved as if she were mad. She stuck her hand deep into her mouth. Xiao took her hand out of her mouth. There was still a very bright aura around her. The girl stood restlessly in the middle of the class. There were dark swirls around her. Suddenly, the student turned around. She looked at the main character with a very angry look. Yao was very scared. At this time, the school big guy approached him. The main character was a little scared. He realized that the schoolboy in front of him was very healthy. Yao threateningly demanded that his opponent step aside. The big guy laughed merrily. He called the main character a coward and said that he decided to threaten him. The schoolboy grabbed the main character with his arms and said that he would show him how to behave correctly. Xiao looked to the side. She realized that her friend could now be beaten. Unexpectedly, the student ran up to the student from behind and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. The big guy was very scared. He didn't understand what was happening to him. The student suddenly looked maniacally at her friend and grabbed his ear with her teeth. The school children were very scared. They jumped back in fear. The system informed the owner that he and the students received fear points. Yao was surprised because the system collected other people's fear points. The big man fearfully extended his hand forward and asked someone to help him. The girl continued to hold his ear with her teeth. He scaredly shouted to his friends to come and help the main character. The schoolboy suddenly accelerated and ran forward. The girl was still holding the big guy from behind with her hand. The wounded student fell to the floor. He grabbed his bitten ear with his hands. There were traces of blood around. Xiao looked at the student very angrily. She had a bitten ear in her mouth. A schoolboy fell to the floor after losing his ear. There were bloody footprints around him. The girl wanted to bite the guy on the other side. The student fearfully asked someone to save him. The main character was very scared. He looked down in front of him. A very frightened Go stood next to him. The students stood in a whole group, very frightened and completely indecisive. The main character joyfully looked at the school children and invited them to save their friend. One of the students demanded that Gu immediately help his friend. Lao could have lost his second ear. The main character began to stretch his hands. He said that he would now save the schoolboy. Yao took out his magic talisman. He prepared to use it against the girl. Zhu distracted from her victim. She raised her head and looked displeased at the main character. Yao took his talisman and quickly stuck it on the surprised girl's head. The student's head lit up brightly and the talisman immediately began to heal her. He screamed in fear. He grabbed his wounded ear with his hand. The schoolboy looked at his girlfriend and realized that Xiao was cured because of one touch from the main character. Go decided to attract attention to himself. He coughed loudly to be heard. The student displeasedly told the main character that he had only accidentally helped the girl. He looked at the schoolboy and told him to get out. He explained that he could take care of his girlfriend himself. The guy walked away hugging his girlfriend. The main character silently looked after them. At this time, the talisman flew off the girl's head and began to fall to the floor. The students were very scared. They shouted to the main character to stay away from the girl. He got scared. He turned sharply to the side to look at his girlfriend. The schoolboy was surprised to notice how the girl looked at him with a demonic gaze. He got scared. He screamed very sharply and decided to flee. The guy pulled with all his might and ran to the side. The schoolgirl extended her hand after him. Xiao managed to grab the student by the clothes at the last moment. She tore off part of his trousers. Xiao looked at her friend with a demonic look and a smile. She held scraps of his clothes in her hands. Xiao noticed that her friend stopped near the desk. She broke free and ran to him. He was very scared. The girl reached out her hand to grab him. The girl looked angrily at her victim. There were still traces of blood on her lips. The schoolboy looked angrily at the students and demanded that they save him as soon as possible. The students were scared. They stood and argued among themselves which of them would go first. The main character stood and calmly looked ahead. He studied system products. In a very unexpectedly frightened voice, I asked the main character to save him. One of the students said in a frightened voice that Guoshan had wet pants. The guy cried out of fright. He could not escape. A student was already clinging to him from behind. The main character bought a phantom amulet from the system for 10,000 fear points. The guy took a magic amulet and attached it to the head of a demonic schoolgirl. The main character set a condition for his interlocutor to be saved. He demanded that Guo apologize to him and break off relations with Xiao Bei. Guo looked at the main character and said that he promised him everything. He also demanded that Yao save him. The main character demanded that the schoolboy step back. He jumped back and fell to the floor in fear. The schoolgirl was still reaching out her hand to him. After that, he suddenly turned around and ran out of the classroom at full speed. The main character displeasedly asked the schoolboy, "What about his promises?" A man appeared from the side. He asked the main character what the student promised him. The teacher entered the class. He was very bald and looked at the students with displeasure. The teacher closed his lips in displeasure. He looked suspiciously at the main character. The principal stood and looked at the students in the classroom. He was waiting for someone to explain everything to him. Go told the teacher that the main character was fighting in the classroom. He also reported that Yao faked ghosts and even abused female students. The school children realized that the teacher would still believe his nephew Guo Shuai. The teacher angrily told the main character that he would not allow him to insult the students. The teacher very angrily demanded that the main character get out as quickly as possible. The main character began to fearfully make excuses to the man. He said he didn't do it. The teacher invited the guy to go with him. He recalled that the director already knew about the guy's actions. Yao fearfully explained that Guo Shuai was to blame for everything. At this time, a demonic aura came from the office. The girl still had the magic talisman on her forehead. She extended her hand forward in front of her. The demonic aura gradually moved forward. It affected the schoolboy. He fell to his knees. The teacher asked the guy if he had evidence of what he had just told him. Suddenly, a demonic smile appeared on the student's face. He laughed evilly. The guy angrily ran up to the girl. He shouted to her that he would kiss her now. He ran up to his girlfriend and grabbed her head with his hand. Zhu looked to the side with an unseeing gaze. The teacher angrily shouted that Guo Shuai has no right to do such things in public. The teacher ran into the classroom. He called the student's name very angrily. The teacher very loudly and angrily shouted at the student to stop. He was lying on the floor and looking up with a dissatisfied look. His mind was clouded. The teacher took off his glasses. He demanded that he immediately run into his office. The teacher was scared. He realized that he had to pick the guy up from school as soon as possible. The student's friends may have spread rumors about the incident. The schoolboy looked at his uncle with a loving look and said that he looked very mature. He ran up to his uncle and shouted that he was in love with you. He wrapped his arms around him. The man was scared. He tried to fight off the guy and pushed him away with his hands. The frightened teacher demanded that the students quickly take it away from him. Go was under the influence of a demonic aura. He was still holding the teacher close to him. After that, he suddenly turned around and hit the student who approached him with all his might. Schoolgirls ran to the door and watched with interest what was happening. Someone said that Guo Shuai had gone crazy. A man in a suit approached from the side. He watched the students with great attention. A girl in a suit approached. She looked inside the classroom with great excitement. The student stood very frightened. She silently looked ahead and said nothing. Suddenly, the girl heard some suspicious noise from behind. She realized that someone had approached. The student was very scared. She couldn't understand what was happening in the class. The man asked the students in a dissatisfied voice what they were doing here. The girl turned her hand to the side and said that the Guo student was harassing teacher Ren. The director was very surprised. He thought deeply about the schoolgirl's words. The director angrily asked the student what she just told him. The main character stood and looked in front of him with a very dissatisfied look. Yao stuck his hand back in front of him, and a yellow glow came from it to the side. Ren grabbed him with his hand and pushed the student far to the side. A yellow magical glow approached the guy's head. His demonic aura began to decrease. Gradually, the guy's gaze became more and more conscious. He looked to the side in fear. The teacher found the strength in himself and pushed the student far to the side. He fell to the floor. The girls had fun. One student said that she did not expect the relationship between the teacher and the guy to be so good. Ren came to his senses and calmed down. He buttoned his shirt. He sat on the floor very frightened. The guy started looking around. He noticed that the schoolgirls were standing and laughing at him. He was very angry. He realized that they were laughing at him and suddenly jumped to his feet. The schoolboy looked angrily at the main character. He accused Yao of losing face because of him. Go grabbed the student's clothes with his irritated hands and shouted at him angrily. Go threatened the main character that he would crush him now. Yao looked back at him with displeasure. Ren got angry. He swung his hand with all his might and hit the guy in the face. He was very surprised. He couldn't understand why he had just been hit in the face. The teacher angrily demanded that the guy quickly apologize to Yao Bing. The guy was very scared. He grabbed his face with his hand and called out to his uncle. The teacher quietly explained to the interlocutor that the director was now looking at them. He promised that they would repay the main character later. Yao said very angrily that he did not hear the apology from the student. He gathered his strength. He asked the main character for forgiveness in a very dissatisfied voice. The director, in a stern voice, demanded that teacher Ren and student Guo Shuai come into his office. The teacher left the office dissatisfied. The director at this time headed down the corridor. He was very angry. He looked carefully into the classroom before leaving. After that, the student turned around and walked slowly after the teacher. Schoolgirls stood around the main character. One of them said that the performance was very funny. At the last moment, Yao got distracted and remembered his girlfriend in class. Yao went to the table where the girl was sitting. He decided to check what condition she was in. The main character put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. She was sitting on a stool near the desk. Zhu turned around and looked at the main character with a very angry look. She had a talisman on her head. The system congratulated the owner for catching an adult ghost. As a reward, he received 10 underworld yuan. The system informed the owner that he must catch the demon. He must also experience level 4 fear. The system informed the owner of the exact coordinates of his mission. He should be there at 10 o'clock in the evening. Yao thought that he now had so many 60,000 fear points. You need another 40,000 points to buy a suicide note. The owner extended his finger forward and pressed the system window. He realized that he needed to earn more points to save Moshi. The main character was late at night near the school. Many students gathered there. At this time, someone ran up to the guy from the side and extended his hand to him. The schoolboy told the main character that someone wants to meet him at the Yinghao amusement park. The main character asked, "Why is Yinghao looking for him now?" The student showed the photo to his interlocutor and demanded that he not be late. The main character looked very scared at the photo in front of him. Yao noticed that the photograph showed his girlfriend tied up. The main character was very angry. He realized that he must definitely save his girlfriend. To help the girl, Yao ran to the right place very quickly and at the right time. The guy looked angrily at the main character and said that he really has courage. Yao tried to look calm. He asked where was the girl Xiao Bei. The guy told the main character that if he touched his girlfriend, he would bring her back. The student said that the main character can pick up his girlfriend inside the Huan house. If Yao fails, he and the girl will be sold. The main character angrily told his interlocutor that he could get to the girl before him. The interlocutor, with a smile, told the main character that he would compete with the sorcerer Zhang. Yao looked away with great displeasure. He saw an unfamiliar old man. The main character approached the entrance to the building. He saw a dangerous and huge demonic mouth. Yao turned around and told his rivals that they should go inside the building together. He got angry. He pointed his finger at his interlocutor and asked how he dared to offer him such a thing. The main character asked in a dissatisfied voice, "Is Mr. Guo afraid to go inside?" Hao told his friend sternly that Yao Bin was scared and they should come with him. He turned around in fear and whispered to his friend that there was a ghost inside the building. Hao reassured his friend and said that the ghost would not harm him at all. The main character walked inside a demonic house. His rivals walked in front of him. The main character happily thought that the cowardly Go would help him collect more fear points. Go demanded that the main character kneel in front of him and ask for forgiveness. Then he will let him go. Yao noticed a system message. The student's fear scores increased sharply. The main character stopped and looked carefully at Zhang next to him. The old man thought to himself that he had put a lot of effort into raising the ghost. He looked after the main character. The old man grabbed the demonic chain in his hands. He decided that he would now turn the guy into a Jingshu. At this time, someone's demonic hand reached out to the guy's leg to grab him. He was very scared. He shouted that a ghost was about to grab him. The schoolboy was very scared and screamed. Hao also felt strong excitement. The main character looked into the system. He saw that he had received a lot of fear points from his companions. The main character was holding an artificial hand. He explained that the guy was touched by a fake. Yao Bin calmly looked forward in front of him. His companions were very much afraid. Zhang decided to calm down his companions. He promised that the ghosts would not touch them. The old man realized that he did not call Jiangshi. He decided that there might be other ghosts in the house. The frightened main character pointed his finger at his friend and said that there was something behind him. He very frightenedly extended his hand forward. Behind him was a dangerous demonic monster. He stood very frightened. He saw the outlines of a dangerous ghost around him. Zhang was also very scared. He shouted to the young guy not to look back. He was very scared. He begged and demanded that the magician save him. The old man, in a very frightened voice, told the guy that there was a demon behind him. Zhang decided to protect his friend. He extended his hand forward with his chained sword. The guy looked to the side in fear. He saw a magic sword in front of him. The sword stuck into the phantom demon. He didn't harm the monster in any way. The demon became even angrier. He looked displeased at the people near him. Zhang was very scared. He realized that the ghost was not scared away by his Qian sword. The guy couldn't move from his place out of fear. There was still a monster next to him. The demon extended his hands forward and prepared to grab the old man with them. Zhang turned out to be very frightened. He realized that he could not escape from the ghost. The old man felt very strong suffocation. The demon began to bind him. The main character looked joyfully at the system window. He received a lot of fear points. The main character earned 100,000 points. He decided to purchase an artifact for himself in the system. Yao Bin happily grabbed the sword with his hands. He said it should be left for him. The old man lay unconscious on the ground. The monster began to move closer to the guys. Hao shouted in fear that Zhang could not defeat the ghost. He didn't understand where the main character was going. Go looked in front of him and said in an angry voice that now was not the time to show off. The frightened old man was lying on the ground. His face expressed very strong fear. Magic talismans flew around the main character. He held the sword in his hand and told the guy that today he would recognize his strength. The demon became more and more angry. He prepared to attack people. The main character read information about the demon in the system. He was level 5 and loved to eat. Yao was very surprised when he read that the demon in front of him loved to eat. The main character told the monster in a calm voice to spare the people. He promised him some dumplings in return. The old man was surprised. He couldn't believe that the guy could come to an agreement with the monster using food. The man slyly told the monster that he could also treat him with spicy soup. The demon calmed down. He looked at the man in front of him with great interest. The main character stood excitedly and waited for the demon's reaction. Zhang covered his head with his hands in fear. The demon suddenly calmed down. He started telling the man that he wanted food. The main character turned his head to the side and looked carefully into the system window. Hao demanded that Zhang release his ghost and they would finish off the demon. The hungry demon hugged the main character and headed with him to the exit. Yao turned around and looked back. The main character noticed how another ghost began to appear behind them. An evil ghost in the form of a woman appeared in the room. Behind him could be seen another head of the monster. He was very scared. He realized that the phantom in front of him was very dangerous. Hao was happy. He angrily shouted to the main character that he was going to die. The schoolboy turned his head to the side in surprise and joy. He was watching the ghost. Several ghosts began to move towards the main character. He calmed down a little. He joyfully thought to himself that Yao Bing was about to die. The main character was scared. He couldn't move normally. Dangerous monsters appeared in front of him. The monster became more and more vicious. He prepared to bite the main character to death. He was very happy. He demanded that the demon quickly kill the guy. The monster slowly crawled towards the man and fell to the ground in front of him in a bow. The ghost suddenly addressed the demon in front of him and called him Excellency. Hao was very unhappy. He asked the magician in an angry voice, "Was the phantom really not that strong?" The old man told the guy that the ghost is strong, but not as much as the main ghost. The guy got very angry. He jumped up and hit the old man with all his might. The main character angrily demanded to be told where the Xiao girl is now. The ghost stood up. He turned around and looked at the guy with displeasure. The monster suddenly took off and ran towards the man. He got scared and wanted to cover himself with his hands. He begged in a frightened voice. He screamed for the demon not to kill him. Hao displeasedly threatened his friend that if he said a word he would kill him. The monster swung his arm and hit the man in the face with all his might. The main character strictly demanded that the guy shut up or die. Go waved his hands in fear and said that the girl was at karaoke. The main character looked at his interlocutor with suspicion. He realized that something was going wrong. Yao pointed his finger forward. He demanded that the guys get out of here as quickly as possible. The main character remained standing in the center of the room. Two guys were approaching the exit. Yao told the ghost to follow the people. The monster must report to him if they behave suspiciously. The main character was happy. He winked slyly at his familiar demon. The main character and his demonic friend went into the city. He decided to treat him to food in a cafe. The monster was sitting at a table and consuming dumplings from a plate with great appetite. Yao sat and was bored. He opened the system window to read the detailed information. The system informed the owner that he was able to overthrow the main demon. He received 100,000 underground yuan and built the first mansion for guests. The guy realized that you can buy special items for fear points. He didn't understand what the underground yuan was for. The system showed the main character the exchange rate between underground yuan and different currencies. Yao was very surprised because the coins could be converted into other earthly currencies. The guy looked at the phone in surprise. He realized that he had just received a money order. The main character thought that he could save a lot of money, and his mother would not have to go to work. The guy looked at his phone balance. He had 111,000 yuan. The main character knew that today the girl Moshe was supposed to die. He held the death note in his hands. The system informed the person that the girl was very far away. He couldn't change her fate. Yao Bin became very worried. He realized that he now needed to act faster. The guy threw him to the ground in the cafe and ran with all his might to help his girlfriend. The main character looked carefully at the phone. He realized that he had little time left. Yao ran to his girlfriend's room. Someone said that the girl's life was cut short and suggested moving her soul to an underground path. The guy was very scared. He realized that the girls wanted to move in again. Moshi was lying unconscious on the floor. There was a magical pentagram around her body. 4 mages sat around. One of the magicians stood up and told Old Man Mo that if he hesitated, then the girl would not be able to walk her way to the hour of the rat. Grandfather was sitting on a chair. He said that he couldn't allow his granddaughter to be possessed by these things. The guy told the father that he wanted to do everything so that the mother could see the girl. The old man agreed with his son. He displeasedly told the magician that he could begin. The main character ran into the room. He asked those present, did they really decide that this was the only way to save the girl? Unexpectedly, the main character was captured by guards. The old man demanded that the guy leave quickly. Yao shouted that he could use a spell that could save the girl. Old Man Mo looked at the guy very dissatisfied. He became interested in his words. The man displeasedly asked the guards why they still hadn't taken the guy out of here. The old man asked the guest, can he really save the girl? The magician slyly asked the guy the heir of which sorcerer he is. Yao smiled and explained that he did not belong to any sect. He began to be irritated by the outdated method of healers. The magician was very angry. He pointed his hand at the guy with displeasure. Yao Bin pointed his hand at his interlocutors and decided to explain to them why their methods were stupid. He prepared to ask questions. The healer calmly answered the guy that he could ask him about anything. Yao asked the healer, how many people in time does it take for their spell to work? The magician calmly replied that 8 people in an hour were needed to cast the spell. Then the girl will be safe and sound. Yao explained happily that he could handle it himself in a few minutes. The man told Master Qian that the main character was just a child, and he should explain everything to him. Qian was very angry. He asked the guy what he did to save the girl. The main character extended his hand forward and reminded the people in the room about the distortion of fate. I excitedly asked the guy how he could turn his luck around. Qian advised the old man not to let the boy deceive him. The main character slowly stepped forward. He told his interlocutors that now is a good time for them to open their eyes. Yao Bin explained to the people next to him that fortunately they still had time. Main character approached the unconscious girl. He checked to see if she was breathing. Yao Bin thought to himself with excitement and joy that the girl would live. The guy turned to the people in the room and told them joyfully that he was finished. The guests were unhappy. One girl said that the guy just closed his eyes for a while. She did not believe that the patient's fate had been turned upside down. The healer angrily asked the guy why the girl was still unconscious. The main character, to the surprise of people, began a slow countdown. He raised his finger. Old Man Mo became worried. He looked at the guy with great interest. The main character continued to count down in a confident voice and pointed with his fingers. The old man told the guy that they could have saved the girl from the very beginning, but he wasted extra time. The guy pointed his fingers sharply to the side and counted to 3. The patient was lying unconscious on the floor. She did not react in any way to the words of the protagonist. The girls stood around excited. They realized that the treatment did not help Moshi at all. The man looked very angrily at the main character and realized that the guest was never able to cure the patient. The owner angrily shouted for the guards to throw the guy out immediately. He also told Qian to continue his work. One of the girls scaredly told the master to look at the patient. Mo Shu opened her eyes a little. She began to gradually come to her senses. The girl very rarely jumped up and looked around. She didn't understand what was happening. The old man excitedly approached the girl and extended his hand to her. Mo told the girl that she had woken up. Now he won't have to watch her die. The friend ran up to the cured patient and hugged her joyfully. The girl asked her grandfather in surprise, "Did she really just die?" The man said in a calm voice that the patient woke up thanks to Master Chang. He thanked the healer for his work. The healer smiled obediently at the owner and said that it was necessary. Moshi gained strength and courage. She shouted to her grandfather that the magician did not save her life. The girl pointed to the frightened protagonist and said that it was he who saved her. The guards were surprised. They let the guy go. Yao Bin was still very scared and annoyed. The girl explained to the people around her that the main character promised to save her. Yao turned to Master Qian and slyly asked what was in his box. The young servant was afraid. He was holding a large brown jug in his hands. The man angrily told the healer named Pan Hai to get out of here as soon as possible. The young servant hurriedly ran out the door. The magician told the man in a frightened voice that they were already leaving. The main character realized that the girl's father wants her dead. The crying demon inside the jar was prepared especially for the patient. The main character, together with two schoolgirls, stood near the entrance to the classroom. They looked inside carefully. Yao looked at the students in bewilderment. He did not understand what they were no longer going to do. The main character asked the schoolboy with interest, "What is everyone doing now?" The student happily said that they have a very big beauty in their class. There have never been any like this before. The main character looked carefully to the side. He was looking for his girlfriend. Yao Bin went to the table. He realized that Xiaobei's girl was not here. The main character wondered if everything was okay with his girlfriend. At this time, the students were discussing the appearance of a new girl. The guy entered the classroom and sat down at the table. He carefully leafed through the book. At this time, the door opened and a new student appeared on the threshold. Everyone looked at her in fascination. The girl looked around her new friends with curiosity. The main character realized that he saw Moshi in front of him. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand why the girl came here to him. A schoolboy with glasses asked Shiyao with great surprise, "Why is she here?" The girl very calmly walked past the guy. She didn't answer him. The student was unpleasantly surprised. He realized that the new girl had ignored him. The guy approached the new girl and said that his name was Liu Zigang. He reminded her that their family had recently had dinner together. The student turned dissatisfied to the guy and asked, "So what?" I skillfully told my interlocutor that he hoped to become friends with her. They will see each other often, since they will study in one large class. She displeasedly explained to the schoolboy that she came here for the main character. The student approached the main character and grabbed his hand. She happily told him that they had recently seen each other. Yao Bin was surprised. He wanted to ask the girl why she came here to him. She handed the guy a note. She invited him to meet in this place in the evening. The main character carefully read the note. He studied the address listed there. After a short pause, Yao told the girl with a smile that he agreed with her proposal. Mo looked at the main character with a smile and said that everything was wonderful. The school children were talking dissatisfiedly among themselves. Someone said that the main character was lucky. It was late evening and the moon appeared in the sky. The main character came to meet a girl. Guy approached a very luxurious building. He examined it with admiration. Yao Bin saw in front of him a very luxurious hall of the building. He prepared to go inside there. Liu happily said with a smile to the girls that he was invited by Shi Yao. He invited his girlfriends to come in together. One of the schoolgirls happily said that the main character came here by bus. Another schoolgirl waved and said that the young lady had invited a village boy over. The main character thought that the girl Shi Yao might not have invited some of her friends. Liu stood next to the girls. He shouted to everyone joyfully that the main character was here. The girls looked at the guy's clothes and said that he looked very poor. The main character looked around carefully and realized that no one here had good intentions. A schoolboy came up from the side and accidentally caught the main character with his hand. The student turned to the side with displeasure. He didn't understand who was standing in front of him. Liu hugged his friend and told him cheerfully not to stand in his way. The main character waved his hand displeasedly to clear the dust from his shoulder. Yao Bin looked closely and noticed that a system message had appeared. The system informed the owner that he must pacify the Demon King. The main character looked in front of him in surprise. He realized that this mission looked different from the others. Hao spoke in a joyful voice about the girl he had just seen. The friends looked at their friend joyfully. Someone called him lucky. The main character thought that his friend's social lives were very dirty. Yao Bin closed his eyes and decided to activate his special vision. The main character opened his eyes. He began to look around carefully. Some woman complained to her friend that the guy dared to disturb her. The guest named Wang was very unhappy. He asked the guy how dare he pester a woman. The main character looked very carefully at the guest in front of him. He studied her with his eyes. Yao realized that the woman in front of him was unusual. Wang at this time hit Hao in the face with his hand. Liu's guy came up. He asked the guest displeasedly why he wanted to beat his friend. Wang calmed down. He asked his interlocutor if the student opposite him was really his friend. Liu explained to Wang that it was all just a misunderstanding and asked him not to pay attention. Wang told the guy that he would close his eyes to all this. He added that the guys could continue to have fun and he wouldn't bother them. Hao demanded that his offender kneel before him and apologize. The guest was very angry. He shouted that all this looks too much for him. Hao, He approached the guest and threatened that he would now show him what it means to be too much. The main character carefully watched the conflict between the guys. A man came in accompanied by security guards. He looked at the guests with displeasure. Wang told Mr. Kai in a dissatisfied voice that one of the guests pestered his people and even gave orders. Kai walked up to the guy and smiled. He told him to turn to him. The guest angrily said that it was the woman's own fault that the guys started pestering her. She herself appeared before his eyes. The guy looked angrily at the man and asked who he thought he was. One of the guards got angry. He stepped forward to attack the guest. The guard, without thinking for a long time, swung his leg with all his might and hit the guy in the stomach with it. The student did not expect such an unexpected blow. He started bleeding from his mouth. The guests were very scared. They stood and looked at the guard with excitement. Moshi was the most scared of all. She realized the student could have been badly hurt by the impact. I tried not to show my excitement. He couldn't understand where Kai had come from here. Kai lit a cigarette and asked Wang how they could resolve this whole situation now. Wang said angrily that the student was touching his people and offered to cut off their hands. One of the guards came up and put his hand on the frightened student's shoulder from behind. The guard took out a huge knife. Hao began to apologize in fear and demanded that his friend help him. Liu was very scared. He looked at his friend and realized that he could not help him now. Liu realized that it was better for him to do nothing now. Kai might get angry and start attacking him. Hao was very scared. He angrily asked his friend, "Why doesn't he say anything?" The guard swung a huge knife to cut off the student's hand. The people around were very scared. They realized that now Hao would lose his hand. The main character arrived in time to help. He reached out his hand and grabbed the guard's hand with the knife. Yao turned around and asked Mr. Kai to forgive the frightened Hao Ming. Kai held a cigarette in his hands. He asked the Bu Chi fighter to teach the main character a lesson. Bu Chi told his master that he would do so. He headed towards the main character. The guy swung his arm sharply and prepared to attack the student. Yao Bin absolutely calmly extended his hand forward. He was able to grab his opponent's hand. The main character swung without any problems and threw the Bu Chi far away from him to the side. The fighter flew to the side and after the fall broke the glass partition. Kai irritably threw his cigarette on the floor. He shouted to the other guards to go and not attack. The two fighters dispersed irritably and rushed at the main character. Yao Bing was not at all afraid. He swung and threw away two guards with a powerful blow of his hand. The main character angrily shouted to Mr. Kai that this was enough. The man looked displeasedly at the student and said that he would not allow the high school student to compete with him. The main character stood and was silent. Kai looked at him with a searching gaze. At this time, the man's phone rang. A voice on the machine demanded that they give him the Jiao Kai. The man was holding the phone in his hands. He asked the guy why the lady was calling him. The main character looked at Kai in surprise and replied that he had no idea. The man asked the guy if he had seen the lady before. Yao angrily replied that he had never seen the woman before. He demanded that the man pick up the phone quickly. The woman angrily shouted on the phone to her interlocutor so that he should not dare touch the young lady's guest. Kai was very worried. He said that no one told him that the guy was the young lady's guest. Kai asked the woman, "Should a girl ask for permission before inviting someone to her place?" The man explained to the lady that he would personally take the guy to the VIP room, and she should not worry about anything. Kai humbly and in a calm voice asked the guest for forgiveness for the inconvenience. The man told the main character that he could accompany him to the VIP room to meet the young mistress. The main character calmly followed Mr. Kai further around the room. The old man sat and looked at the guy. He realized that he was very calm. The old man asked the guest if he knew why he was looking for him. The main character happily explained to the owner that he had to have reasons for calling. The old man smiled happily at the guy and said that he liked the way he thought. The woman said that the young lady's birthday would be very soon. She would like to see the main character with them. Yao Bing very happily answered the lady that he would definitely come. The old man said in a satisfied voice that this is all he wanted to say. After talking with the lady, the main character went to the door and headed to his friends. Wang and Liu were very surprised when they noticed that the main character came out to them. Yao stood and watched as the woman stood in front of one of his friends. The main character abruptly extended his hand forward and told people to wait. Yao Bin extended his hand to the woman and demanded that she take off her clothes. People around were surprised. Wang was very angry. He covered his girlfriend with his hand and asked the guy, what did he just tell him? Hao had already come to his senses from fright. He shouted to the main character that he was an idiot. Liu said, dissatisfied to his friend, that he was acting as if he had never seen women before. The main character angrily demanded that the woman take off her clothes once again. The man still held his hand in front of him to protect his girlfriend. A demonic aura appeared around the woman. The guest looked at the guy very angrily and began to tear off her outer outfit with her hands. Hao was surprised by the guest's behavior. He didn't understand why the woman decided to undress in front of everyone now. After that, the woman took off and came close to the guy. The guest looked at the guy with a demonic look and asked if he wanted her. Wang was very scared. He demanded that the woman be removed from the guests. The guards ran up from the side. They prepared to grab the woman. The guy was very scared. The woman grabbed him with all her strength. The guest's appearance became very angry. Her face became the face of a ghost. One of the students was very scared. He pointed forward and said he saw a ghost. Liu shouted that the protagonist could have cast a spell on the woman. One of the guests remembered that Yao Bin forced a Go student to take off his pants in front of the whole school. Wang fell to his knees. He demanded from the guy that he be more merciful towards Li. The main character asked the man if his girlfriend had met anyone suspicious. Wang said that the other day he met with his friend at karaoke. It can be considered suspicious. The main character excitedly asked the man if he and Xiaobei had met. The man excitedly confirmed to the guy that they had indeed met with Zhang Xiaobei. The main character realized that the crying demon had taken possession of Lily's body. The royal demon possessed the body of her relative. He didn't understand why all this was happening. The man ran up to the guy and shouted that he must immediately save his girlfriend. The main character picked up a magic sword. Paper talismans flew in the air around him. Yao Bin pointed his magic sword at the girl's head. He decided to expel the demon from her, whether the appearance has become very distorted. She looked at the guy with a demonic gaze. Hao wanted to run away. The main character grabbed it with his hand in time. The main character shouted angrily for the demon that he would expel him from the girl's body. The main character attached a magical talisman to the head of a demonic girl. Lily growled very angrily. She leaned back sharply. Yellow lightning appeared around her body. The woman got angry. She swung her arm to hit the man in front of her. The main character was injured by his demonic opponent. The woman became very angry. Her eyes sparkled with red fire. Wang, very scared and angrily, shouted to the guy to be careful. Lily screamed angrily and menacingly. She prepared to rush at the guy again. The main character swung his hand and hit the woman on the head with all his might. Lily, after a very strong blow from the guy, suddenly fell to the floor. The main character extended his hand forward. He managed to grab the black demonic aura. The guy squeezed his hand and felt something black crack and scatter in it. The system informed the master that he had successfully caught the Demon King. The guy received 1,000,000 yuan from the underworld as a reward. He was also able to build his own palace. The main character happily thought to himself that he was finally able to complete this mission. The girl was unconscious. The man asked in fear what was wrong with his girlfriend. The main character extended his hand forward. He said that the girl was fine and there was no need to worry. Wang looked at the main character and thanked him for helping his girlfriend. He explained that he is always ready to help. Kai looked at the main character and said that he could call him whenever he was in trouble. Main character asked the man to find him a girl, Zhang Xiaobei, who works in this place. Kai told the guy to wait in the VIP room. He will send someone to find the girl. The main character told the man that he agreed with his proposal. Kai opened the door and entered the room. He had a meeting there. The old man was sitting in a chair. He immediately asked the guest about the guy. Kai said in a joyful voice that the main character is not greedy, but brave and smart. It may be useful to them in the future. The old man bowed and said that Yao Bing would be an outstanding man in the future. Kai should take him under his wing. The guest bowed and promised his interlocutor that he would protect the main character until his last breath. Kai entered the room and asked the guy, "What is his relationship with Xiao Bei?" The man was sitting at the table. A group of guys in white suits stood next to him. The guy calmly answered his interlocutor that the Xiao girl was his ex-girlfriend. Kai said that the servant told him that Xiao committed suicide. The guy was very scared. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend could commit suicide. The man told his interlocutor to sit down. He opened the laptop and reported that the girl was found at 7 in the evening in the VIP room. She was already dead by that time. The guy asked the man in a fallen voice where the girl's body was found. Kai turned on the recording in his laptop. There you could see the girl leaving the club at 8 in the evening. The guy looked carefully at the video. There it was seen how the girl got into the minibus. The interlocutor asked the man to find the car that was captured on video. Kai threw ash off his cigarette. He said the car would be very difficult to track. He promised that he would do everything he could. The main character was sitting in class at school. He remembered that Guo Shuai had not appeared in class for a very long time. He himself had not heard anything from his mother and daughter about ghosts. The main character activated the system window. He decided to renew his possession. The system informed the owner that he was able to successfully update his guest house. The guy thought to himself that he needed to find his girlfriend's body before cleaning up this mess. At this time, the main character's phone rang. Someone told him that his mother was in trouble. The main character asked in fear on the phone what happened. A wounded woman stood on the street. There were bandits with bats around her. The main character was very scared. He called out to his mother in a broken voice. At this time, someone swung a metal pipe from the side and hit the guy on the head. Yao Bing fell to the ground after being hit. He grabbed his head with his hand. The woman ran up to her son and told him to find the police. He couldn't have dealt with the bandits on his own. The main character got angry. He shouted to his mother that he could defend the house himself. The system informed the owner in the window that it was going through a reboot. One of the attackers grabbed a huge wrench and prepared to hit the guy on the head with it. The mother suddenly rushed to her son's defense and covered him with her hand. She shouted for the guy to be careful. The main character activated his magical vision. His frightened mother was still standing in front of him. The hooligans suddenly felt as if they were being affected by magical power. One of the attackers developed a growth on his arm. He dropped the key from his hand. People around were scared. They didn't understand what was happening. One of the guys shouted that it was all magic. The main character extended his hand to take the key lying on the earth. The guys around were very scared. Yao held a heavy wrench in his hands. He demanded that the bandits call their boss. The main character returned to his entrance. He climbed the stairs to the floor. Yao handed his mother a napkin and told her to stay home. He promised to take care of everything. The woman grabbed the guy by the arm and demanded that he be careful. Yao Bing looked at the woman and told her with a smile that he would be back soon. The main character, angry, ran out into the street through the doors. He decided to deal with his mother's offenders. Yao saw several men standing in front of him on the street. The subordinate told Director Hao that the guy was already here. Hao asked the guy his name. Yao asked his interlocutor who he was. The man put out his cigarette. He said his name was Ho Ming Hao. Yao asked the man, was it really his subordinates who beat his mother? The guy with glasses explained that Director Hao had bought an entire district, so the guy has to move out. The guy pointed at the beaten fighters. He threatened the main character that they could file a lawsuit against him and Yao would be taken to the police. The main character was very much and unpleasantly surprised. He couldn't even come to his senses right away. Yao Bin became very angry. At this time his hands were grabbed from the side. Hao told the guy that if he ran away himself, his mother would not be able to escape. A woman approached from the side. She told the man that she was very impressed with him. Who asked Mrs. Shi what she was doing in this place? The man could not understand what she could do here. He remembered that Mo must hate the main character. The woman thought. She glanced slyly at Hu and asked angrily why he decided to mock the child. The man asked his interlocutor named Gu Shi what did she mean. He explained that the guy and his mother did not want to move out. The boss didn't understand to himself why the woman was helping the main character. Woman asked the interlocutor how he was going to compensate for the damage to the residents after the building was evacuated. The man told the woman that his corporation would take care of the residents. All empty rooms will be paid for at the highest market value. Gu Shi laughed cheerfully. She told the director that she had respect for him. The woman said with a smile to the man that if the building had to be occupied, then he could proceed. Hao was very unpleasantly surprised and frightened. He looked ahead angrily. The man was displeased when he saw the main character standing next to him. There was also a large excavator nearby. Hao was very unpleasantly surprised. He looked angrily at the people in front of him. The main character told his interlocutor that the man looked unhappy for some reason. Gu explained that Hao decided to lower the price in order to buy the building on the cheap. After this, more projects can be built. The woman slyly told the main character that she would not allow the man to do this. Hao pointed his finger at the woman in fear. He said she shouldn't worry about it. At this time, the woman waved her hand. Hao angrily asked her why she stopped the people. The guy was very unpleasantly surprised. He called out to his director in fear. At this time, tanks and several armored vehicles drove up from the side. The noise of approaching people was heard from the side. It was the soldiers walking through the meadow. One of the soldiers grabbed his weapon. He pointed it forward at the man. Director Hao was very scared. He fell exhausted to his knees. The man fearfully told the woman that they could still come to an agreement. A guy in military uniform appeared. He said it was just a small military exercise. The soldier looked at the woman. She looked back at him silently. The main character asked the director if he really wants to evacuate this area today. The soldiers pointed their guns at the man. He fell down in fear and raised his hands. Hao was very scared. He looked blankly at the soldiers in front of him. The director stood with his hands raised. He looked at the woman and told her fearfully that he was counting on her this time. Gu Shi happily said that if the director agrees, then they can start now. The excavator very quickly drove up to the building and began to destroy it to the ground using a bucket. The director was very unhappy and scared. He realized that his money was missing. The excavator continued to drive around the construction site and destroy everything. Rubble of the building lay everywhere. The woman looked angrily at the man and told him that everything was ready. He can leave now. Hao asked the woman in fear, "Won't she really destroy the building?" Gu Shi grabbed the guy by the shoulders with her hands and explained that he still did not agree to sell his house, so they won't destroy it. The woman explained that Mr. Mo had bought other apartments, and the money had already been transferred to Hao Corporation's account. The woman told the guy that his house was the last one in the area. He can earn a ton of money as compensation. Yao thanked his interlocutor and asked her to convey her gratitude to Mr. Mo. The man angrily said that everything is ready, and the rest has been settled by Mr. Mo. It's time for him to leave. The main character angrily shouted at the man to stop. He asked the soldiers how they would pay for the injury of his mother. The director became very angry. He pointed his finger at the guy in fear. She looked at the man with displeasure. She wanted him to leave quickly. Hao waved his hands and explained that he was ready to leave immediately. He promised that he would take the woman to the hospital. The main character grabbed the director with his hands and demanded that he ask for forgiveness from his mother. The director noticed with great consternation how a machine gun appeared behind him. The man fell to his knees and asked with fear to be spared. The woman ran out into the street. She asked the guy in fear, "What happened?" Yao very happily explained to his mother that he was able to protect her and their home. The mother was very happy. She cried and said that her son had grown up a lot. The main character, accompanied by a male friend, arrived at the hospital. Yao said his mother's condition is getting better. Mr. Kai walked next to him. The man told the guy that his people couldn't protect his mother. The main character explained to the man that if it weren't for his people, the woman would have suffered much more. The man reassuringly put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that this would be enough. The man told the main character to come back and sit with his mother. Yao agreed with him. The main character entered the woman's room. He asked who gave her the flowers. The mother told her son that Xiaobei gave her the flowers. The girl came to see her today. She looked strange. The main character asked with fear, "When did Xiaobei come to her mother?" The woman pointed to the door. She said the girl came in and just left. The main character ran very quickly into the corridor. His mother asked him in fear, where was he going? The guy jumped out into the hospital corridor and noticed how the girl was moving away from him. Yao was very scared. He knew that the girl was dead and did not understand how her body could move. He decided to follow her. The main character was running after his friend through the city at night. He approached the old building. Yao approached the entrance to the building. He noticed someone's footprints at the entrance. The main character opened the doors and decided to go into an unfamiliar building. Yao looked around carefully. He wanted to see if Xiaobei was nearby. The system informed the owner that he must now pacify King Qinguang. He is the first king of hell. The system reminded the main character that he was facing an extreme level of difficulty. The guy suddenly heard the door slam from the side. He turned around sharply. Yao looked ahead with great fear. He listened intently. The main character with great excitement felt around him that the temperature in the palace was dropping. The main character turned on the Qingming flashlight to disperse the intense darkness inside the building. Suddenly, one of the statues moved a little to the side. The guy became wary. Suddenly, the hands of the dead came out from all sides to grab the guy. Yao was very scared. A very strong and bright light came from the main character. The monsters flew away from him. A very loud noise was heard from outside the building. The main character was able to cope with the attacking demons. Inside the building, fragments of demonic hands lay on the floor. Yao looked at them in fear. The guy looked around inside the building with great fear. He saw skeletons around. The main character saw the statue of a huge demonic man. He realized that this is power. Suddenly, the skeletons came to life and suddenly rushed towards the guy. He grabbed the column with his hands. The main character shouted very loudly about the powers of the Ghost King. A column in the house began to collapse. The demonic skeletons began to disintegrate. Yao was very scared. Gradually, the building began to collapse. Fragments of the roof fell to the floor. The main character looked around carefully. He noticed that the skeletons began to gradually move back from him. The guy extended his hand forward. He asked the stone monster how he dared to conspire with evil to capture him. The main character threatened the monster that if he did not appear, he would destroy one column of the palace every second. The main character grabbed a column. He shouted that if the monster did not appear after 2 seconds, he would destroy his entire palace. The house began to gradually collapse. The stones in the walls began to disintegrate. The man told the demon that if he surrendered today, he would spare him. He threatened to destroy the sacred statue. A car with passengers was driving along a deserted evening road towards the house. The driver asked the old man, "Will the right person be able to help them?" The passenger put out his cigarette. He told the driver not to worry. The man said that he promised his friend many rewards. He could not refuse such a large deal. A very strong explosion was heard from inside the house. Tongues of bright flame appeared. The healer angrily said that there was a time bomb inside the building. They can wait for the guy to disappear. The driver happily clapped his friend and said that he had done a good job. The passenger laughed merrily. The men did not even notice that there was a passenger sitting in the back seat. The main character patted the surprised men on the shoulders and said that they were very attentive. The healer turned around and was very surprised when he saw the guy. Yao cheerfully told the old man that he expected to see him dead. The driver asked the guy, very scared, how could Qinguang spare him? The main character said that no one spared him and decided to tell all the details. The very frightened men saw huge demons suddenly appear in front of them. They were alarmed. The car stopped. The passengers carefully opened the door and decided to flee. The man raised a magical amulet in his hand. He said that the main character could not win. At this time, one of the small monsters attacked one of the men. The healer looked at his body in fear and noticed that it had been pierced by a demonic hand. The old man fell to his knees in front of the guy and began to ask him to spare him. Skeletons with glowing eyes began to appear around. The main character asked the man where Xiaobei was. The man was on his knees and trembling. He told the guy that the girl brought him here and left. Yao was very excited. He asked when the girl could have left. The healer waved his hands. He shouted that it was his brother who found the girl and he was behind all this. The main character asked the man why the girl could kill herself. The healer was very scared. He couldn't believe that Xiaobei could be dead. The main character demanded from his interlocutor that he tell him everything about the girl. The skeletons ran up from behind and grabbed the man. The man said that Guo and his friends said that Xiaobei should die. The man glanced at the evil skeleton next to him. He began to ask not to be killed. He knew something else. The main character angrily demanded that the monsters let the man go. The man shouted to his interlocutor that the guys would have a meeting in a couple of days. Xiaobei may participate there. He promised to find out even more information. The main character told his interlocutor sternly that he would temporarily leave his life as collateral. The man ran very quickly across the night field and shouted that he would find out everything. The skeletons looked at each other in surprise. The main character is seriously thinking. He realized that things were becoming more and more difficult for him. The main character was sitting in the hospital building. He heard with fear, as if someone had called him from the side. Nurse walked along the hospital corridor with a cart. She asked the guy why he was sitting here. The main character looked carefully at the phone. He couldn't understand why his mother was in the restroom for so long and still hadn't returned. The guy ran after the girl. He asked her to check what happened to his mother in the toilet. The nurse told the guy with a smile that he was an attentive son. She asked him to wait for her. The girl ran into the women's toilet and immediately came back out. Yao asked the nurse if everything was okay with his mother. The girl replied that there was no woman inside. After that, the main character's phone beeped in his pocket. He received a message. Yao took the device in his hands. He looked at the message he received with great attention. The nurse was very scared. She realized that someone had sent the guy a photo of his mother. The main character noticed with fear that his mother was in the photo along with the girl Xiaobei. The main character looked at the phone angrily. The nurse called him in fear. The guy turned around and asked the girl what she wanted to say in response. She pointed a frightened finger at the photo on her phone. The girl said in a trembling voice that the turquoise bracelet on the woman's hand and the girl's was stuck on it in the morgue. The main character decided to call the sender of the message with the photo. Yao dialed a number unknown to him, but the sender never picked up. After that, the main character took the telephone and prepared to put it in his pocket. The guy received a message on his phone. Someone sent him a letter saying that the game had started. An anonymous interlocutor demanded that the main character not tell anyone that his mother was missing. The doctor entered the room. He inquired about a woman who had disappeared from the hospital. The main character said that a girl came to his mother and simply took her with her. The guy turned around and demanded from the doctor that they bring him the documents about his mother's discharge. The anonymous author demanded that the main character ask for a month off from school. The teacher at school was unhappy. He didn't understand why the guy needed a whole month off. The dean very angrily reminded the main character of what he had done. The man jumped up from his seat. He shouted to the guy that it was his fault that Xiao Shuai disappeared. The main character was very surprised. He didn't even know that Guo Shuai was missing. The teacher swung his hand and hit the guy in the face with his hand. He demanded that he say what he was up to. The main character tried to restrain himself. He explained to the teacher that he would like to take a break. The dean was very angry. He suspected the student of being up to something. The man swung his hand and prepared to hit the student in the face. The main character sharply extended his hand to the side and was able to stop the teacher's blow. The guy looked sternly at the teacher and addressed him as calmly as possible. The guy explained to the dean that he would like to take a break. The teacher gave the student a written request for leave. An anonymous person wrote a message to the guy and demanded that he go to the western part of the city. Yao Bing must arrange a pogrom in Huangjia alone. The nightclub was open and brightly lit. There were a lot of guests inside. Yao approached the entrance. The main character was full of determination. He quickly walked inside the night establishment. The guy began to destroy the atmosphere inside the club. The guests were scared. They looked at him in amazement. The main character ran very angrily around the territory of the nightclub and destroyed everything around him. Kai ran up from the side. The man calmly explained to the guest that the club was his territory. He asked what misunderstanding happened. The main character was silent. He turned his head to the side and glanced angrily at the flower pot that stood on the table. The guy extended his hand and grabbed the flower pot with it. He prepared to throw it. The man extended his hand forward and wanted to stop the main character. He shouted to the guy that he was not afraid of him. Yao looked angrily at the man and said that he was simply destroying his palace. Kai looked at the guy in surprise. He did not understand what had happened to him. The man swung his hand and prepared to hit the guy with all his might. Kai swung his hand. He punched the guy in the stomach with all his might. The guy was very seriously injured. After the blow, blood started coming out of his mouth. The main character stood on his feet. He continued to cough up blood. The man angrily shouted to his opponent that he might try to hit him back. The main character calmed down. He answered the man that their strengths were incomparable. The anonymous person told the guy that he should come to the Leichuan estate tomorrow evening. The main character felt weak in his body. He stood on one knee and rested his hand on the floor. The fighter reminded the man that the guy came and destroyed their estate. He did not understand why Kai decided to let the guest leave. The man took a cigar out of the box. He explained to the fighter that he did not want to repeat anything to him. Kai ordered Buchi's subordinate to have several people pursue the main character. The rest of the brothers need to be informed about the collection. The fighter answered the gentleman that he understood everything. A bright celebration was taking place in the luxurious estate. There were many guests standing in front of the entrance. Main character approached the gate. An old man ran up to him from the side and stopped him. The healer fearfully told the guy that he should not enter the Leichuan estate. The main character asked what was wrong with this estate. The old man said in fear that the famous black market was located in this place. The healer said that people from the elite of various industries come to the estate. If a guy crosses the threshold, then he enters the territory of the devil. The old man said that today the anonymous owner of the name will open the auction. The elite will arrive and there will probably be a massacre. The main character extended his hand to the old man and asked, "Who is the owner of the estate and what will be put up for auction?" The healer smiled evilly at the guy and said that he had no idea about this yet. The old man, in a frightened voice, explained to the main character that the auction would be somehow connected with the girl. The main character sternly said that he must go inside the estate. Guests must pay for everything. Guards near the entrance stopped the guest and demanded that he stop. The fighters did not allow the guy to go further onto the stairs. The main character said that the guards should monitor security at the entrance. The man told the guest that he must have 5 million in cash or a valuable deposit. Another guard said that a poor student could not take part in the Leichuan auction. The main character thought in fear. He realized that he did not have money with him to enter the auction. A girl Moshi ran up from the side. She greeted the main character and asked why he was here. Yao explained to the girl that he had business in this place. A friend said happily as she snuck out to check out a local auction. Mo pointed a stern finger at the guards and asked which of them was so stupid that they stopped the guy. The guards bowed to the guests. The main character, accompanied by his companion, climbed up the stairs. The main character thanked his girlfriend for helping him. She couldn't go any further with him. The girl asked the guy, why did he thank her if he didn't want to go further with her? The main character hits his girlfriend on the head. He said they could make a lot of noise together. Mo looked slyly at her friend and said that she would wait for him. She asked him to find her later. The main character opened the door and went inside the auction. There were people sitting in the hall and the sums of large bets could be heard. Yao Bing looked into the hall with great interest. A presenter stood on stage and advertised some kind of item. The main character quietly sat down on a chair. He noted to himself that the people in this place were very quiet. The guy looked up with excitement and noticed other guests on the balcony. He decided that they were all waiting for a special lot. A healer named Zhang Tianshu told him about this. The presenter, in a sly voice, said into the microphone to the audience that the last lot was being offered. The presenter said that there would be a unique lot. The main character thought that now Xiao Bei and his mother would be put up for sale. The light in the hall became even brighter. The presenter happily said that the next one would be the 109th lot. The auctioneer happily told people that Yao Bing was up for auction. The main character was very surprised. The man said that the main character is 18 years old and is a 10th grade student. The auctioneer told the audience that the guy specializes in changing fate. The spectators were very surprised. They couldn't believe that an ordinary schoolboy could do such a thing. The presenter shouted that their lots were never fake. A man from the balcony shouted that he was ready to pay 300 million. Rates began to rise very quickly. The main character realized that some stranger, through a chain of events, forced him to come here. The main character realized that everything was planned in order to kill him at the Leichuan estate. People in the hall began to shout joyfully and raise the stakes. The main character was climbing the stairs. Yao jumped on stage and grabbed the microphone. He told the audience that he had something to say. The main character explained to customers that they did not need to spend money to buy it. He was only interested in the auction organizer. The big guy jumped up from his seat. He asked the main character, did he really say these words to provoke the others? The man explained to the guy that clients don't know whether he can really change fate or not. The main character explained to the interlocutor that they could just try. He realized to himself that the organizers had already hired someone to ruin his plan. The big guy explained to the guy that in the Leichuan estate, life and death are predetermined. They are now obligated to check it. The man said with excitement that Zhu Long is a mysterious master. The main character will die by his hand. The main character found himself in the center of the arena against a dangerous fighter. Zhou Long stood opposite him. Long swung his hand and launched a magic skill called White Dragon against the guy. Yao Bin got scared and worried. He looked at his opponent with excitement. The main character stepped back a little and attacked his opponent with the help of his dragon. There was a very strong explosion in the center. The black dragon flew forward towards the opponent. Zhou Long got scared at the very last moment. He looked with fear at the flying monster. The fighter received a very strong blow from the dragon. He abruptly flew far to the side. The fighter received a very strong blow. He started coughing blood. The amazed spectators jumped up from their seats. They did not believe that the fighter could lose. Long was lying unconscious on the floor. There were guards nearby, and the spectators were amazed that an experienced fighter lost to a schoolboy. The main character shouted to his opponent that he used the technique against him only to destroy some of his fighting skills. Yao Bin angrily ordered Long to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The fighter was taken away by guards. The main character demanded from the audience to tell him the organizer of the auction. Suddenly, a suspicious noise was heard from the direction of the hall. The main character turned his head. The audience looked up and saw two women hanging from the ceiling of the hall. The main character's mother and her girl were hanging from the ceiling. There were bombs on their bodies. The guests took a closer look and noticed that the mechanism on the bombs had begun the countdown. The people from the auction room were very scared. They ran at full speed towards the front door. Suddenly, a huge impenetrable wall descended from above. The guests now could not get out. The man shouted in fear that the organizers wanted to kill them. Another guest said the auction was a trap. A girl ran up from the side and called out to the main character in fear. The guy turned to her. Mo said that she immediately realized that there was a trap around. So she sent a man to find Grandpa. She didn't expect that the organizers would want to blow up the place. The main character looked up at the two hanging hostages. He told his girlfriend that he could do anything. The guests turned to the guy and asked him to change their fate. The heads of various sects promised that they would fulfill all his wishes. Yao Bing put his hand on the girl's head and told her to go to the door. He will help everyone get out of here. The main character opened the system window and began to study it. He changed something there. The master in the system chose to activate the power of King Qin Guang. Unexpectedly, a huge demonic force began to descend into the main character from above. Suddenly, the floor under the protagonist's feet began to crack. He kicked off and flew towards the ceiling. After arriving, the guy grabbed the chains that were holding back the two hostages with his hands. Yao jerked his hands to the side and broke the chains on which the captives were hanging. They started to move down. The main character jumped to the ground in time. He managed to catch two fallen hostages. The main character ran up to the mother and girl and removed the bombs from them. The guy shouted to the frightened people to quickly move away from the door. He ran towards them. Yao Bin ran at full speed. He prepared to smash the door with a bang. The main character waved his hand. He prepared to knock on the doors with all his might. There was a very powerful blow. The door gave way under the guy's hand and began to fly apart. At this time, the timer on the bomb expired and the explosion was about to begin. The timer on the bomb ran out, and there was a very powerful explosion. The main character hugged and covered his girlfriend. After a very powerful explosion, the door flew out. Large clouds of dust rose all around. People came to their senses after a strong explosion. The front door was completely blown away by the blast wave. The girlfriend asked the guy if he was okay. The main character explained to the girl not to worry about him. Fighters with weapons appeared. The leader angrily asked where Yao Bing was in front of him now. The main character jumped to his feet in fear and told the bandits that it was him. The bandit continued to angrily demand that the guy come to him immediately. The main character became worried. He realized that the criminals had 8 guns. It would be difficult for him to cope with them himself. At this time, Kai and his fighters came to the rescue. He told the leader that he has a lot of guts. Kai angrily told the bandit that he dared to mock his brother while he was not around. The bandits fearfully dropped their weapons. The leader told Kai that they would never dare his brother. Kai ran up and kicked the bandit off his feet with all his might. He shouted that he didn't understand him. Kai explained to the fighter lying in the corner that he could have killed the guy if he had arrived a minute later. The main character explained to the attackers that there was no need to take everyone if they wanted to kill him. He helped the girl get up. The man ran up and grabbed him by the clothes. He angrily asked him how he dared to put a gun to his head. One of the guests ordered his subordinates to surround the area. No one could be allowed to leave. One of the bandits ran scared to his boss. He shouted that they were in trouble. The fighter fearfully said that the leader Hai grabbed all of their thugs and demanded that the boss show up to him immediately. The man was very scared. He couldn't understand why their plan could fail so badly. The boss walked into the meeting dissatisfied. He did not understand why the explosion did not kill all the guests. The bandits in the building greeted the boss. One of them angrily said that finally the man had come to them. The man explained to the bosses that he just wanted to kill the main character and did not attempt to kill their gang. One of the bosses angrily asked the guest who he really wanted to kill. Kai extended his hand forward and said in a calm voice for guest Haetian to come to him. The man angrily asked Mr. Kai what he wanted from him. The man reached forward and grabbed the boss by the throat. He shouted that the main character was his brother, and hey, he dared to touch him without permission. A group of fighters attacked the offending boss and began to beat him. The bandits beat the man with batons. He kept shouting that he was wrong. The main character told the bandits that he needed to talk to Boss Hai. The boss angrily commanded his subordinates to stop. The guy needed to talk to the victim. The main character asked the man if he was Yin Hao's father. The boss answered in fear that there was a misunderstanding between his son and the main character. He wanted to explain everything. The main character told the man that his son threatened him, and the Hai himself grabbed his mother. They have no chance of remaining friends. The man was very scared and looked at the guy. His face was very beaten up. The fighter approached the main character and said with excitement that he wanted to tell him something. The fighter, in a very frightened voice, told the guy that Xiao Bei had run away from them. The main character turned to the boss. He promised that he would release him in exchange for information. He promised his interlocutor that he would answer all questions. Yao looked sternly at the man and asked what they did to Xiao Bei. I asked the guy not to tell anyone about the information he would tell him. The man, kneeling, said that the girl came to him and demanded a lot of money. They gave her money and began conducting experiments. The boss fearfully said that they were testing zombie powder on the girl. Those present were very surprised. They listened with great interest to Hai's story. The main character asked the man what kind of zombie powder they used. Kai asked the man strictly, "Did they really experiment with the power of zombies?" The main character told the boss that they killed the girl to prevent secrets from being revealed. The man explained that they needed the girl to continue the experiments. They couldn't kill her. The guy asked his boss silently, "Could the girl really commit suicide?" He scaredly told the guy that if he doesn't have any more questions, then he wants to leave. The main character happily assured his interlocutor that he was ready to always keep his word. The main character extended his hand and crushed the boss's shoulder with all his might. It was crushed. The main character threw a piece of paper to the man. He demanded that he give his boss a message. Quickly, accompanied by his subordinates, ran to the exit. Kai asked the main character if he believed the man's words. Yao explained that he believes, but not everything. The main character said with a smile that he knows how he can bankrupt the boss He. The man came up and thanked the main character for saving him. Another boss promised the guy that he would always meet him with open arms. The girl sat and cried joyfully. She held an unconscious woman on her lap. Yao Bin went up to his friend and told her not to cry. He explained to her that she was beautiful when she smiled. The main character went out into the street late at night. He had a meeting with a woman there, so I thanked the guy for saving the young lady. Mo explained in a sad voice that she didn't have to run away from home. The woman told the girl that she would inform her grandfather about everything. Mo asked her interlocutor not to tell the old man anything. The woman asked the guy what he was going to do next. Yao Bin explained that he made several manipulations with the letter. They might find out who the big boss is. So I told her interlocutor that he had a good vision of love and hate. He is a good person. The woman explained that she would take the girl home. She reminded that the main character must come to her for her birthday. The main character was walking near the city. He looked at the big houses and the ocean. A car with school children stopped. He angrily told the main character that he had decided to climb the mountain and was training his health. The guy angrily shouted from the car to the main character that Wei Qi would soon return and he would teach him good manners. The student angrily thought to himself that today Wei Qi will come to the party and deal with the main character. Yao Bin said to himself in a dissatisfied voice that the horde continued to rage around him. The system informed the owner of the new task. He must pacify the beautiful female soul. The system demanded that the guy experience level 5 fear. The main character realized that rich people would come to the party. The status of the female soul will be high. Yao did not understand the system's message about camouflage among people and life in human society. The guy came to the party. There were many guests there. There were tables with drinks and a swimming pool with fountains. The main character looked around carefully. He didn't know where a woman's soul could hide. Wei Qi guy arrived. All the guests looked at him with great interest. They all knew that the guy had a very large fortune. The main character noticed that the guy had a gait like a tiger and powerful movements. Unexpectedly, the main character encountered a guest. He poured a glass of wine onto his shirt. The main character looked at the guy in fear and asked him for forgiveness. Wei calmly explained that he just needed to change his shirt. He said angrily that if a person spoils someone's clothes, he must immediately compensate for the loss. People around looked angrily at the main character. Someone said that the guy had very cheap clothes and could not pay for an expensive shirt. Wei looked at his interlocutor and asked who he was. He also demanded that Yao show him his invitation. The main character calmly said that he was invited by Shi Yao. He did not have an invitation letter with him. The guest was surprised that the main character so simply called the girl by name. Wei asked his interlocutor, "What is his relationship with Shi Yao?" The main character replied that he and the girl were just friends. He said again that he did not have an invitation. Wei demanded that the guests call security. He explained that they had an uninvited guest. The main character told his interlocutor that the girl Shi Yao herself called him here. Wei told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he could explain himself later. At this time, the guards approached from the side. A man ran up and asked who called security. Wei greeted Mr. Mo. Wei pointed his finger at the main character. He explained to the man that there was a person here without an invitation. Master Mo explained that the main character was invited here by the old man and the girl Shi. Therefore, Yao does not require an invitation. The man led the guest with him into the hall. Wei looked after the guy with a dissatisfied look. He remembered that he himself still needed an invitation to the Mo family's house. Musicians were sitting near the entrance. The host greeted the guests at his daughter's birthday party. A girl came out in a festive outfit. There was a large cake next to her. She officially declared the party open. The main character was holding a glass in his hands. He hoped to himself that the soul should not appear now, so as not to disrupt the birthday. Wei turned around and looked at the main character with a dissatisfied look. A crowd of guests stood in front of them. The main character looked carefully in front of him and noticed that the guests were preparing to give gifts. People lined up to give gifts. The main character carefully watched the crowd. Wei handed his girlfriend a red box with a gift. Everyone watched him with interest. The guy told the girl that he wanted to give her an unusual gift. She must have liked him. The guest opened the box and there was a bright red stone. The guests were amazed. Someone shouted that there was bloody amber in the box! The girl grabbed the box and joyfully thanked the guy. She liked the stone. Wei looked at the girl with great desire. She seemed very strong to him. He asked the main character with interest, what gift did he prepare for the young lady? The girl looked around carefully. Wei turned to the side. He wondered how Yao Bing would try to surpass him. The main character approached. The student asked him impatiently, "Where is his gift?" She fearfully realized that the guests again wanted to mock her friend. Wei said in a dissatisfied voice to the main character that he had absolutely no manners if he came without a gift. The main character said that he was in a hurry, and therefore did not bring anything with him. The girl told her friend that he was the best gift for her. Yao Bin said in a sly voice that he still did not come empty-handed. The guy told the owners of the estate that he had prepared a gift for Grandfather Mo. Wei said displeasedly that the old man has absolutely everything. Grandpa didn't need a gift from the guy. The main character said in a modest voice that he would give the old man 10 years of life. The people at the party were very surprised that the guy decided to give the old man 10 years to live. The guests became silent. They watched the main character with great interest. Wei explained to his interlocutor that it was very bad to tell lies. The main character demanded that his grandfather tell him his full name. The old man stood up and said that his name was Mo Chung Song. Yao opened the system window and pressed a few keys. He told the old man that everything was ready. The main character told his grandfather in a confident voice that he had extended his life by 10 years. The old man looked at the guest with great interest and asked if he told him the truth. The main character inside the system moved the date of the old man's death 10 years forward. Yao congratulated his grandfather. The old man joyfully answered his guest that he felt good. People at the party didn't understand what was happening. Someone even said that Yao Bin might be a fraud. He asked the guy how he could give the old man 10 years of life. The student angrily demanded from the main character that he show how he can control the fate of another person. Yao calmly told the guy that he would get into a bloody incident today. The student did not believe his interlocutor. Hao was standing under a huge chandelier at that time. The student angrily shouted to his interlocutor that he would get hurt today. Hao irritably shouted for the main character that he did not believe him and that he would not deceive him. The main character calmly walked forward and counted on his fingers. The student shouted to him that he would not be afraid. The main character shouted that the report was over. The student stood in place in fear. Yao rushed forward towards him. A huge chandelier fell from the ceiling to the floor. The main character knocked the student aside in flight in time. The guy was lying on the ground covered in blood. He was wounded and did not understand what had happened. People were very surprised. One of them shouted that he was a real lucky guy. Grandfather ordered his servants to take the guy to the hospital. The old man hit the floor with his cane. He said sternly that he himself could check how true the protagonist's words are. He reminded the guests that today was the girl's birthday. The main character stood exhausted. People looked at him in absolute silence. At this time, the girl laughed. She liked that the main character saved the student. Wei thought very angrily that he would not allow the girl to fall in love with another. At this time, one man approached. He decided to ask the guy a question. The guest came up with a beautiful girl. He asked the main character to take a look at his fate. The old man in the chair told Mr. Cow to come inside to talk. The main character, together with his interlocutors, was sitting in the hall at the table. Cow told the guy that he wanted to ask him something. The girl asked the gentleman, does he really believe the main character? Cow asked the guy why there couldn't be children in his family. His girlfriend Xiao Shan is still young. Without thinking twice, the main character opened a system window. He decided to find the answer to the question. The main character carefully studied the information. He found the desired date in the system. The guy suddenly stood up and looked at Xiao Shang angrily. He looked menacing. The guy approached Mr. Cow and said that he wanted to talk to him face to face. He will tell him the reason. The girl turned to the main character. She demanded that he say, everything is clear and precise here. The main character approached Xiao and told her the exact date in 2007. The girl was amazed. The guy asked if she wanted him to continue further. Cow, very frightened, jumped to his feet. He asked the guy what he said. Shan told the guy that she wanted to tell the man about everything herself. The gentleman asked with excitement what happened in 2007. The girl scaredly told the man that there are a lot of people around here. She promised that she would tell about everything later. Late in the evening, the main character was in his room. He decided to take a shower. Yao Bin felt relaxed. He stood under the streams of water and hummed something. Suddenly, the guy heard something suspicious from the side. He turned his head and looked at the noise. Someone knocked on the door. Yao Bin replied to the uninvited guest that it was already very late. The guy opened the door. Shan was on the threshold. She asked permission to enter the room. The girl sat down on the bed. She asked the guy how he was able to reveal her essence. Guest, I said in a calm voice the exact date when Chen Xiaoshan died. The main character put on a robe and wiped his head. He called his guest a ghost. The main character asked his interlocutor why she loves being among people so much. Shan said that the guy wants to know why she lives with a living person. Shan threw the guy on the bed and sat on top. She said that the young guy couldn't understand such a common feeling. The girl looked slyly at her interlocutor and said that she would teach him a lesson. The guest on the bed wrapped her arms around the guy. She told him that he made her tremble. Unexpectedly, Shan hit the main character's body with her claws, and wounds appeared on him. Yao was scared. He grabbed the girl's hand with his hand and prepared to fight back. Shan sharply extended her hand with claws forward and decided to kill the main character. Yao put his hand forward and knocked the girl aside with the help of magic. After the magical blow, Shan flew off the bed and flew towards the room. The girl was surprised when she realized that the guy was using the all-powerful network of Yanluo Wang against her. The ghost was sitting under a magic cap. She asked the guy in fear, who was he? Yao Bin put his hands to the wound on his neck. He asked the girl why she wanted to reward Mr. Cow. The girl looked at the main character and explained that she did not harm Mr. Cow. She is in the human world for revenge. The guy was very surprised. He asked his interlocutor, who does she want to take revenge on? Shan squeezed her hand angrily. She said that she wanted to take revenge on the leader of a black group from Panhai named Liu Qian. The girl said that Liu Qian robbed her family and killed her parents. He personally tortured her to death. Shan excitedly said that she wanted to use Cow's reputation to reach Liu Qian. The guy told the interlocutor that he understood her. He had a small black bottle in his hands. The guy handed the girl a white napkin. He said that if she was with Cow, he would die sooner or later. Yao promised Shan that he would help her take revenge if she left Mr. Cow. The girl was very happy. She looked hopefully at the main character. The guy strictly demanded that the interlocutor fix him and never stay with him. The girl threw herself into the arms of the main character and called him master. Shan stood near the entrance. She promised that she would tell Mr. Cow everything. The guest left the room. The main character slammed the door behind her. A system window appeared on the side. The system offered its owner to improve some basic skills. Yao Bin happily thought to himself that he could increase his popularity among girls. As a result, the owner chose a skill within the system to improve his memory. The main character went outside. He had a meeting in a gazebo with a man. The man stood near the tea table. He bowed to his guest. Yao Bin was surprised by such actions of the gentleman. Cow grabbed the main character by the hand and said that the girl told him everything. Yao asked where did Shan go. The man said that the girl left him today. She received some money. They should be enough for everyday expenses. Cow told the guy thoughtfully that he doesn't know yet how to react to all this. The man handed the main character an unlimited card. Yao Bin got the opportunity to spend as much money as he needed. Yao Bin was very scared and pulled the card away from him. He shouted that he could not accept it. Cow put the card in the guy's hands. The man said that Yao should accept this gift. A man ran up from the side. He shouted in fear to the main character that the young lady was in danger. She needs to be saved as soon as possible. The main character ran inside the building. There were frightened people standing there. Yao Bin asked his grandfather with great fear what happened to Shi Yao. The old man shook his head sadly. He told the guy that he should look for himself. The main character ran to the door. His girlfriend was inside. Yao Bin opened the door and anxiously asked the girl what happened to her. There were various things lying on the floor all over the room. The guy asked the girl if she was okay. The main character was surprised to notice how the girl was sitting on the floor near the bed. He called her by name. She was very upset. She told her friend not to come near her. The main character stroked the girl's head with his hand. He promised that he would always be by her side. Sha suddenly jumped to her feet and rushed at the guy. She decided that someone was looking at her. Yao Bin was very surprised. He asked the girl in fear who was looking at her. The friend grabbed the hem of her clothes. She said that something appeared on her body. She lifted her clothes. She said she found something on her body. Yao saw a small magical eye on his girlfriend's body. He asked her if anything else was happening. Shai went to the mirror and said that she had been having nightmares lately. The girl said that when she looked in the mirror, she saw her demonic reflection in it. It laughed evilly. Sha screamed in fear that she had never laughed so much before. It was definitely not her in the mirror. The main character became interested when he heard about the mirror. He looked at him carefully. Yao Bin went to the mirror and noticed the image of an evil ghost there. The guy said joyfully that all these are just little tricks. The main character touched his finger to the forehead of the ghost in the mirror. The monster got very scared and screamed. Somewhere on Mount Panhai, a very loud and angry scream was heard from one of the monks. There was a group of people sitting inside a small mountain house. They were busy with magic. Suddenly, one of the monks fell to the floor. Traces of blood appeared around him. The monks were very frightened. Someone shouted to the master that the guy was able to dispel their magic. The monk told the master that the man conveyed with his voice for them to fuck off. The master said in an angry voice that he intended to meet the guy in person. The main character looked carefully at the fragments of the broken mirror. The guy walked up to the girl and put his hand on her shoulder. He told her not to be afraid of anything. The girl fearfully hugged her friend. She shouted that someone wanted to control her. Yao Bin extended his hand forward and grabbed his girlfriend. He wanted to calm her down. The main character asked the girl how could someone control her. She replied that she didn't know. The main character put his hand on the girl's head and promised that he would always be by her side. Now they need to remove the magic mark on her body. Yao Bin felt very excited. He decided to examine his girlfriend. Shai was lying on the bed. She had a demonic eye on her back. The main character took out a magical talisman. The main character put his talisman on the girl's back. He decided to help her get rid of the demonic eye. She felt a slight pain in her body. She tried to hold back her screams. The door opened and Wei prepared to run into the room. He asked his girlfriend with excitement what happened to her. The girl frightenedly grabbed the blanket and covered herself. The guy supported her. Shai said in a scared voice that she was fine. Wei was very angry that the main character could take his girlfriend. A man approached from behind. He looked sternly at the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. The owner explained to the guy that if he doesn't try to take what he likes, then others can take it. An old man ran in. He asked with interest, "How are you?" The main character explained to his grandfather that the girl's problem had been solved. Now someone is targeting him. The grandfather explained to the guy that he wanted to assign a couple of people to him for protection. Yao Bin calmly replied that he was fine and had everything under control. The old man told the guy that he would thank him in a couple of days. Yao said he was leaving. The main character said goodbye to people and headed towards the exit. Old man asked the girl if she was okay. Shai replied that she was fine. The main character walked past the guy. He stood and looked angrily in front of him. Wei suddenly extended his hand forward and grabbed the main character with it. Wei, without turning around, asked the main character about his place of study. After a short pause, Wei turned to the guy and answered him angrily that he understood everything. The woman sat down next to the girl on the bed and asked if she felt better. The owner, sitting on the bed, said that it was good. The man saw fragments of the mirror on the floor. He realized that Yao Bing had decided to ruin his plans. The owner decided that Wei Qi could handle the main character. At that time, Wei was standing in the doorway and called someone. The main character arrived at school. The teacher told the school children that she wanted to announce something to them. The teacher said that Liu Qigang had dropped out of the class. Now they will have a new headman named Min Vian. The new guy started handing out pieces of paper to the students. The teacher said that there would be a competition for the best high school student. The main character extended his hand to receive a document from the headman. Min walked calmly past the guy and didn't give him anything. The main character was unpleasantly surprised. Yao told the headman in a dissatisfied voice that he had not given him the registration form. The students were surprised. Someone said that the main character wants to quarrel with the new headman. Minhee approached the student and handed him a registration document. He explained to him that there would be competitions between the best high school students. Ming explained that the student must give him the form completely filled out. The main character asked the headman, did he really think that he could get to the finals? Ming said in an angry voice that he could easily reach the finals. The main character looked displeased at his interlocutor and said that he was ready to give him a chance. The headman handed the guy a book and told him to memorize the poem in 5 minutes. He began to select a page. Min found a page in the book with the desired poem. Yao explained to the headman that he agreed, but he also had his own condition. The schoolboy looked at his interlocutor and asked what he wants. The main character demanded that the headman also learn the poem. If he loses, then he will have to do something for him. Ming agreed with the student's condition and said that it was time to teach. The students sat on chairs in the center of the classroom. The girl ordered them to start. The students looked carefully at the clock on the wall. They waited for 5 minutes to pass. Ming sharply slammed the book shut just in time and said that he had already learned everything. The headman told the surprised students that he was ready to tell everything now. Wei began to tell in great detail and accurately from memory the contents of the chapter from the book. The headman asked the students how they liked his story. The school children were amazed. The main character listened to his opponent and answered in a contrite voice that everything was clear to him. Yao Bin threw the book on the table and said in a dissatisfied voice that he most likely lost. The elder was very frightened. He dissatisfiedly asked the schoolboy, what did he tell him? Yao headed towards the exit of the class. He said he accepted defeat. He no longer needed the registration form. Outside, students played basketball on the court. The main character approached them. Yao looked at the basketball players. He realized that Ming had decided to throw him out of school at someone's request. The headman went out into the corridor and called Wei. He told him that Yao Bin is a coward and is not worth their attention. School children walked along the corridor. Someone said that the final of the Battle of Wits will be tomorrow. The girl told her friend that if they lose tomorrow, they will not have a chance to win the competition. The friend replied that they already had no chance of winning. Their main rivals are the twins from Wangyang High School. A student approached from the side. He told the main character that the director was looking for him. Yao was having lunch at that time. He was surprised because the director was looking for him. The main character came to the school principal's office for a meeting. Yao Bin was sitting in a chair. After that, he asked the man if he was looking for him. The director was sitting on the sofa. He explained to the guy that tomorrow would be the final of the Battle of Minds. The chief glanced at the glass of water on the table. The man explained to the student that the competition would affect the reputation of their school. The director suggested to the student that he could act as a reserve participant in the competition. Yao was very worried. He explained to the man that he had not completed the registration form. He would not be able to participate without the mark. A man put his hand on the main character's shoulder. He explained that his participation would not be against the rules of the competition. The student explained to the director that he must keep all information about him secret. The director answered the student that he would not say anything about his secret weapon. The man took a glass of water. He thought to himself that the guy's participation in the competition would be a benefit for their school. The main character looked joyfully into his glass. He realized that Ming Wang would be very surprised very soon. There was a competition taking place in the large hall. The presenter greeted the guests and students. The girl stood in the center of the large stage. The hall was full of spectators. The presenter reported that Ruan Xiao had withdrawn from the competition. An alternate will now be appointed. The presenter named the name of the main character. The guy walked out the door and headed towards the stage. Ming looked very angry at the new participant. He didn't understand why exactly Yao would be at the competition. The girl stood near the microphone. She said that the competition will begin now. The presenter joyfully explained all the rules of the competition and how the winner would be determined. The girl reported that the participant in the competition was able to make 16 correct answers. The spectators were very happy. Fans supported Min very persistently. The presenter said that the participants Hai and Yang were also able to give the correct answers. The fans were very justified. They shouted words of encouragement for the participants. The main character sat and listened to conversations around him. He felt as if he were at a concert. The host shouted to the audience to welcome their last member from Pan High School, Yao Bin. Ming thought excitedly to himself that Yao must score at least 18 points. This will help them get into a draw with their rival school. The presenter said that the main character scored 19 correct answers. The guy suddenly began to tell personal information about Liu Liao to himself. The spectators were very amazed and surprised. The main character continued to talk about Liu Liao's blood type. The presenter joyfully said that the main character made 20 correct answers. Min became very angry. He thought that he could definitely win the next round. The girl smiled joyfully and said that they were starting the second round. Contestants will receive random numbers. The team that repeats the largest number in the shortest time will win. At this time, the main character's phone suddenly rang. The girl looked at him in surprise. Yao Bin picked up the phone. He told his interlocutor that he was listening to him. Ming angrily told himself that the end of the competition had now come for the main character, Yao. After talking on the phone, I hung up. He approached the judges with a proposal. The main character suggested that the organizers change the rules of the competition. He had an urgent matter. The man looked at the guy and asked what proposals he might have. Yao Bin looked sternly in front of him and said that he wanted to compete against both opponents himself. The twins were surprised. They couldn't believe that the guy wanted to stand alone against the two of them. The man asked the guy, "Does he really want to fight alone?" Yao replied that he wanted to end this as quickly as possible. The judge looked at the guy in surprise. He talked to his colleague. The man told the main character that they agreed with his proposal. Yao Bin thanked you for your understanding. He told his opponents to start first. The twins concentrated. They decided to show what they are capable of. The participants went to their tables. The host told the audience that they should greet Hai and Yang. The competition began and the clock started counting down. The judge shouted that time's up. The presenter said that the guys were able to repeat more than 2,000 numbers. Among them, there were even 4-digit ones. The main character turned to the girl and demanded that she give him only 5-digit numbers. The presenter was surprised. Main character went to his desk. He said it was time to start. The judge started the stopwatch. He told the participant that his time was up. Yao was completely focused. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the monitor. The main character carefully moved his hands on the monitor. He looked at the numbers. The guy was completely focused. He saw the numbers and they were imprinted on his mind. The main character remembered all the numbers very accurately. He kept his eyes fixed on the monitor. The contestant informed the judges that he was finished. The presenter reminded the guy that he had 1 more minute left. Yao answered for the girl that he is starting to repeat the numbers right away. The main character, in an absolutely confident voice, without hesitation, began to accurately repeat all the numbers. The main character finished reciting numbers from memory. One of the judges asked the guy, "Is this all he can do?" The guy looked at the judge and said that he remembered 2001. He didn't need to remember anymore. The audience was very amazed. The students from school realized that they were able to win. The school children abandoned their signs and ran to congratulate the main character. The audience very happily shouted words of support to the main character. The man told the guy that he wanted to make him his student. Yao answered the man that he was grateful to him, but now he had to leave. Ming suddenly jumped up from his seat. He asked the guy, "What kind of attitude is this?" The headman explained that Chen was the country's leading mathematician. He didn't understand why the main character ignored the offer. Yao headed towards the exit. He told the schoolboy that the mathematician did not propose to him. The main character went to the hospital. He decided to visit his aunt there and went up to the ward. He opened the door to the room and greeted the woman in fear. The guy asked Auntie in fear, "Where did Xiao Bai go?" The aunt said that the girl had already left. The guy asked what Xiao Bei said before leaving. The main character realized that the girl was now under the control of Mr. Liu. The woman took out a small talisman on her hand. She said his girlfriend left him. The main character held the talisman in his hands. He asked Auntie if Xiao was alone. The woman said that the girl was alone. She asked the guy what could have happened to Xiao Bei. The main character excitedly explained to his interlocutor not to worry. The woman pulled off her outer clothing and showed her guest the marks on her hand. The main character noticed that the woman had fingerprints on her hand. He didn't understand how a girl could be so strong. Auntie asked Yao what happened to the Xiao girl. The guy wanted to calm down. There was a lot of commotion in the hospital. Someone shouted that the patient in bed 19 was very sick.
Doctors were running along the corridor between the rooms. Someone shouted that the patient in room 36 was having seizures.
The nurses ran in fear along the corridor. Someone shouted that the patient in room 28 was suffocating. I had to call Mr. Chen. The nurse ran up to the main character in fear and shouted that something had happened to his mother. Yao turned to the side in fear. He asked the nurse what she said. The main character turned around and shouted in fear that he was already running. He headed towards the exit. Suddenly, the woman fell to the floor in a fit. The guy called her with excitement. Yao looked at his hand in fear. She still had a demonic aura on her. The guy looked carefully at the talisman. A dark demonic radiance emanated from him. Yao grabbed the woman's hand. He demanded from the nurse that the doctor be called here. The nurse shouted in fear that they don't have enough doctors now. All the doctors are on the 19th floor. The main character was very surprised when he heard about the 19th floor. The guy held the woman in his arms. He asked a nurse to look after Auntie Huang. Yao Bin walked over and activated the system window. He was looking for the information he needed. The main character looked closer with great excitement. He found what he needed. The guy looked at the talisman in his hand. He realized that this was an order from hell for death. The main character realized that Mr. Liu wanted to risk the lives of all the patients on the floor just to watch him. Yao ran to the exit. He shouted for the nurse to take care of Auntie Huan. He decided to look for the chief physician. The doctors were running down the corridor. They were preparing to go to the sick wards. Yao was catching up with the head doctor. He told him that he knew how to save all the patients. The chief doctor asked the guy, "How can patients be saved?" The doctor told the guy that they should now be in the therapeutic intensive care unit. Yao shouted to the doctor that all this is not true. The doctor told the main character that the patients are now in a terrible condition. Something bad might happen to him. The head doctor told the guy that he could wait a little until everything calmed down. They can talk later. Yao explained to the doctors that a voodoo spell was used against the patients. They cannot be saved just like that, the doctor asked the guy in a dissatisfied voice. Who besides them can save people? The main character excitedly told Dr. Chen that the patients were in terrible condition. This is anomalous. The doctor asked the guy how he was going to save the sick. People. The main character asked the doctor if there was a large room somewhere. There you need to gather all the patients on the 19th floor. The doctor said with excitement that there was a large conference room on the floor. Yao demanded that all patients be immediately transported to the hall. Suddenly the lights went out in the hospital. The nurses were scared and looked around. One of the medics told Dr. Chen that the main character might be right. They had never seen so many patients require intensive care at one time. Another medic said that someone could actually use voodoo magic. Chen turned around and told his subordinates that he would fire them if they repeated anything about magic. The main character noticed with interest in the system that the doctor was very scared. The doctor asked the main character, what should they do? Yao demanded that all patients be moved to the conference room. Chen was unhappy. He explained to the head physician that their hospital would be responsible if something bad happened to people. The head doctor said that Mr. Mo trusts the main character. He takes responsibility. Without thinking for a long time, the chief doctor took one of the patients in a wheelchair to the conference room. The man turned around angrily and shouted to Chen that he could tell him everything later. The main character was in a very dark room. There were patients lying on the tables. Dr. Chen said, dissatisfied that nothing was happening to the patients. At this time, one door opened and green fog began to creep into the room through it. The man was scared. He felt how the green fog began to shackle him from all sides. The doors to the ward opened wide. 2 demonic creatures appeared on the threshold. The unfamiliar demons silently and very predatorily looked at the people in the room. Chen fell to his knees in front of the guy. He demanded that he do something for him. Frightened doctors stood nearby. Demons began to enter the room. Chen continued to scream and demand that the guy save him. The main character saw in the system window that the doctor had 10,000 fear points. He reminded the doctor out loud that just a couple of minutes ago he did not believe in his methods of treatment. One of the demons told the doctors that their time was up. The sound of chains was heard. Another monster looked angrily at the people and told them that they were going to die. The main character and the doctors were scared. He noticed large metal chains flying towards them. The demons flew up to the ceiling. They looked angrily at the people from above. The doctors were very scared. The main character was absolutely calm. He said that all this would be a small thing for him. Yao Bin extended his hand forward. He decided to order the demons to get rid of people. The monsters were scared. They stopped and looked at the man with great surprise. The door to the room was open. A bright fog came out of it to the side. The monsters stopped in the middle of the room. The metal chains began to break and fall to the floor. At this time, another magician in Panhai was sitting in the hall in a state of meditation. He realized that the guy had broken his spell. The master was irritated. He didn't understand where the guy could have come from. The main character angrily asked the unfamiliar demons, how did they dare to come here? Suddenly, the master got scared and blood started coming out of his mouth. The monk called out to the gentleman in fear.
The master shouted in fear to his student that he had made a stupid mistake.
The master explained that the order to the servants of hell violates the yin-yang order. The guy can now follow in the footsteps of the servants of hell and find them. The master ordered his subordinate to quickly break the lamp of necromancy and quickly clean everything up. At this time, a bright fog began to creep into the room from the side. The candles went out. The student told the master in a frightened voice that something was coming here. They looked ahead in fear. The master frightenedly shouted to the students to quickly break the necromancy lamp and pack their things. The frightened guy extended his hand to the lamp. He decided to break it as quickly as possible. There was a candle glowing inside the lamp. A reddish color emanated from it. The guy didn't have time to reach her. Suddenly, huge chains appeared from all sides. They grabbed onto the monks. The chains began to bind all the students and lift them up above the ground. The master looked around in fear. He noticed that all his students were lying on the floor dead. The man grabbed the dagger with his hand. He had a box in his hands. He was angry because the main character killed his students. The master said that Liu Dafang would no longer be human. The man turned to the side. He noticed bloodstains appearing from under the door. The master raised the dagger and stabbed it into his chest with all his might. There was a very strong explosion and the door to the room flew out. After that, dark figures appeared. The master lay unconscious inside the room. The demons came in and examined everything carefully. The demonic monsters saw that there were dead bodies lying around. They headed towards the exit. The man raised his head. He angrily realized that he would need help to deal with the protagonist. A couple of minutes ago, at the city's public hospital, people were still in a room with a green fog. The main character stood and fearlessly looked at the monsters. Frightened doctors stood behind him. The main character raised a golden artifact above his hand. He said it was the King of Hell card. The man asked the frightened demons if they would still resist. The monsters fell to their knees in a bow. They called the guy His Highness. The main character demanded from the demons that they cruelly punish the one who upset the balance of life and death. The monsters told the master that they would do everything. They turned around and flew out the door. After that, suddenly there was light in the entire hospital. The rooms were brightly lit. The patients felt healed. The nurse shouted that the darkness had passed. People began to get out of bed. The doctor shouted in surprise that the patients were waking up. The man fell to his knees in front of the main character and thanked him for saving lives. The patients all fell to their knees and began to thank the guy. The main character ran up to the man and told him to get to his feet. The nurse ran up to Aunt Huang in fear and asked her what happened. The doctor said that his prognosis for the woman was not at all optimistic. Yao asked the head doctor what they could do. The man told the guy that they now need a kidney donor for the operation. Chen told the man that they never found a donor. He asked how they would save the woman. The main character asked the doctor if they would save the woman if they found a donor. The doctor replied that everything would be so. Chen explained to the main character that a woman can hold out for a maximum of 20 minutes. Yao will not have time to find a donor in such a short time. The doctor said that even if they find a donor, all the tests will take more than 20 minutes. Chen slyly said that the main characters could talk to the patient. A guy may ask a woman to hold on longer and not give up. The doctor pointed his hand at the guy and said that he was the King of Hell. He should not give the woman the opportunity to die. Yao sharply extended his hand and grabbed the doctor's finger. He squeezed it tightly to the side. The main character asked the medic, "Is it possible to find out about the compatibility of an organ without tests?" The doctor told the main character in detail about the tests. He explained that if there is a match, then the chances will be higher. The main character told Dr. Chen that he needed to try it. The man told the guy to look for a donor himself. The patients in the conference room all stood up and said that they could be tested. Patients raised their hands and wanted to offer their organs. They so wanted to thank the main character. The doctor told the patients that if they were left with one kidney, it would affect their future life. The medic shouted for Chen to stop talking. The patients stopped. They looked at each other with great excitement. The main character fell silent. He looked ahead with great excitement. Yao looked at the patients and said that he appreciated their kindness. He explained to them that without a kidney, their lives would be worse. The protagonist told patients that he pays premium insurance for those who have a successful kidney transplant. The doctor said that 50,000 would be cheap for a kidney. The guy answered him that he would not pay 50,000. Chen said with a smile that even 500,000 would not be enough. The main character answered in a calm voice that he was ready to pay 5 million. The doctor was very surprised. He was amazed that the guy was not ready to pay 5 million. Yao explained that he was ready to pay 1 million to pay for rehabilitation and after surgery. The doctor told the patients that he would guarantee free surgery and other services for the donor. The girl raised her hand up. She said that Ju Yu's kidneys were recently checked. There are research results on the internet. Patients began vying with each other to offer their services for a kidney transplant. At this time, the nurse ran into the room. She shouted to the head doctor that she had succeeded. The girl was holding documents in her hands. She happily said that they had found a suitable patient. The doctor happily told his subordinates to now prepare the operating room. The man told the guy that now nothing would slip out of his hands. Yao thanked the medic. The doctor turned around and looked very angrily at the frightened Chen. Chen told the doctor with a smile that he could be his assistant during the operation. One of the patients stuck his hand forward and demanded that the doctor wait. The man looked angrily at the doctor and asked, "Did he really decide to just leave?" Chen was scared. He was trembling and could not utter a word. The main character stood nearby. The man recalled Chen's words. He promised to call the main character grandfather in front of everyone if Yao finds a donor in 20 minutes. The patient approached the doctor and demanded that he be responsible for his actions. Main character walked up to the doctor and put his hand on his shoulder. Yao said angrily that the doctor was joking when he said such words. He added that they would still need Chen in the future. The man became very angry. He looked at the main character with hatred. Yao thought that he needed to check if the operation was going well. A frightened doctor stood behind him. The frightened man fell to his knees in front of the main character. Everyone around him looked at him in surprise. The doctors frightenedly called Dr. Chen. The man did not answer them. Nurses and patients were surprised. They couldn't believe that Chen knelt in front of the guy. The main character ran up to the doctor and demanded that he get up immediately. Chen fell unconscious to the floor. There was a death grimace on his face. The patients were scared. They couldn't understand what had just happened to the doctor. The main character thought. He looked carefully at the body lying in front of him. Yao turned to one of the patients and asked him to call the police. The main character was sitting on the floor near Chen's body. He asked the nurse to call the doctor here. Yao Bin carefully examined the post-mortem grimace on the doctor's face. Yao realized to himself that he needed to check on Aunt Huang. The police can check the case with Chen. The main character was sitting near the entrance to the operating room. He silently looked down in front of him. Suddenly, the doors from the operating room opened and the doctor came out. The doctor, with a smile, told the guy that the operation was successful and now he can relax. Yao thanked the doctor. The man told the guy that the woman would have to stay in the hospital for another week for examination. At this time, a frightened medic ran up from the side. He shouted with excitement to the doctor that something had happened. The man and the main character became worried. He asked what happened. The doctor eagerly turned to his subordinate and asked what happened. The guy said with excitement that Director Chen's family had arrived here. They require explanations. The main character asked the doctor with excitement if all this was connected with him personally. The medic ran away in fear. He began to whisper something to the doctor in fear. The doctor explained to the subordinate that he needed to follow the protocol as usual. The doctor explained to his interlocutor that he should go and sort it all out. The guy said in fear that the high school student was accused of bringing Chen to death with a group of people. The doctor ordered his subordinate that no one from the staff give any interviews to journalists. The man turned to the guy and asked, "What does he think about this?" Yao explained that the whole incident was a setup. The main character recalled that only 2 hours had passed since the man's death. Yao explained that it was very suspicious that the family of the deceased found out about his death and quickly managed to call journalists. The doctor told the guy that he agreed with him, but so far they have no evidence. The main character told the man that the secret always becomes clear. The doctor told him that he was right. The main character walked accompanied by a man along the corridor. He thought to himself. Yao thought to himself with excitement that he couldn't find out what was wrong. The main character and the man stood in the security room. They were checking CCTV footage. The guard pointed to the videotape. He said that this is footage from the moment everything happened. The doctor said that they had already looked at this part many times. There is no evidence here. The main character pointed his finger at the screen. He asked the guard to slow down the moment. The worker replied that he would do everything. Yao looked at the screen with great excitement. He realized that there really were no traces there. Unexpectedly, the main character saw something interesting on the recording. He demanded that the videos stop. The doctor approached the guy in fear. He asked him what happened. Yao pointed his hand at the man in the video. He asked the guard to zoom in on the shot. The worker, using a computer, began to highlight the desired location on the screen. People took a closer look and noticed a suspicious man in a cap. He was driving a large cart. The doctor asked very displeasedly what kind of person they saw in front of them. The main character explained that the janitor is now the main suspect for them. The doctor said that they opened Chen's body and found nothing strange. The main character said that there are many methods to kill a person without leaving any traces. The doctor said in fear that the murder was planned to blame the main character. Yao Bin replied that everything was so. The medic said they needed to call the police and find the suspect. This will help restore Yao Bin's reputation. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he knows how everything can be settled. The guy headed to the door and said he was leaving. He prepared to go out into the corridor. The main character explained that he needed to find a suspect. He asked the doctor to check on Mom and on Juan. The doctor promised the guy that patients would receive the best care. Main character went out into the corridor. He carefully dialed the number on the phone. Yao told Mr. Kai that he would send him a photo of one person. He will need to be found. The man was very beaten. He told the main character that he would find the right person. The main character asked the man for forgiveness for asking for a favor. Yao thought in fear that his interlocutor had a very exhausted voice. The main character ran with all his might along the corridor. He realized that he needed to get to tea as soon as possible. At this time, suddenly the guy's phone rang in his pocket. He stopped in surprise. The main character picked up the phone. The interlocutor called him by name in a frightened voice.
Hosai said in a frightened voice that someone had stabbed Kai in the back. The guy should come quickly.
The interlocutor abruptly hung up. The frightened main character continued to call Cozy by name. Yao ran outside and tried to stop a taxi. The car stopped. The main character quickly got into the car. He shouted to the driver to go to Huangjia Street. The guy very quickly arrived at the nightclub building. He decided to quickly find the man. Jiao asked the worker, "Where is Mr. Kai?" The employee answered in fear that Kai had not yet returned from his meeting with his friend. The main character squeezed the worker's hand with all his might. He asked where the man had an appointment. The guy was very scared. He said the man made an appointment at Yesibar. The main character ran with all his might along the corridor. The worker frightenedly called after him by name. A whole group of bandits with weapons in their hands attacked one of the fighters near the elevator. One of the fighters grabbed Ho by the head and pointed a huge knife at him. The bandit angrily hit the guy's head against the wall. Several more fighters with weapons stood behind. The main character ran up. He angrily shouted to the bandits to stop. The attackers turned around. They did not understand who had now decided to stop them. Yao Bing stood and looked angrily at the attackers. He confirmed their instructions to stop again. The attackers were surprised. They could not understand why the guy now went against them. The bandits, after a short pause, came to their senses and laughed very merrily. One of the bandits pointed his finger at the main character and said that Kai was so pathetic that he called him to help him. The fighter came to his senses and raised his bloody hand up. He turned to the main character. The guy pointed his finger to the side and said that Mr. Kai was still there. He can still be saved. The bandits looked at the main character with surprise and amusement. At this time, one of the attackers ran with all his might and kicked the guy in the stomach. The fighter fell to the floor after a very powerful blow. The bandit shouted at him to shut up.
A strong aura appeared around the main character. He told the Grozno bandits that they had given up the chance to escape.
The boss looked angrily at the main character and told him to take better care of himself. The main character very sharply launched a sharp blade in front of him. He flew towards the bandit. The man was very surprised. He did not have time to notice how the blade cut off his leg. The attacker screamed very loudly. He was lying on the floor with his leg severed. The other bandits looked at him very scared. One of the attackers looked to the side and noticed that the leader's legs had been cut off using a regular medical card. She lay bloodied on the floor. The boss extended his hand forward. He shouted for his fighters to kill the guy. EXO found the strength to rise on one knee. He shouted to the main character that Kai was still waiting for their help. The main character answered his interlocutor that he would now finish off the bandits in a minute. Criminals with weapons ran angrily towards the guy. The ground under the main character began to crack. One of the bandits viciously swung his weapon to hit Yao. The main character swung and with a powerful blow knocked off one of the attackers. Yao Bin fought off the fighters who ran up to him with very powerful kicks. One of the criminals ran up to the mountain hero from behind and wrapped his arms around his chest. The other attackers jumped up and prepared to finish off the guy with their weapons. The main character sharply twisted his arm and threw the bandit over himself to the floor. The main character spun the attacker by the arm and prepared to throw him aside. Yao, after a powerful swing, launched the criminal into flight straight into the building. After the flight, one of the bandits smashed the entrance door to the building with his body. There was debris everywhere. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared near the broken entrance. There were still large clouds of dust. Ho extended his hand to the guy and asked him to be careful. Yao looked ahead in fear. The main character shouted menacingly that he was calling on a demonic army. The fighter ran up to the guy and grabbed him from behind with his hands. He wanted to stop him. Ho explained in a frightened voice that Mr. Kai was now in front of them. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. At this time, a body fell from somewhere above. Kai shouted to the guy to stay where he was and not to worry about him. The main character prepared to push off the ground and jump up. Yao Bin pushed himself off the ground and jumped to help the man escape. The man's body fell from a great height. Yao stood and watched. The main character was able to catch the falling man in time. He asked Kai nervously if everything was okay with him. Yao Bing slowly descended to the ground after the jump. He held Kai in his hands. EXO was very surprised. He had no idea that the main character could use so much internal energy. Kai was sitting near the wall. The main character told him to rest. The man told the guy to protect himself. The boss was sitting on the sofa. He asked Kai, "Is his young assistant really next to him?" The leader was holding a cup of drink in his hands. He asked his interlocutor, "Did he really look down on him?" The boss looked at the guy and asked, "What kind of child is this in front of him?" Ho stood and supported the wounded man with his shoulder. The main character said that he is just Mr. Kai's bodyguard. Kai said in an exhausted voice that his bodyguard's name was Yao Bin. The boss ordered a subordinate named Go to take care of the main character. The boss happily said that he could take over half of Panhai's market if Kai died today. He decided to rely on the Go master. The fighter approached the main character and slyly greeted him. He asked the boss displeasedly, did he really call him to beat a simple child? The main character asked the fighter angrily, "Is this all his doing?" I walked up to the guy with a quick step. He told him that he beat the crap out of Kai. The fighter was unhappy because the main character decided to compete with him. Yao waved his finger at his opponent. He said that he would give him 3 tries. He was very angry. He looked at the guy with hatred and prepared to attack him. The fighter ran up to the main character at full speed. The guy stood calmly in place. The main character calmly stopped the attacker. The man did not have time to hit him. One blow from the fighter flew past the guy. Yao dodged to the side in time. The fighter swung his leg to knock the protagonist out of his place. Yao calmly dodged back. He told the fighter that he used the second attempt. He became even more angry. He understood his leg to strike his opponent with it. The fighter became very angry. He jumped up and looked at the guy with hatred. He pushed himself off the ground and jumped up to the very ceiling. The main character followed him with his eyes. The man swung his hand and tried to hit the guy from above. The main character managed to grab his opponent's hand with his own hand and protect himself from the blow. Yao looked angrily at his opponent and said that now it was his turn to hit. Yao swung his hand and hit the man in the stomach with all his might. The punch was very powerful. The fighter began to fly back after him. After a powerful blow, internal organs were damaged inside the fighter. He developed a bloody cough. The blow was so strong that the man's clothes burned off as he flew backwards. Yao Bing stood still. He watched carefully as the fighter flew away from him. The main character turned around and approached the frightened boss named Master Go. The guy angrily told the man that it was his turn. Go, I asked the guy to spare him. The main character stood near the boss. He asked him how much does he value his life. Gu raised his trembling hand. He said the amount was 5 million yuan. The main character was surprised that the man decided that his life was worth 5 million. Gu joyfully raised his hand and offered first an amount of 10 and then 20 million. Yao went up to the boss and said that his life was worth 20 million. The man confirmed that his life is worth that much. The boss suddenly grabbed the phone. He shouted that he would prepare everything now. The main character pointed to the side with his hand at the beaten fighter. He asked the boss how much he would pay for it. Yao Bin reached forward and grabbed the unconscious fighter's head. The main character lifted the fighter up on his hand. He told the boss he didn't have to pay anything. The man shouted in a frightened voice that he was ready to pay 20 million for his fighter too. Go thought to himself that if his subordinate dies here, then he will be in trouble. The main character joyfully raised his hand up and told the man that he agreed with him. Yao Bin threw the fighter's body on the floor and told the boss to pay 40 million yuan for 2 lives. Gu promised the guy that he would give him everything. The boss remained sitting on the floor. An unconscious fighter lay nearby. The main character waved his hand. The main character ordered the man to definitely go and apologize to Mr. Kai tomorrow. The main character smiled at his beaten friends and said that it was time to go home. Kai smiled at the guy and thanked him for his help. Yao reminded Kai that they were friends. At this time, the fighter suddenly came to his senses. He shouted to the guy that he wouldn't get away with this. The main character stopped in surprise. He did not expect the fighter to wake up. Yao turned to Mr. Jian and asked him, "Does he really want to take revenge?" The fighter angrily demanded that the guy immediately kneel in front of him and ask for forgiveness. Then Jiang won't kill him. The main character looked sternly at the fighter and told him his name. He explained that if Guo wanted to find him, he could ask Jiang. The boss was sitting on the floor with his subordinate. They watched as people walked out the door in front of them. Guo said with surprise to his boss that the main character was not afraid of Liu Jian's name. The main character led the man to the taxi and helped him get into it. Kai thanked him. The guy stood on the road and looked after the taxi leaving. The car was racing along the evening street. The system told the owner that a 10-minute time rollback would be activated for him. The main character looked carefully at the system window. He decided to hurry home. His mother was waiting for him there. The guy was walking down the street. He realized that the head of the Kai was Liu Jiang. He decided that this would be a good chance to avenge Xiaoshan. A white limousine stopped to the side. The guy leaned out and told the main character that they were going to Yu Shu's villa. The guy said that Shi Yao wanted him to join them now. Yao Bin said with suspicion that the girl had not told him anything like that. Min from the car invited the main character to sit down with him. He explained that the girl wanted to surprise him. Min once again, with an insistent gesture, suggested that the main character get into the car. The driver opened the side door of the limousine. The main character prepared to sit inside. The guy looked at the car with surprise and was surprised by the rich interior. Several girls and a man were sitting on chairs. There were drinks and snacks on the table. The girl looked at the main character and said that he looked very poor. The young man said that the main character doesn't even have his own car. Min explained to his friends that the main character is raised only by his mother. It's very difficult for a woman to be alone. The girl with glasses said that Shai can only love a guy for who he is. The student said angrily that no matter how good the main character is, he cannot be compared to Shi Yao. The main character was sitting on the back wheel of a car. He asked the guy when will Shu arrive. Min answered him that girlfriend will be a little later. Min was sitting in the front seat. He decided angrily to himself that he would help the main character lose his reputation. Yao Bin looked at his friend with great suspicion. He didn't understand what he could be up to this time. The limousine was racing along the night road along the mountain. People were heading towards the mansion. The guard near the entrance shouted to the driver of the car to stop. He explained that outsiders were not allowed into Yuzu's villa. Min jumped out of the car dissatisfied. He shouted that he had reserved a room and wanted to come in. The guard told the guests that Mr. Zhu was holding a meeting inside the villa. The girl angrily told her friend that she didn't want to go back now. Ming explained to his girlfriend that this was Mr. Zhu's order and he could not do anything. The student looked at her friend angrily and said that he was very useless. The main character handed the card to the guard and asked if he would change his mind. The guard looked carefully at the card in the guy's hands. He took her in his hands. Min turned and looked at the main character. He thought that Yao Bing was about to kneel in front of the guards. The guard looked carefully and realized that he saw in front of him a card with the surname Tsu. The guards bowed to the guest and welcomed him to Yuzu's villa. Min asked the guy in surprise, how could he do this? The main character asked the guards if his friends could get through. The guard pointed in the direction of the gate. He said that now everyone can come in. The main character looked at his companions and said that now they can all go inside. The girls were happy. The student turned around and told Min to come with them. Min was very angry. He thought to himself that he had lost to the poor man. The student looked at the night sky. He seemed to think to himself that the main character would not be able to behave like this for long. The main character and his friends went inside the mansion. The guy entered the room. The guy fell tiredly onto the bed. He said he had a hard day today. The main character stuck his hand out to the side. He noticed that there was someone else lying under the blanket. Yao Bing noticed with great consternation that someone else was on the bed next to him. A girl appeared. She asked the main character in fear, "Where is Bai Wei?" The main character explained that he is in his room, and he does not understand what the girl is doing here. The interlocutor said that she received a number card from Bai Wei. Her friend told her that she wanted to talk to her about something. At this time, there was a very strong knock on the door. The main character and his friend were scared. Someone from behind the door shouted to the girl Yao Bing that a friend named Shi Yao was looking for her. The interlocutor told the main character that no one could open the door. She locked it when she arrived. The main character held out his card to open the door. It didn't work at all. Yao Bing thought to himself and realized that Ming wanted to catch him in the intrigue. The girl asked the guy with excitement, "What will they do now?" The main character picked up the phone. He asked his interlocutor if she trusted him. The guy knocked on the door and demanded that the main character open. He shouted that Shi Yao was nearby. The student said that the main character may not open because he is doing something bad. Shai said with a smile that her friend wouldn't do anything wrong. A man came up and said that he was the manager of the villa. He explained that his master's guest was in the room and should not be disturbed. Ming explained that Yao Bing could not be Mr. Zhu's guest. The manager pointed with his hands to the other door. He explained that the main character is there. The manager said that he could give the guy a number card so that he could make sure of everything. Min pointed his finger to the side and said that the VIP room was very expensive. Yao Bin couldn't afford it. Yuan leaned the card against the sensor and opened the door, naively believing that his plan had succeeded. However, the main character met them himself, wiping his head after showering. He kindly greeted Xie. Dao asked indignantly how he had ended up in the VIP room, since it cost about 300,000. Yao said that the director personally handed him a card from the room in question, because he is an anniversary visitor. An exasperated Min asked the manager if the guy was telling the truth. The man replied in the affirmative. An enthusiastic Mo remarked that Bean was clearly lucky to be settled in such a cozy room. The young man asked her how she was feeling. The girl assured him that she was fine. Yuan's friends remarked on Yao's unimaginable luck, despite being a beggar. Do stated that he had asked Master Ma to have a special gift prepared for Bin. The next morning, at the camping grounds, Ming kept hoping to mess with Yao's reputation. While the guy spent time in the company of the enchanting Shay, they pitched a tent together. Meanwhile, Bai returned to her tent and suddenly discovered that her belongings had been stolen, adding that she could still understand about money, but why steal personal underwear? Overwhelmed, her friends tried to calm her down. Wei continued to claim that she had only recently bought new underwear. One of the friends suddenly volunteered to help the indignant damsel in search of things. Then he immediately started looking for the stolen goods in Bean's tent. The protagonist immediately realized that they were playing a circus deliberately to set him up. Moments later, the guy naturally finds Bai's stuff in Yao's tent. Naturally, Wei immediately began to insult Yao and say that he had no conscience to do such a thing. And her friends supported her. Do in turn admitted that he had arranged the trip to look into Dr. Chen's death, but had not expected such a turn. Continuing to accuse Bean of stealing, they urged everyone and especially the girls to stop associating with him. However, Shay and her friend did not believe that the young man could have done such a thing, because the tent was not closed, and anyone could have entered it. The guy thanked the girls for their trust and said he would prove his innocence, then used the services of the system to turn back time 10 minutes. After a couple minutes, the main character was enveloped by some kind of magic. Everyone froze in anticipation. Suddenly, those present seemed to fall under the ground into the abyss and screamed in fear. Thus, they were back by the time the guy decided to look for Bai's stuff in the tents. Suddenly, Ming headed towards Yao's tent as well, and he and Bin glanced menacingly at each other. The guy in turn realized that the evidence they were looking for was no longer within the confines of his tent, because he had managed to put Wei's underwear in Yuan's pocket, which Du hadn't realized yet. The young man came out of the tent and stated that there was nothing there. The surprised Min asked him to inspect it more thoroughly. Yao muttered that the kidnapper could carry the stolen item with him. Then he started searching everyone, and naturally started with Bean himself. Afterwards, he carried out this procedure with his friend Min, assuming that he would not do such a thing. A couple minutes later, however, he pulled a screaming Bai's underwear out of his pocket. The dumbfounded Yuan in turn began to vehemently claim that he had been framed. The protagonist asked him if he thought he was set up by Bai herself. Do realized that in the current situation, he was in an extremely disadvantageous position. At this moment, Shi Yao asked him why the guy took Wei's personal belongings. An infuriated Ming said that he was set up. He tried to explain to her and moved closer. The girl immediately stepped away from him and asked him not to come any closer. A distraught Yuan kept saying that he hadn't stolen anything and Bai's laundry had been planted on him, but there was no longer any trust in him. And no matter how much he asked them to believe, everyone thought he was a thief. At this time, the guard suddenly approached them and asked which one was Do. The surprise guy said it was him and wondered why they were looking for him. Without any explanation, the bodyguards hurriedly grabbed the young thief. Min started to resist, but the guards quickly took him under their arms and dragged him off in an unknown direction. Then turning to the others, kindly asked them to follow them. Pointing to the limousine, they respectfully urged everyone to get into the vehicle. The bewildered teens didn't understand what was going on, or what was wanted of them. After a while, they all arrived at a room unknown to them. Yuan was still stalling as well. The young man stated that if they didn't let him go, they would all be at least fired. The not particularly sociable guards, however, silently threw him to the floor. On the throne sat Mr. Gao, who ordered his bodyguards to chop off Du's right hand. Everyone present was shocked by this turn of events. Even Yao was taken aback. The guards immediately grabbed him and pinned him to the ground. Min said that Father Kang would definitely take revenge on them. Suddenly, Shu asked Grandpa Gao what Yuan had done to be punished so harshly. The old man in turn shifted his gaze to the girl and motioned for her to come over to him. Yao urged her grandfather to forgive Du. After all, they were only children, but Gao was determined. Turning to the bodyguard, he ordered him not to hesitate and bring the matter to an end, after which he began to explain to Shay that today was his grandmother's Memorial Day. Consequently, he asked Yuan to make these flags and pointed to the paint-smeared flags, adding that he had no idea how repulsive this child would be to his grandmother's memory. Besides being defaced, the flags had some pretty nasty words written on them. But Min continued to stand his ground and say that he didn't do it all. Gao asked if it really wasn't him who he thought could have done such a thing. At this moment, Yuan's friend suddenly confessed what he had done and began to repent. The guy got down on his knees and said he was just trying to make a joke and didn't know their purpose. The old man couldn't stand it and ordered the guards to cut off his hands too. Everyone was shocked at what was happening. Meanwhile, the bodyguards proceeded to order Mr. Gao around and dragged the teenagers behind them. But Bean stopped them and sharply stated that Grandpa couldn't do that. Since cutting off their hands would only get him in trouble, Do asked him to shut up immediately so as not to make things worse. The surprised old man asked the young man why he had come to see them. The protagonist confidently replied that he came here with his friends. Mr. Sheng suddenly jumped up from his throne and heading towards Yao said he should have warned him of his visit. To give him the opportunity to prepare for his arrival, his grandfather was extremely respectful of the young man, suggesting he stay here for a couple days, while being willing to provide better service. Bean replied that he didn't want to bother him, and that's why he didn't announce his arrival. The joyful old man was indeed genuinely happy to see the young master. Gao asked him when he had time to get here. Yao said he arrived yesterday. Grandpa immediately ordered the guard to go to the hotel manager in charge of everything, adding that he had a duty to warn him about the man who was a gold card holder. Min almost freaked out when he heard that Bean actually has a VIP card. However, at this point, the protagonist muttered that it wasn't the administrator's fault in any way. Moreover, he was being very respectful to him, so you shouldn't punish him. Then Sheng changed his mind and asked the guard how much they pay the manager. The guy said he gets 5,000. Gao urged him to thank the administrator and give him 2 million for helping the young master. Afterward, he asked Yao if he really wanted to keep these teenagers alive. At this time, Min's friend literally started begging Bing for mercy, crawling on his knees. The guy turned to Yuan and asked if he wanted to know what it was like to be without a hand. Do also began tearfully apologizing to him and begging for mercy. In response, Yao stated that since they had messed up the flags, they should be punished. Min suddenly became aggressive, saying that they had already apologized to him, and that was more than enough. The guard suddenly slapped the teenager and said that he dared not interrupt the young master. Bean reported that he's not trying to purge them, rather catch up with them. A surprised Gao asked how exactly he intended to do that. The young man replied that in order to do so, he needed to make sure of one important thing. After which, he turned to the exhausted Yuan and said that he was obliged to answer him one question. The guy in turn wary, Yao asked him if he was a virgin. Most of those present were stunned by the question, while others laughed. An enraged Do said he purposely wanted to mock him and taunt him. The bodyguard in turn hastened his response, the guy suddenly admitting that he hadn't gotten close to the woman yet. The protagonist then asked Mr. Gao to escort everyone out of that room. The old man immediately ordered his men to immediately leave the confines of the room. After a few seconds, the doors closed on the back side and all the guards went to the lobby. Bing asked his grandfather what his consort's name was. Gao sadly said Jiaxi Ru. Yao instantly typed her name into the system search engine and waited for the result. After a minute, the program gave him information about her, and it turned out that she had in fact been murdered. The guy realized that in this case, he would have to use Yan Wang's order. He raised the talisman above his head and began to recite a spell to take his soul to the realm of the dead. A few seconds later, some sort of magical flow rushed out of the building into the sky. At this moment, Yuan's eyes began to roll and the young man began to gasp for breath. Shu couldn't understand what had happened to him. The picture was really creepy. At a certain point, Min twisted in a characteristic way and a frightening grin froze on his face. Everyone was freaked out by what was happening and didn't realize the state he was in. After a moment, however, Do closed his eyes and stopped moving. Shay wondered why he wasn't moving. A furious Bai menacingly asked Yao what he had done to him and why their friend was showing no signs of life. Bing didn't have time to reply as Yuan's voice suddenly cut through at this time. Who asked why he was lying on the ground since he didn't like her. The guy was generally acting like a girl. Suddenly shocked, Sheng said his wife's name in a trembling voice. For a while, Do's indifferent look startled the old man, but afterward everything fell into place. Min suddenly shouted his grandfather's name and greeted him joyfully. Then they hugged each other. Gao couldn't believe that this was really his beloved consort. Yuan's dumbfounded friends were puzzled and asked what was going on here, while an animated Sheng wiped the tears of his wife in the body of a young man. Yao hurried the old man as he needed to bring Ziru's soul back to the realm of the dead in 15 minutes. Gao asked Jia where she'd put the box he'd given her, since 20 years of searching had yielded no results. At this moment, Ru suddenly pushed him away from her and looked menacingly into his eyes, after which she asked in Min's voice, did he really call her just because of that box? The protagonist couldn't understand what they were talking about or what was so valuable in that box. At this time, he suddenly received a call from Kai. Bean immediately picked up the phone and asked what was wrong. The young man replied that he had finally managed to find him. Yao inquired if he was all right. The answer was extremely shocking. Kai stated that he had been dead for another year. Bing was confused, for Vice Principal Chung had been killed by a strong blow to the head. Xianbei and Xiaoshan were also dead, yet they looked like living people. His musings were suddenly interrupted by Yao Shi's sharp and loud shout. The master instantly turned around and asked the girl what had happened. At the same moment, he saw the embittered Yuan pounced on the old man and began to strangle him. Consequently, he had to use physical force, and he punched Min in the back. Bean asked why his wife's spirit suddenly became angry and attacked. Sheng muttered that it was because of his question about the jewelry box. The protagonist leaned over to Do and looked at his pupils. He realized that the spirit had finally left the body. Gao extremely sadly remarked that this was how it was supposed to happen. The guy didn't really share his opinion. Stating that he had better stay here for a while longer, the old man was only too glad of his presence. He urged the young gentleman to make himself at home and to call upon him in case of anything. Yao turned around and saw the bewildered faces of his friends, who didn't know what to do. Bing persuaded one of them to immediately carry Yuan's body away. Afterward, the shocked teenagers hurriedly picked up Min and left the confines of the hotel. Sheng only looked at them as if he was thinking of something not so good. Suddenly, Grandpa called out to Pan. The boy instantly walked over to the old man, inquired what guidance would be given to the situation. Meanwhile, the unconscious Do was carried to the car and left there to rest. Shay asked Bean to go with her to a fascinating place, which, judging from her words, was not far away. Yao had swept up that she had saved them, and the guys hadn't even deigned to thank her. One of them immediately became a sycophant and said how much he was grateful to them for saving him. Afterward, he asked the guy how he was able to summon the servants of hell and asked him to teach him. Naturally, the protagonist did not reciprocate, while the young man continued to write out compliments to him. Soon, Bin said goodbye to them and told Shu that he needed to leave on business, but the irrepressible teenager began to ask to be his partner, saying that he would always come to his aid, adding that he can always rely on him if the need arises. The master ignored him and went to the bus stop on the mountain. However, after more than 10 minutes, the bus still hadn't arrived. The guy found this suspicious. Suddenly, an unknown hooded man approached from the side, at which time the rain started to fall. Bin thought that was odd, because there was no one in sight on the horizon, and he would have noticed if someone was walking towards her. A couple minutes later, the long-awaited bus pulled up. Yao tried not to pay much attention to the stranger, and headed inside the cabin where he sat in the single seat and stared out the window. But looking at the bus stop, he did not see the unknown man, and he was not on the bus either. Bin didn't understand how this was possible because he couldn't have imagined it, and he could clearly see the hooded man. Afterward, however, he still preferred not to bother and gradually fell into slumber to the sound of the rain. The protagonist reached the city hospital and hurried inside. But suddenly he met the unknown hooded guy in the hallway again. Yao remembered seeing him earlier. The young man in turn took off his mask and smiled at him, after which he suddenly rushed to run away. Naturally, Bin chased after him, urging him to stop. Running out from around the corner, he had time to notice the stranger quickly run into the elevator. The basement lit up on the gauge. The young master realized he had gone to the basement. As he walked down the stairs, he realized that it was this man who had blamed him for Chen's death. Opening the door to the basement, he discovered it was the entrance to the morgue. Where it was very cold and dark, Yao shouted for the young man not to hide and showed his face. At this moment, the door slammed in front of him. Bin immediately rushed towards it. A moment later, however, the cells of the morgue began to open one by one. The guy froze in place. The dead began to crawl out of the crates and head towards the master. Xiao shouted to the unknown man that he was impressed with his ability to control the corpses. But it wasn't enough. At this time, all the zombified suddenly pounced on the cocky guy. The result was an explosion that scattered the dead all over the morgue. Satisfied with himself, Bing muttered that he never bothered to use Yan Wangjiao. And if that's all he's capable of, he'd better not try to kill him, since with those skills he won't be able to do it. There was an unpleasant smell of deadness in the room. Yao noticed it seeping from the walls. Then creepy hands with sharp claws on their fingers started crawling out of every crevice. The system instantly alerted the host that Gu Jiangwan would soon appear, who was the lord of the realm of the dead and could not be controlled. His eerie voice mouthed that he had decided to choose him, but with one condition. Bin immediately slammed his fist against the ground as if he had summoned some kind of magic. He then asked the monster if it deigned to give him a choice, and summoned Kung Gu Wang's strength. The dead men, meanwhile, surrounded the protagonist, and even the summoned master didn't scare them. But when Yao unleashed a huge magical hurricane on the zombified, which began to scatter them around, the corpses suddenly realized the young master's power and stopped throwing themselves at him. Bean, in turn, provoked them in every way possible and encouraged them to try their luck in the next attack. However, the frightened dead still did not risk approaching him once again. At this moment, a thick fog suddenly appeared and concentrated into a kind of sphere, and after a while, Chu Jiangwan appeared in front of the protagonist. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes. They were different colors. One was fiery yellow, while the other was turquoise blue. Qin Guang instantly ran up to Wang and they started talking about something. The young man was puzzled. Yao asked him what had happened, and what was so important that he had decided to talk to Zhang about. For a couple of seconds, they looked away from the dialogue and fixed their questioning gaze on the guy. After which, the elder Chu walked up to Bin and bowed low to him. The young master was at a loss. The system in turn reported that Qin had convinced Wang to surrender and rewarded him with 5 million yuan of underworld. The Ming Palace was also revealed to him. Meanwhile, the already befriended elders continued their communication. Yao decided to search for the stranger among the dead scattered around the morgue. After a while, he still managed to find the unknown man. He was unconscious. Bean realized that things weren't really as simple as they seemed at first glance. He pulled out his talisman and stuck it on the guy's forehead, his eyes suddenly rolling up. Whereupon he rose to his feet, and the young man ordered him to be taken immediately to his master. At this time, the two masters were in the flower garden of the villa in Panhai. They watched on, looking into the water trough and puzzled at how Yao had gotten out of this situation. At a certain point, the trough collapsed and water rushed out. They couldn't understand how the demon was able to break the barrier of hell. The guy sadly muttered to Jin that Jiangwan had eventually given up. The elder in turn angrily replied that he was not blind and had seen everything. The master wondered if he knew that this child would be able to find out their location. After all, he had already lost a huge number of his students through lack of caution. Kwai smirked and replied that he wasn't that stupid and had thought of everything. So as soon as the barrier collapsed, he cut all ties with the puppet. The elder realized that he was really very careful. But at this moment, he noticed in the reflection of the spilled water, that very guy. The master immediately called out to the elder. Jing inquired what was wrong. The acolyte pointed at the reflection with a trembling hand and said that the youngster was about to come here, and he even applied the upside-down talisman. The leader realized that he had actually underestimated the protagonist. Meanwhile, the zombified watchman led Yao to the despicable elders. Seeing the homeowner's name on the fence, the young man had the idea to take a picture of him. He then sent the photo to Kai and asked him to find his information on the man. After a couple minutes, Zhao replied that this master was a famous mage in Zhangbei and had support from influential people. Bin realized that he had insulted a rather status-conscious elder, and how to solve this problem now he didn't know. Suddenly, Kai sent him another message asking to meet in person to share information about this man. Yao thought it was strange, and why it was necessary to meet in person. At the approach to Zhao's main office, Bin was met by a cheerful boo and greeted him. The guy asked if he had seen Gao. Ji replied that the man had come today to apologize to Kai, adding that Mr. Zhao was waiting for him at his place and hurriedly escorted the young man out. Bu brought him into the master's study and hurriedly prepared hot tea for them. Yao literally became curious about Jing's identity from the doorstep. Kai asked him to sit down. Zhao seemed nervous and hastily smoked his cigar. He was silent for a few seconds and only sighed heavily. Afterward, he still spoke up that he was working for Mo's family, but Bin knew that very well. Kai has swept up that he knows Madame Mo's feelings for him, and they have a good relationship. The young master wondered if Quan had some sort of connection with Grandpa Mo. The businesslike Zhao suddenly opened the top drawer of the desk and took out some papers, stating that these documents were found by his men, who confirmed the purchase of the villa for Jing on the part of the old man. Extremely surprised, Yao began to read the papers carefully, trying to figure out who he really was. Kai mouthed that he was a common servant, but who he worked for was unknown. Bin studied the documents for a while longer before handing them to Zhao and thanking him for his cooperation. The guy then said it was time for him to leave, at which point Z came up with the tea and asked him to stay. But the protagonist still insisted and left the office. Boo asked Kai what happened to him. The young man urged him to go downstairs and warm up the car while he got ready. After a certain amount of time, they, along with Z, successfully left the city limits. It was late at night when they finally reached Juluo Manor, where a frustrated Zhao and Boo told him about the situation. The elder, meanwhile, was writing something. Upon learning of what had happened, the old man literally became furious and messed up his writing. Kai said that Jing wasn't careful and left a trail, so Yao got on the trail and asked to find him. The enraged Mo threw the inkwell away with a sharp movement of his hand and declared that he had become too arbitrary. Zhao began to reassure him that he had nothing to worry about and would solve the problem himself. Grandpa instantly apologized for his behavior and said he trusted and relied on him. At this point, Gu walked into the room and declared that punishment was simply a must. Chuan ordered them to immediately bring young Master Bing here. She obediently agreed. Meanwhile, the protagonist hurriedly came to Pan High School. However, he was suddenly blocked by a fancy car. All the students were shocked because it was a Ferrari. The tinted glass slowly lowered and Gumo was behind the wheel. The girl said she came to pick him up. Naturally, the guy got in the car and they drove off. The students were at a loss to guess who it was. After a short period of time, they reached Juluo Manor, where a joyful Mo met Bing and asked she to make them a special tea from the very same tree. The young girl has noticed that Yao is a very important guest in their house, as the old man doesn't offer this tea to everyone. The protagonist in turn thanked his grandfather for his hospitality. Suddenly, Mo took his hand and apologized. The confused young man asked what he was apologizing for. The old man told the story of how Lei had once helped cure Yao Yao, and so he gave him a villa as a token of gratitude. But yesterday, he heard about a misunderstanding between them and decided to talk about it. Especially, he never formally expressed his gratitude and offered Juluo Manor to the guy. However, Bin refused such an expensive gift, saying he could not accept it. The extremely indignant old man inquired if the gentleman did not like the house, after which he began to say that he would leave him servants to look after his mother. Then Yao agreed. Mo smiled and said that he needed to sign some papers to formalize Juluo for him. The young master still agreed. Then Gu took him to the hospital to see his mother. Asking her to say hello from her, Bin thanked her and hurried to his mom's house. Walking up to her room and opening the door, the guy tentatively mouthed that it was him. However, inside the room he was waiting for a completely different picture. The young man was literally taken aback. Because the unknown maiden was there, they met perplexed looks. Consequently, he instantly apologized and closed the door behind him. He himself could not understand how an unknown person had ended up in his mother's room. Yao took another look at the room number and made sure it was indeed her. After a couple seconds, the girl came out of the room and asked who he was. Bin replied that his mother was lying here. The young lady immediately apologized and said she was late for work, so she borrowed the ward so the superintendent wouldn't find out, adding that she was assigned to take care of his mother, and introduced herself as Lu Qiaofei. The protagonist let slip that he was really counting on her in that case, after which he saw that Mom was not in the room and asked where she was, Xiao stated. The woman went out for a walk as it was hot. Yao thanked the suspicious miss and said he would go in search of his mother. At this moment, the system suddenly buzzed and lit up red. Moments later, she reported that a demon had been discovered near Bean. The guy slowly drifted away from Faye, realizing that she was in fact the monster. The young master hurriedly entered the elevator. The program gave him information about the monster where the main skill was charm. The cunning damsel, meanwhile, called her patron and reported that she had seen the young man, adding that there's no cause for concern as he's just another kid, and she would definitely succeed in doing what she had planned. At this time, Xiao saw the elevator going down. A few hours later, it was late evening. My mom was already back in the room and asleep. Bean sat next to her and watched her. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the room. The guy was extremely surprised and went to check who had decided to visit them so late. Opening the door, the young man was taken aback as the very same Lu stood on the doorstep asking for help with her dress, the zipper of which has jammed and she can't zipper it up herself because the clasp is on the back. Naturally, the young master agreed, realizing that this could be her ploy and he should be on his guard. Yao started to slowly zip up the dress. Suddenly, the girl shrieked and said that he scratched her. After a few seconds, Bean still managed this difficult task, after which he smelled a certain pleasant odor coming from Faye and asked if it was such a fragrant perfume. Suddenly, the young lady turned to him and approached him sharply, saying that it was indeed a beautiful fragrance. She seemed to be ready to kiss him. The young man in turn did not resist. However, just at that moment, someone knocked. The protagonist instantly went to check who it was. He literally flew out of the restroom where he was helping the demonic beauty. As it turned out, It was the same guy who had been gaining on Yao's friends. He stated that he wanted to visit his mom, then ordered his men to take gifts to the woman, but Bin was adamantly opposed. After all, his mother is asleep and should not be awakened, especially at this late hour. Then the clingy teen ordered his acolytes to leave the hospital immediately. At this moment, Xiao came out of the restroom and sat down on the sofa where she began to fancy herself. Ma smiled and started asking Yao about the girl, noting that he had seen her somewhere. Bean was already shoving him out the door and telling him he wanted to go to bed. The guy kept remembering where he could have seen this girl. And suddenly he still remembered meeting her in one of the city's bars where she was with a man. The young master instantly turned around and wondered if she was definitely with a man. Ma replied that there could be no mistake. Worried, Yao asked who it was. After a couple minutes, the guy remembered that it was Jing. Bing was shocked by such information. Consequently, once again questioning him if it was definitely Kuai Lei, the teenager stated that he was the one who was there with her. For then he had also asked his friend why his mother had come up with such a strange name for him. At this point, his narration was interrupted by Lu, who had heard of their conversation and suggested that Yao talk to him alone. Bean asked Ma to watch his mom while they took a walk outside. Naturally, the young man agreed. After which, they went out to the hospital garden and Xiao mouthed that she had brought him here for a reason, then playfully inquired of him. The bewildered guy replied that he had no idea what it was all about. Then the young lady took action for sure and began to apply her feminine manipulations. Suddenly, Faye put her arm around him. The confused master wondered what she was doing. But the girl kept pushing and saying that everything would be fine and he should just trust her. After which she said in a rather languid voice that she knew what he really wanted. Jing and his acolyte were watching. He was sure that the baby would die soon. Meanwhile, Xiao, confident in her actions, continued to hug and seduce the teenager in every way possible. Kuai was in anticipation and enjoyed watching the sweet kill. At a certain point, the once pretty maiden's face took on a demonic look. It seemed like she was about to kill Yao, and wanted to sink her sharp claws into his back. However, the guy wasn't so simple and grabbed her arm. He asked what she was doing. Lu made an innocent look. Moments later, Bean gave her a powerful punch and said he knew about her demonic essence, but hypnosis didn't work on him. An indignant Faye muttered that he was being too sly, because all this time the boy had seemed so naive. The young wizard had taken the hint that if she wanted to kill him, he would be forced to respond in kind. The girl in turn smiled, and lightning-fast threw herself into the attack, after which she applied the magic flask in which she placed the protagonist. But the confident fellow declared that he would not be stopped by these tricks. The monster was of a different opinion and rushed to strike, saying he'd be extremely surprised when he realized he couldn't handle her. At that moment, there was a small explosion that left behind a thick fog, and a second later, the young man attacked the demon, but Xiao managed to block his blow. The master then said that he just decided to play with her, and so he let her attack first. Just as Faye tried to attack the teenager again, Yao was suddenly at her back. Before Lu could even blink, Bin had already grabbed her head, thus trapping the monster. At a certain point, the guy started to squeeze her skull and Xiao felt a piercing pain. Her body was covered in a kind of dark magic that the young man had so successfully used against her. The elders couldn't believe that this child had killed a demon with just one blow. Kuai in turn became visibly nervous, for he had not expected Yao to be so strong. Suddenly Bing disappeared from their sight. Jing urged his acolyte Liu to find him. At that time, an explosion occurred a meter away from them and they flew aside, taking significant damage. The injured Li told Liu that the youngster had found them after all, but the master's trail was already gone. Kuai was shocked that his humble servant had escaped at the most crucial moment. Suddenly behind his back, the voice of the protagonist spoke out that he had indeed found them. Jing abruptly snapped out of his seat and angrily declared that he couldn't defeat him. But the guy didn't think so. Liu tried to attack him with his abilities and threw him into the magical viscous slime. The black mass suddenly formed into a fist that fell directly onto Yao. However, Bin easily dodged the blow and defiantly stepped aside. But the magical slime had rebounded from the ground and was swiftly returning to its target. The young master once again dodged the attack and tried to hit her himself, but he still couldn't hit her. He assumed it was a living substance that could even maneuver. Suddenly, the black mass turned into a blade and tried to damage him again. But the protagonist finally managed to grab her and continued to restrain her for a while, after which he noticed that Jing was trying to escape. Naturally, Yao couldn't let that happen. Consequently, Bing took out his talisman and muttered that Kuai was too weak. The young man then raised it above his head where lightning bolts instantly appeared. A moment later, magical sparks destroyed the remnants of the black slime. Holding his talisman in his hands, the guy asked with a sneer if that was all he could do. An annoyed Le stated that he had a lot of skills. Then Yao urged him to demonstrate his skill. Jing had a hint that the youngster would regret his decision, for he could easily kill him. After which he rushed to apply a thick fog that literally enveloped Bean. The disgruntled master muttered that he had acted like a miserable rat and had resorted to unfair practices. When the fog cleared, The protagonist noticed that Kwai was already running through the streets of the night city, trying to escape. Liu himself realized that he had cowardly left the battlefield, but he wasn't in a hurry to die either. Yao found this to be a pretty good ending, as he can follow up and find out who's behind it. After a certain amount of time, Jing brought him to the Mo family's house. The guy was shocked. In Father Shi's office, Kwai, along with his acolyte Liu, told him the situation. He was furious and stated that he had warned them many times to be more careful. But now that Grandpa found out about it, all his plans went down the drain, which Mo shouted loudly about, adding that there's no way they can touch that boy now. Li said that it was better to eliminate the youngster before he became even stronger. However, he had a slightly different plan of action, how to make Yao one of them, and yet, without revealing his identity. After all, the kid is not on the best of terms with Liu Zheng, which means that this must be taken advantage of. Yi Jing and the elder looked over and smiled at each other, knowing exactly what the Lord meant. Meanwhile, the annoying Hua was waiting outside the hotel for his named mentor. At that moment, he was seen by acquaintances and asked what he was doing here. The guy said he was waiting for someone. The girls assumed it was another beauty, but the young man declared he had decided to meet a friend, adding that he is the bravest and strongest person he has ever met in his life. After which he started gesticulating vigorously and told the story of how they went to Yu Su's villa. His vivid narration was suddenly interrupted by the protagonist and reluctantly greeted Ma. The teenager instantly latched onto him and started calling him his master. Yao asked him not to be so annoying. However, the young apprentice, as if he didn't hear him and imposed to escort him to his room, the maidens remarked that the fellow was poor. At this time, Da Hua and his gang of thugs were watching them from the side. He lit his cigar rather pathetically and looked hatefully after them, after which he urged the gang inside, where they continued to watch the strange young man, while the rest of us were having enough fun and gradually getting drunk for the occasion. Ma was still running around Yao as well, trying to please him in every way possible, and offered to eat some fruit, being agreed. Suddenly, Da wished Hua a happy birthday and gave her a certain box. Upon opening it, all the guests were shocked because it contained the Six Oceans clock. The overconfident guy then approached Ma's newfound friend and asked if he was really his buddy. Yao replied positively. Then Hua asked what he had given his comrade and looked at him arrogantly. Yes, understood. Bean had come without a present, and so he asked how it was. The young man said he had forgotten about it. Ma immediately intervened and said that he didn't care about the gift, because what mattered was the presence of his friends. But Hua in turn politely asked the birthday boy to go to the other guests, after which he summoned a waiter. The young man instantly came running to his call. Da asked him to bring a bottle of expensive wine and told him that Yao would pay for the order. Ma mumbled again that he would pay it himself, but Hua informed him that since the guy didn't donate anything, he was obligated to at least pay the bill. Bean eventually agreed and stated that they could party and drink, and he would take care of the financial component. The joyful Da turned to the guests and urged them not to deny themselves anything, because the young man would pay for everything. It didn't take long for orders from friends to arrive, and they literally started getting cocky, racking up as much alcohol as they could. Arrogant Hua asked the waiter how much it all cost. The guy replied that $500,000 would be enough. The protagonist was shocked by this amount of money. Gloating, Da asked if he didn't have that kind of money. At this point, all the guests began to say with a sneer that this poor man had never seen such large sums of money. Yao, in turn, realized that he was not welcome here and hurried to leave the place. But the extremely insolent guests began demanding that he pay for the order first. At this time, the waiter brought a numerous order in the form of several bottles of liquor, adding that the young gentleman had already paid for everything. Those present were puzzled. Surprised, Hua asked him again. The young man repeated that Mr. Bin had already paid for the birthday party. One of the invited damsels asked how much the event cost. The waiter said it cost him 28 million. All the self-serving friends were dumbfounded, realizing that he was actually rich. Ma instantly began thanking his master and saying that he didn't have to do that. Yao himself had no idea what was going on and who actually paid for the party. At this moment, a girl's scream was emitted. A crying Zhang ran up to Da and said that she accidentally dropped a bottle of wine on some man's head. Moments later, a huge, big, burly man with a smashed head ran into their hall and menacingly asked who had done it. Hua thought of nothing better than to set up Ma's new acquaintance and pointed his finger at him. The indignant guy shouted out that it was Qishen who did this, not his master. The enraged man in turn called out for this Zhang to immediately call out. But there was a sepulchral silence in the hall. Then the big man turned over the table with drinks and repeated his demand once again. Finally, the girl confessed to what she had done, saying that it happened by accident. The victim was surprised that it was a girl and asked her not to cry. Afterwards, he smilingly hugged her and said that he really liked girls like her, adding that they should definitely discuss what happened in a different setting. The girl begged to be released, but the distraught boogeyman seemed to have lost control. His personal guards wouldn't let anyone near her, though there was no one willing to help her. The man pointed out that they are just teenagers, and when it comes to moments like this, they always cowardly stand aside. However, the protagonist still couldn't stand it and muttered that he should let her go since the girl had admitted her guilt. Tao's bodyguards began to taunt the youngster, saying he thought he was her savior. Verzila ordered them to deal with this upstart immediately so that he wouldn't be so cocky in the future. The guards immediately began to surround the protagonist, but the young master was completely calm. At this time, an enraged Ma grabbed a poof and started threatening them with physical violence. However, after a second, he stumbled extremely ridiculously and collapsed to the floor, which naturally made everyone laugh. Then they decided to teach him a lesson so that he would know who he was threatening. Yao in turn couldn't stand it and threw tubes at them, which pierced their legs. Subsequently, they started yelling, Tao declaring that they wouldn't get away with it so easily. Then called his patron Zhang and reported what had happened. Bean pointed out that it was extremely low of him to ask for help from anyone. The guy sat down confidently on the couch and urged him to call the man in charge himself so that he would surely solve the problem. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and an unknown girl entered the hall. She asked Mr. Tao what had happened, and why there was such a shouting match for the entire establishment. The young lady suddenly took the tall man's arm and kindly asked him not to do that, since if he calls his friends, it could mess up her little business. Naturally enchanted by her beauty, Tao agreed, and the maiden invited him and Zhang to dinner as a token of her gratitude. Boogie in turn took the guards with him and left the establishment, remarking that they were lucky, and if it wasn't for Xiao, they'd be finished. At this moment, it dawned on Bing that this was the same Shen who had almost gotten her reputation ruined. The girl was not happy, after all. Zhang had messed up and she had to solve this problem. She apologized to her, but the angry Xiao couldn't help herself and slapped her. At the same time, she urged her to be more careful and not to get into such situations again. After which Shen inquired who Guoda was. Ma immediately turned him in and pointed at Hua, adding that he'll deal with him himself and she shouldn't pay attention to him. Xiao stated that he needed to apologize to their VIP client Yao. Da in turn was furious, but did not show it, as he realized the seriousness of the moment. Then he knelt down and bowed to the floor to Binu, asking for his forgiveness. Meanwhile, Tao was on his way to his car where he was asked by a security guard why he let that teenager go so easily. He replied that that youngster was quite strong, and if Zhang's men couldn't handle him, it would be a problem. And first of all, you need to talk to him about what happened in order to understand how to proceed. After a certain time, Tao came to his patron and told him everything. Zhang was displeased with his behavior. After all, some kid had beaten up a big man. However, the topsy-turvy man confidently stated that this was no ordinary teenager and reminded him of recent events, when Gu had already tried to take revenge on this youngster and ended up losing 40 million yen. Zhang replied that in that case they would have to go to an elder to deal with Zhao. Mr. Jiang himself intended to discuss some business with his master. The old man in turn was in the casino. His bodyguards could not wait for him to arrive. And after a couple minutes, Kai still showed up. Yishan asked if his name was Zhao. The guy replied positively. Suddenly, An pounced on the guy and declared that he wasn't coming home today. Zhang was able to scratch his neck with his sharp claws, thus causing significant damage. After which he suddenly grabbed the master and his loyal servant Z by the throat. The old man literally mocked them and beat them playfully, then tossed them aside. Bu instantly hurriedly picked up the montage and tried to attack Anya again. He struck Shang's arm hard with the pipe, but it bent without doing proper damage. Zhang continued smilingly beating Z and saying that he wouldn't have the strength to handle him, adding that they should not have interfered in matters that did not concern them in any way. Taking advantage of the moment, An turned away from him and looked at Kai. Bu abruptly attacked the old man from the back and slammed him to the ground. Zhao was puzzled. The bloodied Z urged his master to run away immediately, and he would detain Yi Shan in the meantime. Meanwhile, Zhang Jr. was surrounded by young maidens in Sun Huang's salon and was writing out compliments to Xiao. Shan brought him a drink and remarked that her sisters were much prettier than she was. The man pressed the girl against him and hinted in every possible way to continue the banquet. After which he ordered his guards to leave the premises immediately. Naturally, they obediently walked out the door. Zhang then proceeded to pester the young lady, saying that they needed to discuss a matter. Holding the knife behind her back, Xiao wondered to him if he really loved her. It seemed that the hypnotized man could no longer resist these charms and replied that he loved her very much. Shan in turn urged him to prove his words and tried to stab him. However, Zhang had time to react and grabbed her hand, noting that the knife was not a toy, as she might hurt herself. At this point, the protagonist suddenly opened the door to the room and saw this picture. He was holding two bodyguards who were begging their master to help them. But the distraught businessman paid no attention to his charges and urged the teenager to leave the premises. Happy Xiao was genuinely happy to see her savior at such an opportune moment. Yao demanded that Zhang immediately take his hands off Shan and let her go. Bin threw a writing pen at him with lightning speed, but the ferocious bandit had time to activate his magic shield, which still soon snapped at the seams, which he was extremely surprised by. And a second later, there was an explosion. Xiao immediately stepped aside, covering herself with her hands. At this time, Zhang miraculously disappeared, and the guy couldn't find him. Shan looked out the window. and realized that the young man had actually prepared himself, as his car was downstairs. Yao carefully approached the girl and inquired if she was all right. The miss thanked him for another rescue. Bin tried his best to calm Xiao down and stroked her head in a friendly manner, whereupon the young master hurriedly left the hotel, all the staff being grateful to him for solving the problem. The boy was walking down the hallway and pondered the fact that the matrix he had created in Huang had recently been activated. He sincerely hoped nothing would happen in the near future. But when the protagonist went to the lobby, he noticed that the entire interior was destroyed, and there were wounded employees everywhere. Then he saw his bloodied buddy Kai, and wondered what had happened here. The tired Zhao was smoking a cigarette, and suddenly asked if Yao had created a matrix here. Bing replied positively. In this way, the lad saved his life again, which he reported to his comrade. The young man continued to question him about what had happened. Kai sadly said that Z had died at Anne's hands. At that moment, images of Bu's brutal beating involuntarily began to replay in his mind. Zhao tried to help his loyal friend, but it was too late, because the ruthless old man Yishan had brutally beaten him to death. He will remember for the rest of his life the last languid look of brave comrade Su. Bu held Anya to the last and urged his master to run away. He wanted to save his life. Kai finished another cigarette and stopped talking abruptly. Yao was sorry to hear that. Bing tried to calm Zhao down and stated that Z had given his life for a reason. Suddenly, the guy stood up and muttered that recently, Li had been handing out invitations so that people could exchange combat experiences. And they will use it to kill that rascal. The young master said he would go with him. After a while, they got into a tournament that was held within a private bank. It was Zhang who was in the center of the ring. They recognized this angry old man. People remarked on his incredible strength, for Anne had not lost to anyone for 3 days, and he would probably win today as well. Meanwhile, Yishan began to encourage those willing to challenge him to test their skills. Suddenly at that moment, a young maiden entered the ring to him. Everyone was shocked. Liang Qinghui called out her name and swept up that she would like to fight him to learn martial arts from the elder. When people looked closely, they recognized her as the granddaughter of the head of G Company. She was still very young. Jiang instantly swooped down on the girl with his fists and declared that he had no intention of giving in even to her. The girl in turn dodged his blows quite deftly, jumping back. However, Yishan was truly too strong and actively used his abilities. At a certain point, he began to throw lightning-fast punches. Liang didn't have time to block them. As a result, Huai still missed one powerful attack from the old man. The protagonist realized she couldn't handle him and ran to help. At this time, the bloodied and exhausted Qing seemed to have been defeated, but Yao took her in his arms and hurriedly healed Liang's wounds with his skills. A perplexed Hui inquired in a squeezed voice why he was helping her. Ignoring her question, Bean set her on her feet and made sure she was okay. After which, he whispered something in her ear. Qing had an extremely surprised expression on her face. At this moment, the announcer shouted that since there were no more opponents, An was once again considered the winner. However, the injured girl was of a different opinion, and stated that she was willing to continue the fight. Everyone was surprised. The old man was also puzzled that she could still move around. Liang urged him not to give in this time, after which she glared menacingly at Jiang and motioned for him to continue the duel. An gushes that she's the first girl he's ever fought with and she better go home while she has the chance. Suddenly, Qing muttered that the young master had asked her to tell Yishan to say hello. The old man instantly changed his face and wondered why he hadn't come himself. Liang stated that Mr. Yao had taught her one interesting ability. Suddenly, Huai summoned a kind of magic vortex that enveloped her body. The maiden muttered that she was strong enough to knock him down, but Jiang didn't think so. A couple seconds later, Yishan literally ignited with fire and urged the young lady to attack first. Qing immediately attacked Anya and said that he was too arrogant since he didn't even see her as a threat. The old man in turn laughed and replied that it was all she could do to insult. Meanwhile, Liang attacked him again using her new skill. Thus, the two elements met. The result was a huge explosion and everything was covered in fog. The spectators were lost in guessing who won because nothing was visible. Through the dissipating smoke, they could see the bloodied Hui. The girl was in a serious condition. People naively assumed that the old man had once again won. After all, she was a girl after all. At that moment, the main character walked up to them and mouthed that she hadn't lost, and he urged them to take a closer look, which the concerned onlookers began to do. Suddenly, they saw the incredible ending of the fight, where the defeated Jiang was lying in the ring. Qing bowed to the defeated Anu and thanked him for a fair fight. Her grandfather urged his granddaughter not to behave like that, but a joyful Liang swept up the victory. At this time, the embittered Yishan could not accept the defeat, whereupon he promptly blew up and shouted menacingly the name of the maiden who had overpowered him. An angry Jiang declared that he had memorized her, and she would soon pay for everything. The grandfather instantly stood up for his granddaughter and said he had no right to threaten her. The owner of the arena also decided to intervene in the conflict, and implored Ji that it was his organization, and Liang came out voluntarily. Then turned to the defeated Anyu and asked if he would admit defeat, for in that case the maiden would become champion. Yishan still agreed to recognize Hui as the winner and said that he needed to leave, after which he turned around and left the confines of the event with the bitterness of defeat. The organizer in turn congratulated the young lady on her incredible victory, urging her not to give up on the cause. Qing decided to confess that she was actually helped by young Master Bing, and she wasn't a champion. The girl turned to the podium and pointed at Yao, noting that he was the one who was the true winner. However, the owner was extremely displeased with this and suddenly grabbed her arm, stating that she should go with him to treat her wounds, but Liang was stubborn and demanded him to let her go. At that moment, the magical lightning bolts pushed him away from the girl, and he backed up, then stated that Hui had asked him not to touch her, and he had no right to force the young lady to do anything. The organizer in turn became furious and urged him to mind his own business. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed danger and turned around lightning fast. A moment later, there was an explosion, and Yao grabbed the maiden and jumped aside. Opposite them stood the same Zhang. Bing had noticed that he only attacked stealthily. An stated that the young man was lucky because he was able to avoid being hit by it. The young master instantly attacked the overconfident Yishan and said that he was already too old. Thus, Zhang flew straight into the arena owner, and they were electrocuted as Yao used his ability. The organizer immediately ordered the guards to detain this insolent teenager. Ji interceded, saying that this guy had saved his granddaughter and the young man should not be touched. The man assured his grandfather that he wouldn't do anything to him and not to worry so much. But at this moment, a bodyguard shouted out that Lady Liang had suddenly lost consciousness. The old man was horrified, for he had no idea what had happened to her or why she was unconscious. Concerned, Bean offered him a look at the girl. Ji was surprised and questioned him again. The guard whispered in Grandpa's ear that this boy could really help, since with his help, Qing had defeated Zhang. Then he agreed to have the young master examine her and told her that if he helped her, he would be generously rewarded. Yao walked over to her and touched her hand. At this time, a magic circle appeared. For several minutes, Bean fiddled with some sort of operation and guided her hand, after which he concluded that it was nothing serious and she just needed to treat a couple spots. Then the girl suddenly woke up and thanked her young savior. Ji was shocked by his abilities, for in just one instant Bin was able to heal her. Liang in turn stated that there was something she needed to tell everyone about. Qing came to the center of the ring and announced that thanks to Yao, she was able to defeat Anya and he should be the champion. The surprised old man asked the organizer if it was true. The master replied that it was and asked Yao to take his reward. Bin asked what prize was due to him. Liu mouthed that there was 100 million and a magic item waiting for him. The main character smiled and stated that it still wasn't enough for him to get in the ring. The dumbfounded owner Jiang asked him what the youngster wanted then. The young master mouthed that he only needed 200 million. 100 of them would go to Liang Hui's medical treatment and the rest of the money for his victory. The enraged fight organizer angrily said that he was taking on too much. Outraged, Ji said his granddaughter needs treatment and he is obliged to pay all the expenses. Liu replied, "It is difficult for him to find such an amount." Yao wondered what was so hard about just writing him a check. Zhang was surprised that he knew that checks existed. Bing realized that he thought he was a redneck. The young master said lastly that they would meet soon, only already in court. At that moment, a huge big man came out to him and began to provoke him in every possible way. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and threatened him that it was high time he was shot. Those around them were shocked by this development and began to panic. Liang urged her grandfather to help the guy, but Ji asked her to just watch what was going on. Moments later, the bogey still shot the protagonist. Everyone freaked out. The young man thought that was the end of it, but the bullet stopped abruptly, right by his eye. After which it literally fell apart. Everyone present could not believe their eyes. Verzila in turn was also shocked at what was happening and asked how he did it. Someone asked how he could bring a gun in if security was checking everyone at the entrance. People immediately started scattering in different directions, saying that they would never come back here again. Jiang instantly ordered the bodyguards to immediately take the burly man away, but Yao muttered that he wanted to kill him, and so he should pay. One of the unidentified men asked the gentleman to be gentle with Liu as he has known him for many years, and he is actually adequate. Meanwhile, he was led away by the guards, the guy asking for Mr. Dao's help. But the organizer swept that he deserved it, his friend said. If Liu dies, the loyalty of many people will die with him. Jiang still ordered his bodyguards to kill him outside the walls of the building, and after a while people heard the distinctive sounds of gunshots. The owner then asked the guy if he was satisfied with this solution to the problem. Yao stated that he would only be reassured by the presence of a check of 200 million and hurried away, grabbing Hui, who already had a bandaged arm on the way. The girl asked if everything was all right. A confident Bean muttered that everything was fine and there was nothing they could do to him. At that moment, a young stranger approached him with a tray containing 2 coveted checks, 100 million each. The lady smiled sweetly and asked the young gentleman to take the bounty. The guy took 1 check and gave it to Liang, saying it was a gift in honor of their first meeting. The stranger remarked that the young master appeared to be a very generous man. After a certain amount of time, Liu welcomed everyone to his auction house. And since they had come for his prized possessions, he decided to get right down to business. Jiang clapped his hands and asked for the first precious item to be brought to him. The girls hurriedly brought the antiques he had purchased for 30,000 yuan. It turned out to be a genuine Begai demon mirror, but people questioned the item's value. At the time, entrepreneur Liu stated that it was a rather unusual item. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by the main character and said that this was a mirror of Qin Guangwang's sins. Jiang in turn was annoyed by the presence of this little upstart, but remained silent. One of the honorees inquired what was so unusual about the item. Yao again replied in his place that if the myths are to be believed, this mirror is capable of seeing people's bad deeds. Another man, however, asked the manager if this was really Qin Guangwang's authentic mirror. The smug Jiang glanced at the young man and replied that it was indeed a genuine mirror. However, Bin was of a different opinion and stated that it was nothing more than a fake. Furious, Liu asked why he was so sure. The guy didn't answer because the real mirror was in his possession. The businessman called him a silly boy and rushed to show everyone exactly how the item worked. As soon as he picked up the mirror, it shone sharply like sunlight, illuminating the entire room. A few seconds later, 2 huge golden-colored dragons flew out of it. Those present were impressed by such a performance and could not believe their eyes. Suddenly, the magical snakes flew up to one of the guests. The man was frightened. Everyone started teasing him, saying that apparently he wasn't as clean as he looked. He in turn replied that he constantly has dreams of a characteristic plot. People understood perfectly well what he was talking about, and a certain one even remarked that it was not a sin. The man added that he dreams about them absolutely every day and literally tortures him. Jiang smirked evilly and pointed the mirror at him. Rays also emitted towards him. At this moment, one of the magical creatures wrapped itself around his neck. The man couldn't breathe. From his mouth, it was as if the soul the dragon was urging to come out began to stretch out.
The monster grabbed her and dragged her behind him. The sight was truly terrifying.
A moment later, the serpent had completely drained his spirit, the man's skin taking on a sharp bluish color, and the dragons literally began to eat his sinful soul. Everyone was shocked at this outcome. A satisfied Jiang looked at Yao with a smirk and asked what he would say now. Suddenly, one of the guests shouted out that he wanted to buy this demonic mirror of sins. Through the system, Bin learned that the item in question actually had a demon that feeds on the crying monster. Someone on the contrary hurriedly left the auction saying that he does not play these silly games. The other said he was willing to pay 90,000 yuan for this magic mirror, which caused resentment among potential buyers, because they hadn't even set an initial price, as Li had already set the bar. Joyful Liu muttered that if Mr. Miao was so insistent, he had no reason to refuse him, who immediately ordered Jez to pack the thing away and not let anyone touch it. However, Jiang asked him not to rush things as he wanted to talk to the boy about the mirror. The smug businessman approached him in a businesslike manner and asked him to take a close look at the item. Liu handed him the magical antique, but suddenly the guy couldn't hold it in his hands. And falling to the floor, it inevitably shattered. The surrounding people were shocked. Jiang literally fell to his knees and angrily muttered that he was a clumsy teenager after all. This item had already been bought. Miao in turn began to stammer, trying to express his indignation. Yao stood his ground and once again called the antique a fake. Everyone started accusing him of intentionally breaking the mirror. An exasperated Li muttered that he had been too kind to Bin. The protagonist defiantly picked up the ruined item and asked Hu to calm down, adding that initially he needs to make sure it's real. Miao instantly urged Mr. Wang to check this mirror for authenticity. The old man dutifully agreed. In the meantime, Li had implied that if the antique turned out to be real, the young man would have to pay the required amount. The young master declared that he could not go home empty-handed. Wang, on the other hand, took a long look at the object, then bit his finger to make it bleed, then sprinkled the magic mirror. Jiang watched with a displeased expression. Suddenly, dark magic enveloped the antique. Liu was already uncomfortable. Wang sharply threw the object back into the wall and declared that it was inhabited by a weeping demon that fed on love and vulgar thoughts. At this time, a strange odor began to emanate from the mirror. People were on the verge of panic. Miao didn't really understand what was being said. Wang immediately took out his magic talismans and said that he would protect him. The sinister antique flew off the wall and collapsed to the ground, the dark essence beginning to actively emerge from it. In time, the object literally glowed with unholy power, and the old man shouted that the demon was about to come out. A moment later, the monster's hand slowly slid out of the cursed mirror. Soon, the monster came out of it entirely and began to let out a wild roar which dispersed half of the auction. Wang tried to counteract him with his magic talismans. However, the desired effect simply wasn't there, as the black flames burned all the talismans. The old man fearfully muttered that this demon was too strong, and he wouldn't be able to overpower it. At this moment, the monster spread its arms and the dark aura became much larger. While making a distinctive sound, someone remarked that it was a poisonous mist. Yao sprang into action. The frightened people asked him how he would defeat the demon. The young man assured them that he had everything under control. Meanwhile, Poisonous smoke filled the entire room. Bean said he would save them all on one condition: if Miao finally cut all ties with Zhang, which caused him to resent him. Liu said they have been communicating for many years and could not suddenly stop cooperating. The protagonist unexpectedly used a special magic, with the help of which a kind of vacuum was created. The young master gave them 5 minutes to ponder his proposal. Hu accused Liu of deliberately summoning a monster and selling fake things, and if he gets hurt, he won't get away with it. The angered Zhang menacingly said that the little boy wanted to do this against his will. Yao replied that he just needed to agree to his terms, and then everyone would be saved. People began to look at each other, realizing that their lives were far more important than any cooperation, especially with a cheater. Bean in turn hastened his choice, as the demon could kill them at any moment, which he proceeded to do. After a couple seconds, the monster actually killed a few people. One by one, everyone ran under the guy's protective dome, for they didn't want to die. One of them even let slip that he had always disliked this Liu, and did not wish to have anything to do with him. Naturally, the others followed, so the businessmen sided with the young man. Jiang's point was that if he forced people to go against their will, they would never become his friends. At this moment, the demon behind him rushed forward lightning fast. Heading towards the young master, Liu angrily shouted that he was about to die. However, the protagonist was not going to die and resorted to his magical abilities, encouraging the entrepreneur to talk less and do more because that is the only way to succeed. After which, he immediately attacked the ferocious monster with lightning bolts. What resulted was a loud explosion. At first, it wasn't clear what happened. However, people later saw the dead demon lying on the ground with Yao beside him. The guy had used up a lot of energy. The dumbfounded people didn't understand how a teenager could be so strong. Bing asked Liu how he thought they would communicate with him after what happened. Jiang trembled in fear. At this time, all the influential personalities started talking that the young master could turn to them for help at any time. One of them stated that it was time to deal with whoever set this all up. After all, Liu wanted not only to deceive everyone, but also to kill, and such things are notoriously unforgivable. Hu decided not to be ceremonious with him and ordered the guards to grab Jiang immediately. Naturally, the businessman hurried to escape with his bodyguard. Hu asked if they would run away so easily. Liu replied that there were too many of them, and everyone was on this teenager's side. Meanwhile, Yao asked Mr. Li if they could deal with Zhang without his fate, since he had to go now. The businessman replied that he would personally take care of it. Then Bean hurriedly left this celebration of life. The guy found Liang at the exit. He was surprised that the girl was still waiting for him. The Shy Qing in turn thanked him once again for his help. She remembered what her grandfather had told her recently. Ji wanted Yao to look after her, because when the old man was gone, Hui would be alone, adding that socializing with someone like Bean will only benefit her and one should not waste such a chance. The protagonist noticed that the girl was thinking about something and asked if everything was okay. Qing became rather naive and asked the young man for one favor. He asked what was wrong. Hui said she needed to be taken to the hospital. Yao realized that her whole body was still sore from the fight with old Anne. Consequently, he suggested she jump on his back so she wouldn't strain herself unnecessarily. However, he found one thing rather odd, why he still hadn't recovered. A satisfied Grandpa Ji looked after them with relief, realizing that his granddaughter was quite cunning. He ordered his guards to follow them and secretly secure them. After asking where Yishan was, the bodyguard stated that Kai had taken him away. The old man instantly summoned several people to go with him to help Zhao. Meanwhile, Chuan had learned from his acolytes that the guy was still alive. Besides, he never joined Panhai and Zedun. Kwai sadly confirmed his words. So it turned out they helped him on the contrary, while doing everything possible to prevent it from happening. However, even in this situation, Jing found a pleasant moment, for they had earned 300 million, and had also broken up Liu and Yao. Limo ordered them to send reinforcements to Zhang to kill this teenager, since Mr. IR and San would be back soon. He adjusted his glasses in a business-like manner, and noted that they should have had one more trump card left. That said, you have to be very careful that you take advantage of it in a timely manner. As it turned out, they had the tormented Xiaobei as their captive. The girl was chained up and placed in the basement. The next day at the city hospital where the protagonist's mother was lying, Bean called Kai. Zhao stated that he had personally dealt with Yishan, and he wouldn't hurt anyone else. Yao urged him to be on guard because Liu Zhang might be somewhere nearby. Kai said he would be fine, adding that if he needed security for his mother, he could easily arrange it. But the guy assured him that there was no need for that, since he had installed the matrix in her chamber. Then he went into the elevator and hung up the phone. But when he went into his mom's room, he didn't find her there again. The nurse said some girl had taken her away. The young master was horrified and clarified what she looked like. The young lady stated that she had long hair and looked very cute. After thinking for a bit, Yao realized that it was actually Zheng Xiaobei. At that moment, he received a message on his phone. Bean instantly checked who it was from, but the number was unknown. Someone made an appointment for him in Hai Kong Street and asked him to come alone. After a while, it was already nightfall. The guy immediately called a cab and went to the specified address. A curious cab driver asked why he was going to such a dangerous place at night and alone. The young man didn't know what he was talking about. The driver realized the teen didn't realize where he was going and decided to tell him that there used to be a Panhai cemetery on this site, but now it is abandoned. The protagonist smiled and mouthed, "He's aware of what's out there." Sam understood perfectly well that the scarier the location, the more fear points he would earn for the system. After a short period of time, they finally reached the right place. The cab driver said there was no further road, so we'd have to drop him off here. The guy paid him and replied that it was no big deal and he would get there on his own. Upon reaching the ruined cemetery, Yao looked around carefully. On the stone, he found a broken plaque with an inscription. It was Yinluo Mountain, Panhai City. Bean jumped the broken fence and followed along, realizing he was already there. He figured it might not be Jiang, since the system still hadn't detected anyone. Suddenly, green magical lights began to appear around the graveyard, as if they were someone's souls. After a couple minutes, he suddenly saw an unknown girl in tattered clothes. At a certain moment, she turned around and Yao was horrified as it was Xiao. Bean ran up to her and started asking her where his mother was and what was even going on. He also couldn't figure out why she hadn't shown up all this time, but Bei was silent. Then still said she was the one who took his mother, but she was fine and asked him not to be angry with her. Xiao literally started crying and apologizing. The guy tried to calm her down and mouthed that he wasn't accusing her of anything, adding that they can't get their past relationship back after everything that happened. The young master swept up. He'd been told she was dead, but her body temperature said otherwise. Bei in turn said sadly that she still loved him and he was her only family man. After which she abruptly reached out to kiss him. The protagonist did not expect such a turn. However, unexpectedly at this time, certain scars began to appear on her body that glowed with a magical glow. An extremely emotional Xiao abruptly pushed him away and told him to stay away from her. The light emanating from her grew stronger and stronger. The girl urged him to run immediately, but Yao couldn't just leave her like this. Meanwhile, the magic inside her started to come out. Bi kept repeating only one thing to get out of here faster, but Bin stayed put. A moment later, there was a loud explosion. It was a truly eerie sight. An unknown black mass spread all around. It was similar to the one Kwai had used. The shocked guy mouthed aloud that he had gotten stronger, but he still couldn't protect her. At that moment, the system called the host to an incomprehensible choice, where Xiao's soul asked him to stay in hell. The main character couldn't understand what was going on and decided to ask the program for more details. The following message popped up to him saying that Bai had entered Yusui's palace, after which she offered to join her. Yao didn't know what to do. At this time, the enraged Kwai became furious, for the teenager was still alive. He shattered his magic mirror with which he had been watching the young man. It was extremely difficult for him to accept the fact that they couldn't handle some kid. His acolyte tried to calm Li down as Mo ordered them to keep their heads down, but Jing stated that he had another plan. After all, there are so many resources in this place, and with their help, they will be able to kill this upstart. The master interrogated him about what he was talking about. Bin at this time, using his abilities, tried to find his nemesis. The young man released some sort of magical fire that rushed forward rather abruptly. Suddenly, all the graves in the cemetery rattled. The ground literally shook. The young master wondered why his skills didn't work here. After a couple seconds, the dead began to slowly crawl out of the graves. Yao prepared for battle. However, they were in no hurry to attack him, as if they were waiting for something or someone. Bean began to look around and found a huge zombie. The system immediately alerted the Lord that a king of the dead had appeared near him. The guy instantly used his system to put his skills to use. Soon he created a magical shield that enveloped his body. Meanwhile, the zombie ran towards him. The monster took a long time trying to break through his protective barrier, and soon he succeeded in doing so. The result was a large explosion, a thick fog covering everything within a few meters. The young master in turn flew aside and landed on the ground extremely painfully. Thus, the dead man still managed to inflict considerable damage on Yao. He realized that he would not be so easy to deal with. Bin once again turned to his system for help and hurriedly acquired a suitable ability. And in just a moment, he soared into the heights on huge magical wings. Then from above, he began to attack the rampaging monster and threw the demonic dome at it, thus restraining him in his movements. The zombie was literally caged, after which the main character landed lightning fast on the ground and began to reason. Would Jin Zhongjiao work here after all? He had spent too much energy on these two abilities. Suddenly, all the dead people headed towards their leader. Yao didn't realize what was wrong. Kwai and the elder realized that the cemetery had been abandoned too long ago, and that was why there were few dead people there. But Jing, as always, had an alternative plan of action, which he informed his henchmen of. At this moment, a little girl suddenly appeared on the horizon. Li smiled. Subverted, this is the daughter of a zombie lord, and if anything happens to her, the king will definitely not let the guy live. The elder was convinced once again that Mr. Kwai was truly a reasonable master. After a while, the little girl ran to her zombified daddy. The ruler of the dead, in turn, began to angrily bash the magic dome. The perplexed Yao couldn't understand why the monster was suddenly so angry. Meanwhile, the enraged monster lord continued to force his way out. However, he never managed to do so. Bin realized at that moment what was happening. But suddenly the little girl decided to apparently hug her daddy and jump to him under the dome. The zombie king was literally going crazy and letting out a wild roar as he tried to drive her away from the barrier, because he realized that if he touched the magic shield, she would be electrocuted. Naturally, the little girl herself didn't realize what she was doing and just wanted her daddy. And when the demon had already lost all hope of saving his daughter, she suddenly came to him unhindered, because Yao timely shut it down for a while and said it wouldn't hurt the child. The monster breathed a sigh of relief, but Bean said he intended to lock them together. The protagonist once again began to use Yanluo Wang's omnipotent power and activated the dome. However, the Lord of the Dead suddenly kneeled down in front of the young master. The guy in turn was shocked and didn't understand what he was up to or why he was acting like this. At this time, the zombified man's daughter ran up to the young man as if to urge him to play with her. Yao stroked her head and smiled sweetly, but her father clearly didn't like it. His violent reactions spoke for him. The dead man literally started going crazy and growling loudly. Bean took the girl in his arms and implied that if he didn't touch him, his daughter was in no danger. Suddenly, the Demon King pulled out a tooth and showed it to the young man, who couldn't understand what he was doing. After which he raised it above his head, at which point crows appeared in the sky. One of them grabbed a zombified tooth and handed it to the young master. Then they all just walked off together in an unknown direction. The guy was extremely surprised. Elder Liu and Jing were shocked by this turn of events and didn't know what other way to kill the teenager. The master businesslike muttered that a man had helped take this youngster's mother away, and now he was definitely finished. Liu moved forward, and already Kuai began to catch up with him, admiring the good plan. The elder pathetically announced that they would soon enjoy another performance. Meanwhile, Yao was trying to understand the value of this tooth, for surely he didn't just give it away for nothing. After which he remembered again about his mother who could be anywhere. Suddenly he got a call from Kai. Bing instantly picked up the phone and asked Zhao what had happened. The news shocked him because the comrade had assured him that his mother was at Liu's. The dumbfounded young master once again asked if he was sure Zhang had the mom. Unfortunately, the friend confirmed this version. The young man had a wild desire to kill him. With the system, the protagonist instantly used the teleportation map, and a moment later, he was already in the underground manor of the western city. Kai was surprised that he had gotten there so quickly and asked if he was okay. Yao replied positively. Zhao talked about how he asked his men to investigate, and sure enough he has her. Bin said he understood him and immediately went to Zhang's office, where he was met by unfriendly security guards who tried to keep the guy out. However, the young man dealt with the bodyguards with lightning speed and sent them into a deep knockout. Kai immediately ordered his men to immediately sneak inside the office, which they began to do, starting to smash the storefronts, and with it the main entrance to the building. Zhao entered the room first and shouted loudly that Jiang shouldn't play spinning. A couple minutes later, the guards came out to them, for Kai himself had come to see them. Tao menacingly advised them to get out of here or they would all die right here and now. Yao and his friend came to a general consensus to teach these cocky dogs a lesson or two. Bin began to approach them, kneading his fists, and asked if they definitely wanted to die now or still let them pass to Liu. But the bodyguards were unwilling to make any concessions to them, and once again urged them to leave. Suddenly, their misunderstanding was interrupted by a rather familiar female voice. The girl urged the guards convincingly to let the young master pass. They turned around and saw Gu, who declared that if they didn't, Mr. Liu would die. The extremely surprised protagonist greeted Shi. The girl instantly walked over to him. The girl began to say that she had learned about his problems and decided to help in this difficult case. Suddenly, the guard told Tao that they were actually in big trouble because there were tanks outside. The guy was shocked by this information and didn't understand what was going on. After which, he kindly asked Gu to stay out of it, but the maiden declared that he dared not tell her what to do. A few minutes later, tanks literally drove into the building and blew everything inside. An angry Tao said that they were trespassing on private property and were violating the law by their actions. Kai swept up that they were all breaking the law, at which point, an officer stepped out of the tank. The lawman said they had orders to detain them and they would be tried to the fullest extent of the law. Sai once again interrupted the men and mouthed that they should calm down and talk things over calmly. Yao thanked her and informed her that he had seen enough of this circus and intended to deal with the situation. Then walked over to Tao, who asked fearfully what he was going to do. As soon as the guard spoke, the protagonist gave him the hardest blow and stepped on his back, asking him where his mother was, but he was unwilling to answer him. Consequently, the enraged Bean began to beat him even harder, plus he asked to kill him himself. The young master declared that he would not give him such a gift, but would rather run over his limbs with a tank so that he would suffer pain. The officer in turn agreed to make such a show and said he would wait for his signal. Naturally, Tao instantly cracked up and mouthed that his mom wasn't actually here. The bloodied bodyguard added pitifully that Zhang Ge had taken her to the club, after which Yao turned to Gu and stated He obligingly headed over there. She said she would end up here herself. When Bin left the building, the girl ordered Tao to call Liu immediately, because if something happened to the guy's mom, he would die. And thus will end up like this estate. The frightened guard asked what she meant. The girl called the military to action, ordering them to destroy the building. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Dongcheng-hei Club, which was located on the outskirts of the city, was Liu. He had a carefree and fun time in the VIP room with his influential friends. One of them laughed when he heard that Zhang was afraid of some boy. Liu muttered that this teenager had a truly vast arsenal of spells and was not easy to deal with. At this moment, they were disturbed by a waiter and told that a young man asked them to give him a letter. The perplexed entrepreneur inquired about the letter in question. The guy was holding a letter on a tray, and as soon as Zhang wanted to take it, the unpredictable happened. The club employee's head suddenly flew off his shoulders and rolled across the floor. All present were terribly frightened as they thought he had been murdered. At this time, the head waiter again repeated the information about the young man's letter. The guard sharply slapped the decapitated body and declared that it was just a puppet. Liu slowly reached for the letter and muttered that this Yao really has a lot of tricks in store. Concerned, his buddy asked what the letter itself said. Zhang began to read it. However, upon unfolding it, he found only a certain symbol without any text. It was Yan Luo Wang's seal, and it could be used to summon and control ghosts. While they were trying to figure out what Bing was up to, the young master decided to play a little game with them. Suddenly, the room began to fill with an incomprehensible smoke and an extremely unfavorable odor. Seconds later, the door swung open and the bloodthirsty dead stood on the threshold. One of them immediately headed towards Jiang's buddy. The frightened man literally began to stutter. The zombie in turn began choking him, Liu taking his time to help his acquaintance. He snapped out of his seat and looking around shouted the guy's name, calling for him to appear. Yao stated that he had obviously not heard such words before, but he should give them some thought. After that, the zombies began to say, "There is always an open road to heaven, and there is no way to hell, but they still try to get there." Finally, a guy showed himself and asked if he remembered Chen Xiaoshan. The girl also took a step forward. Despicable Zhang began to ponder, trying to remember who he was talking about, and he succeeded. Liu said in a trembling voice that it was one of Cheng's daughters, and the other was named Wen. Then the young man urged the young lady to go and take revenge on this man, for she had always wanted to do so. The terrified businessman grabbed his gun and pointed it at Shan, saying that he wasn't afraid of her alive, much less dead. And as soon as she took a step towards her, Zhang pulled the trigger with a shaky hand and fired. Xiao froze in place for a while. However, there was no blood on her body. But as she collapsed to the floor, a satisfied Liu declared that he had previously taken Jushu's ammunition with him. The protagonist appreciated his exertions, at which point the girl's body began to twitch, after which she raised her head altogether, her demonic face frightening Zhang even more. Shan had indeed turned into a monster. She twisted her body backwards and began to crawl towards her victim. Naturally, Liu tried to run away. He couldn't understand why Jushu's bullets didn't work against her. Suddenly, the transformed maiden let out a loud and shrill roar. The whole building shook. The businessman covered his ears as it was unbearable to endure. A second later, he was grabbed by the rest of the zombified and dragged behind him. Zhang tried his best to break free, but luck was not on his side today indeed, as it always was. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan attacked him from the back and started pulling his head towards her. His face literally turned blue. The eerie realization that he was about to die visited his empty head. Finally, after a moment, the girl ripped his head off and tossed it aside. At this moment, the sweating Liu seemed to wake up. His frightened expression puzzled everyone. Some fat guy asked what happened to him and why he looked like that. Zhang, as if he didn't hear him, and started nervously touching his neck and head. After realizing that it was just a fancy, he calmed down. However, at this time, his friend's head slowly rolled off his shoulders and fell down. The businessman realized that the hallucinations were continuing. He began to look around, and he noticed that everyone around him had their heads ripped off, lying on the floor and pouring blood all over the room. At that, their faces smiled and offered him some wine to relax. At a certain point, they began to approach him. Liu backed away. But suddenly he felt no ground beneath his feet and looked back and saw the abyss, into which the tortured entrepreneur inevitably drove off a cliff. Then it was as if he woke up again and found himself on the cold ground. Across from him stood Yao. The boy menacingly inquired where his mother was. Also by his side was Kai, who had noticed that Zhang's friends had left him as soon as they saw Captain Liang's tanks. Bing grabbed Liu and repeated his question again. The businessman stated that he wasn't afraid of his magic. So I decided to intervene. The girl expressed her desire to help the young master. Gu ordered the military to immediately bring in the wards of this despicable businessman. The soldier immediately brought one of them over. The girl showed him a picture of Yao's mother and asked if he had seen her. Zhang's frightened servant said that he had never met this woman before. Most swept up, this is the wrong answer. After which she snapped his neck and threw him out like garbage. The damsel was merciless. In the meantime, Captain Liang invited the next one, who in turn was more hasty. He instantly recognized that Bean's mother was in the basement of the club and even wanted to take them there. She said that he really wanted to live and asked the captain to escort them. Naturally, Liang agreed. The protagonist was amazed by her methods. Kai also appreciated the lady's abilities, for she was an assassin that even Yishan couldn't handle in his time, and the captain was secretly in love with her. Soon the poor woman was rescued from the basement and taken by ambulance to the hospital. Yao looked at her sadly. Gu tried to support the young man and said that the hospital would definitely take care of her. But right now he needs to decide the fate of Director Jiang's future. Liu spouted off that he had destroyed the villa and saved his mother, so they were even, but she urged him to pay compensation. Even in such a situation, the businessman tried to resist and refused to pay the money. Liang instantly changed his mind with a blow to his head. Afterward, having searched him, he found one interesting thing, which the captain hastened to give to Gu. The joyful lady said that it was Jiang's personal seal and could be used to come to a general consensus. After all, Liu's business is out west as well as east, and by giving some of it to the guy, they could solve the problem. Naturally, the director didn't want to share his business with anyone, much less Bean. Even Captain Liang swept up that this was overkill, for at this moment she was acting like a robber. However, the protagonist liked such an idea. He wanted to discuss it with Kai, but he wanted to take Jiang to a place first. C inquired if he needed help from the captain or anyone else. The young master said he could handle it himself and thanked them for their help. He then threw Liu into the car and hurriedly left for Bai Tian Sun Huang. Xiao, who met him, was shocked, and initially even a little confused. Yao winced and put Jiang on her knees, saying that now she could fully enjoy her revenge. Shan was truly grateful to Bin for such a truly regal gift. The girl defiantly approached Liu and asked if he remembered her. The brash businessman replied that she was Sun Huang's courtesan. It didn't take long for the embittered lady to reply, and she slapped him. Jiang pointed out that they had only met a couple times, and there was no need to make such a fuss over it. Xiao seemed to start losing her head. She beat him to a bloody pulp, claiming that he had robbed her family's house and even dared to dishonor their daughter. The bloodied Liu barely breathed, mouthed that it was a long time ago, and it had been many years, then inquired in a trembling voice how she had learned of it. Shan was abruptly silent, the horror on the entrepreneur's face telling him that that daughter was her, which was what he had asked her. Meanwhile, the main character stood outside the door and heard everything that was going on. After a while, suddenly the doors swung open and a sad Xiao stood on the threshold. Yao understood that she had to relive the nightmare all over again. The girl in turn thanked him again. At a certain point, she couldn't help but cry. Bean tried to calm her down and put his arm around her. He sincerely felt sorry for Shan, for she really had a hard time. However, it was at that moment that their embrace was interrupted by Shay's furious voice asking what they were doing. The dumbfounded teens turned around abruptly and saw an extremely upset girl. The young lady instantly rushed towards the exit while insulting the guy. Yao tried to explain everything to her, but she wouldn't listen to him. Naturally, the young man rushed after her and quickly said goodbye to Xiao, Shan urging him to hurry before Shu burst with anger. Bean shouted after her not to jump to conclusions, because it wasn't really what she thought it was. The protagonist grabbed her hand and asked her to listen to him, but the girl was unwilling to listen to the ridiculous explanations. The guy still said he was really guilty in front of her, and if it would make her feel better, she could beat him up. Finally, Shi Yao went along and began to inquire as to what his fault was. The young master sadly said that he shouldn't have even hugged Xiao because of pity. The young lady struck a pose and asked if he would ever let himself do that again. Yao raised his hand and bent his pinky, swore that this would not happen from now on. Adding that he would never do something like that again in his life, he managed to melt Shay's heart once again. The girl muttered that she would see how he kept his vow in the future. Bean thanked her sincerely. Suddenly she remembered that there was one more thing. The boy looked at her in surprise. Shay mumbled that his grandfather was waiting for him. The protagonist asked her why old man Mo was looking for him and what he wanted to talk about. Yao replied that she heard him talking to Miss Shi about Manager Jiang's business. The young man guessed that they intended to share this Liu's fortune. He asked Shay if her grandfather had said anything about his will. The girl mouthed that he had already drawn it up and wanted to give her all his possessions. A concerned Bean asked if anyone else knew about this. After a bit of thought, Shay said she wasn't sure and it was her guess. But it seems to her that her father and her own uncles may already know about the document that has been drawn up. Then Yao said that he had some urgent business to attend to, so he couldn't go to her grandfather's house today. After that, the guy just ran away. The bewildered girl did not understand what happened. After a while, a young gentleman came to Kai's office and said they needed to talk. Zhao in turn kindly offered him to sit down and have some tea before the important conversation. The protagonist hurriedly closed the door behind him and took a seat across from his comrade. The young man then confidently stated that he knew the person behind it all and wanted to kill him, adding that it was actually Chuan. Kai accidentally spilled tea past the mug at that moment, after which an extremely surprised Zhao asked him where he got that from. Bean mumbled that Shay had told him an interesting story where the old man had made a will, and when he died, she would be the owner of the business. But then she was suffering from a chronic illness, so Lee wanted to take over at Moss, using the spirit to control her daughter. However, at that moment he appeared. Kai tried to interrupt him, but Yao asked to listen to the end and then give his opinion afterwards, adding that Zhang and Jing tried to kill him for that reason, and they are all subordinates of Chuan. And when Zhao searched Kuai's house, he was actually already aware that Li Mo was the one behind it. Kai in turn put his head down sadly and said sadly that he was indeed right. The protagonist was shocked and replied that he had considered him a friend, but he had betrayed his comrade. After that, the guy hurriedly left his office and went to the school the next day where Vian said that Qi was looking for him. The surprised young master asked why Wei was looking for him and what he wanted. A disgruntled Min replied that he was now the head of a new star high school and wanted to invite him to join him. The protagonist thought it sounded rather oddly like the name of an idol group. Do swept that there is no need to take exams there. Everyone will only look at his status and such a chance should not be missed. However, Yao was not a fan of this school and even less willing to take part in the games of the rich. A furious Vian said that he just had to go there and find out. Bean-mouthed businesslike. He's at lunchtime. After a few minutes, the young man went to the cafeteria where he decided to grab a bite to eat. All of a sudden, Wei came up to him and also began to insist that he enroll in this star school. Yao stated that if it was really such a chance, why did they all want him to be the one to get in there? Adding that he sees it as some kind of a catch, or they're up to some kind of plan. Either they were ordered by someone to lure him there, Bean glared menacingly at him. Senior Qi replied, if he had already guessed everything, why wouldn't he do so? The protagonist continued to defiantly finish his lunch as if nothing was happening, then spelled out the condition of his admission to this school. Wei must apologize to him. Qi instantly bowed to his floor and apologized. Yao in turn smiled. After that, he stood up from the table and said that he agreed to become a student of this school, adding for their generous treatment of him and went to take the dishes to the kitchen. A perplexed Min asked Wei if he had really invited him after all. This kid was too dangerous, adding if he became a student of their school, they wouldn't be in trouble, but Qi was sure to get revenge on Bin soon. The high school senior stated extremely confidently that he was not afraid of this teenager, and in fact this was his mission. After a certain period of time, the students were running cross-country with Yao at the training base, already at the new school. The commander in turn felt it necessary to push them to work harder, while John could no longer escape. Naturally, Bean helped him, and the enraged commander ordered the guy out of line. The young master approached him. The coach started yelling and accusing him of helping G. The young man stated he was already falling off his feet, and so he helped. The commander shouted that he shouldn't make himself a benefactor. In this regard, punished the guys and ordered them to run another 5 kilometers, because every step they take affects the whole team. Then put Yan as a warden to keep an eye on them. Naturally, the cunning Dieu agreed. John started to apologize to Yao, saying that he was the reason they were punished. Bing urged him to calm down. Shen didn't miss the chance to pander and said that because of their conversations, he wasn't counting this lap. His friends liked the way Yan bullied his students and asked him to teach them how to run properly. Tsei couldn't stand it and stated that the coach had told him to watch them, not command them. Dieu continued to frolic and assigned him another lap. At this time, the main character came up and asked me to tell this upstart that he better not cause trouble. Then Shen dispersed and ordered them to run another 5 kilometers so they would know how to behave. Suddenly, John struck out at the insolent Yan, muttering that he was getting fed up with his demands. The arrogant Dieu's friends were puzzled. Shen in turn ordered them to capture Ji. A fight ensued between the two, Yao sadly watching the scene. Suddenly, he decided to ask for help from Do, who was standing off to the side and enjoying himself. The protagonist immediately summoned the system and did some sort of manipulation. Meanwhile, Yan's friends continued to hold Zhang back, who urged the cowardly Dieu to fight him alone. However, he muttered that it would take too long, and it would be better to beat him up with a mob. At this moment, they were suddenly interrupted by Min's voice. For a second, everyone froze. The cocky Shen turned around and wondered who was so brave that he dared to stop him. A dark magical energy hovered in the air. This was another trick of Yao's. In front of them stood as if Yuan had risen from the dead, his devastated gaze glaring at Yan. Dieu asked rather cheekily what he wanted. Do ordered them to let Ji go immediately. Shen replied that he'd better not talk to him in that tone lest he hurt himself. The perplexed friends of the ringleader couldn't understand why Ming stood up for Zhang. Bin urged Ji to call the coach while the exasperated students continued to figure things out. Unexpectedly, Yan attacked Yuan, remarking that he wasn't afraid of him, and he shouldn't have stuck his nose in other people's business. However, Do managed to catch his arm, thus preventing him from throwing a punch. His grip was incredibly tight, squeezing his hand harder and harder. He was able to damage it. Dieu felt a wild pain in his arm and grabbed at it, then hurriedly pushed Min away with his foot. Subsequently, Yuan collapsed on the ground without feelings. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. It was at that moment that an angry commander ran up and asked what Shen had done to Dao. Yao hurriedly explained that Yan started bullying them, and Ming decided to help, and Dieu ended up hitting him. Afterward, the coach asked him if it was true. The kid confirmed Bean's words. At this point, Do came to his senses and did not understand why he was sitting on the ground. The commander ordered him to be taken to the infirmary. And then Shen has to write an explanatory note about what really happened. Zhang swept up that the rules say he should be expelled, the guy added. They won't do that because he has an influential family. The ferocious coach saw that they were talking too much again and called for a run. Naturally tired young people returned to the stadium and started running again. Between themselves, the commanders noted the extremely cunning Yao, who reminded them of Wei, coming to a general consensus that this teen is actually very smart, and it's worth talking to his superiors about it. After some more conferring, the teaching assistant was indignant that a child was being given such a difficult assignment. The trainer put a hand on Xiao's shoulder and mouthed that he should understand who and what he was saying. Besides, this young man is the one who can pull it off, unlike the others. Meanwhile, it was already late evening where all the students followed to the campus to go to bed. Suddenly walking over to his bed, Zhang found that someone had poured water on it. The guy turned around and asked who did it. Afterward inquired of Du whether he had not poured water on his cot. Sly Shen muttered that he had no evidence to accuse him of such a thing. Ji in turn couldn't help himself and decided to attack him. But his friends held him back and urged him to calm down. At this moment, the protagonist took a bucket of water with great pleasure and poured it on Yan's bed. The disciples noted his iron nerves and bravery. Yao had deliberately provoked Du. One of his sneaky friends claimed he had no right to do such a thing without proof. Bean replied extremely confidently that he wasn't afraid of repercussions and they wouldn't do anything to him, which literally pissed off Shen, who rushed to teach him a lesson. However, he struck his blows through the air, because the young master easily dodged them. And even when Yan hit him, the unperturbed fellow would simply block his attacks. Suddenly, Du used one of his martial abilities and started throwing very fast punches. The young man took the help of the system and slowed down the time considerably, thus still casually dodging his tentative attacks. He was well aware that this skill was actually quite effective, but if one suspended time, it would be of no use. At a certain point, the teenager abruptly grabbed both of his hands at the same time. A surprised Shen asked how he managed, since this skill was the fastest skill he had. Bing agreed that it was a good technique, but Yan's skill was far from perfect. At this time, the young master twisted his arms. Thus they were broken. Du wailed in wild pain. Dao instantly ran out into the hallway and called Coach Shu for help, stating that Yao was killing a man. The guy immediately righted his hands back, realizing that the commander was about to come running. The coach ran in and called for everyone to be quiet, then looked around the students and asked what had happened. Yan began to say that Bin suddenly attacked him from behind and broke both of his arms. At the same moment, the clueless Shen gesticulated vigorously and swept up, saying that they were now normal. A perplexed Shay looked at him and asked if his head was okay. Du didn't know what to say, while the young man realized that if he didn't have time to heal his hands, the trainer would definitely kill him. The commander in turn turned around and walked out the door, calling the inadequate Yan with him. Shay asked him how he with his fighting skills couldn't defeat this guy. Shen rather ridiculously started making excuses that he supposedly already had an injured arm. The coach asked him to call his brother as he was worried about him. Meanwhile, Yao told Zhang that he could sleep on his bed tonight. Ji was truly grateful to him. To the returning Du, Min also offered to sleep on his cot tonight. The offended Yan stared his angry gaze at the merrymaking enemies who began to taunt him. Finally, they all calmed down and went to bed. The next day, the coach called everyone to the gym, where he started talking about the fact that he invited professional basketball players from Panhai Hep. And if they beat them, they would get a lot more food for dinner than usual. The teens were motivated. The captain of the basketball team said that if they can surprise, they will have a chance to become members of their club, adding that since the coach thinks they are talented guys, they won't give in. After looking at all the challengers, he challenged the young man who was standing next to Yao to the first round. The coach picked up the ball and asked if the participants were ready. The teens responded positively. Then he tossed the ball up and thus the game began. Everyone froze in anticipation. Two of the contestants jumped for the coveted ball into the heights. However, a member of the basketball team elbowed the guy at the most crucial moment and took the ball for himself. The young man collapsed to the ground. Bean did not keep quiet and told the coach that he had broken the rules. The captain spouted off that in basketball there is always a fight for the ball, and that's the point. The young master agreed with him. But you can't fight. The cocky basketball player replied that it wasn't just about points. It was about making sure enemies were defeated. After which he threw the ball towards the protagonist with a lightning-fast arm movement. However, it flew past him and went straight into Zhang's head, which was pretty mean. Yao immediately ran over to the unconscious Ji and tried to help him stand up. Another student, however, refused to take part in such games at all and left. The arrogant captain of the basketball team suggested that Bean surrender as well. But the young man refused to give up and confidently declared that he would personally defeat them all. The teen then defiantly took the ball in his hands and said he wanted to clarify a point. A professional basketball player noticed that the kid was getting a little too cocky, after which he instantly rushed to take the ball away from him, but Yao easily sidestepped him. as a result of which he threw the ball into the ring unimpeded. Everyone was shocked. Ben had actually adjusted the speed to the lowest level, and that should have been enough for a while. The captain immediately incited his partners Yin Lao and Xiao Zhen to give this boy hell. Naturally, they wanted to teach the guy a lesson themselves, and so the game continued in a slightly different direction. The basketball players attacked the protagonist at the same time, 3-on-1, which wasn't exactly fair of them. And after a few seconds, they still managed to take the ball away from the young master. Afterwards, the captain calmly put the ball in the basket and smiled. The other, at this moment, struck Yao's head from behind in a completely brazen manner. He almost broke his arm in the process, but Bean was also hit hard. His legs even gave out for a while. The cocky team leader decided to test the strength of his head one more time. And while the protagonist came to his senses, the basketball player soared into the air and intended to give him another blow. The ringleader threw the ball at the guy with all his might, naively believing it would knock him down. But the young man managed to cover himself with his hands, and the ball flew off his block to the side. Then, without giving him a second thought, he literally came at the teenager with his fists. However, Yao was not timid and suddenly grabbed his hand, after which extremely painfully slammed him to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. This resulted in a wild screaming sound throughout the gym. The game was over. The team captain in turn was squirming in pain and unable to get to his feet. At that moment, a concerned Yu ran up to him and asked his brother if he was okay. Bing was not surprised at their kinship, as the demeanor clearly spoke of it. Yan began to say that such people should be expelled from school. The guy replied that he was playing by the rules of basketball if his brother was to be believed, and so there could be no claim against him. Finally, the until recently indifferent coach intervened in the situation and ordered everyone to shut up. She asked Shen to take his brother to the nurse's station to get him some first aid, adding that an urgent assignment was ordered from their superiors, which they are obliged to fulfill. After that, he appointed Yao as the leader of this operation, and if the mission failed, they would be held responsible. Xiao tried to intervene in the conversation, but his colleague urged Li not to pry. Min realized that this was the very operation Wei was talking about. Shay continued to bring the boys up to speed, for depending on the results, their future fate at this school would depend on it. They also had a teacher assigned to them. He would oversee the whole operation. Then everyone went to the dormitory, where Bin had made a passing remark that he'd love to make Zhang the leader instead of himself. At this moment, the same teacher walked in on them. He looked more like a sorcerer. She felt like there was some kind of trick in this assignment. Meanwhile, the protagonist said that he needed to approach this mission responsibly and prepare himself properly. Commander Shu quietly whispered in his teacher's ear that this particular young man was that talent. After a while, they went to an abandoned factory, where the mission was required. It was eerily cold and suspicious sounds could be heard, the teenagers led by the teacher slowly making their way forward. Upon seeing the zombified man, Du was frightened and said it wasn't a person but some kind of monster. The teacher urged Shen to speak much more quietly and to use his brain for once in his life. Since these demons are extremely sensitive, especially to human sounds, at this time, the dead man was already in front of them. The zombie in turn hurriedly attacked the stern sorcerer from the back. All the students except the protagonist were frightened and began to shout loudly. Naturally, the rest of the dead heard the screams and rushed inside the factory. Meanwhile, the teacher began to confront the extremely ugly zombie. With the help of his miraculous powers, the teacher got the upper hand on the monster. And after a couple seconds, the demon knelt before him as the sorcerer struck him with lightning. After which, he generated his magic blade and bravely threw himself into the attack. However, striking with his sword did not achieve the desired result, as the dead man proved to be no foolish creature. He suddenly grabbed his blade by the blade, and thus prevented him from doing any damage. The enraged zombies were already breaking fences and windows to get inside and help their leader. Yuan and Du cowardly ran away from the monsters and begged Master Hu to return to the base. The teacher in turn urged them to be calm, for if they did not defeat their leader, they would not get out of here at all. The sorcerer realized that he must transcend his principles and save these children. The demon meanwhile continued to hold the instructor's blade. Yao decided to help him, which he shouted to the master. The teacher was extremely surprised at the young man's boldness. The protagonist, unafraid with a lightning-fast movement, grabbed the dead man's arm. After that, he began to give him heavy blows so that the zombie would remove his other hand from Hu's sword as well. Thus, a moment later, the teacher's magic blade chopped the stubborn creature in half. The rest of the zombies seemed to have fallen into a stupor and didn't attack anymore. The worried master asked Bin if he was all right. The guy confidently replied that he only had a couple of scratches. An outraged Shen began to accuse the teenager of being in league with the dead because even Hu couldn't handle him. And then he suddenly appeared and defeated the demon, which was quite suspicious. Yan decided to ask the teacher's opinion. Hu in turn, blurting out a smile, replied that he too was on the monster's side. After a while, they all returned from their mission, and Du told the commanders what had happened. The coaches once again questioned if he was definitely telling the truth. Shen once again confirmed his words. Ji sharply stated that Yao had actually saved them all, but Yan asked them to ask who so as not to be unsubstantiated. The coach immediately asked the teacher to finally clarify the situation and explain what happened. The master mouthed that they had met the leader of the zombifieds last night on a mission, but even his skills were not enough. At that moment, young student Yao came to his aid, and everything changed. Since they had instantly defeated the monster with his appearance, Bing was surprised by this development. Du spoke up again that it was really weird. Hu couldn't handle the demon and the guy immediately fixed it. The instructor in turn also found this somewhat suspicious. The smug Shen turned to the dumbfounded teenager and asked what he would say to that. The young master ignored the question and said that dogs from the same street bark the same way. This literally infuriated Yan, who wanted to attack him. However, the teacher was quick to reassure the student, stating that he could mess things up now and say unnecessary things. Then turned to the commanders and asked to hear him out. Shay agreed to listen to his side of the story. Hu swept up that this kid had actually really impressed him with his abilities, and he hadn't expected such a thing from him. The coach decided to clarify if Yao was controlling those zombified dead people. The master replied that there was no doubt this youngster had impressive skills, and that was indeed the case. The protagonist in turn was dumbfounded and breathed a sigh of relief. After the meeting ended, Bean caught up with the teacher in the hallway and asked to hear him out. The teacher turned around and asked the teenager in surprise what he wanted. The boy shyly said he just wanted to thank him for his help. Hu replied calmly enough, "He does what he thinks is necessary. But it's really suspicious because the kid used his ability without any training. And how is it possible that a boy at such a young age has such incredible strength?" The protagonist began to somehow inarticulately answer the question posed. Suddenly the teacher interrupted him and said that he might as well not talk, for everyone had their secrets. The young master smiled and once again thanked him for his understanding. However, the cleaver muttered that he wanted to discuss one more thing with him. The young man inquired what it was about. Hu said that he thinks they need to go back to the factory because there are still zombies there and they need to be killed. Yao was in solidarity with him on this point, especially since they were acting strangely, as if someone was controlling them. After that, they went to the factory again, but Du was not happy with this decision. And if it wasn't for Bin, they would have already passed the exam. All the more reason it didn't make any sense. Strangely enough, most of them supported him, because they were simply afraid. John swept up. If he didn't like something, he had the right to go to Coach Sha, who would definitely solve the problem. Meanwhile, Teacher Hu had generated his magic blade, and called everyone to silence so as not to repeat the past situation. The students instantly fell silent. The sorcerer then called out to the teenage Yao, and inquired if he had prepared everything. The protagonist stated that everything was ready, and he drew a pentagram. It was drawn from the teacher's instructions, and much stronger than his own. The master mouthed that all students were required to stay inside the circle so the dead wouldn't get to them. After a moment, all the teenagers obediently started inside the pentagram. Naturally, some were not happy. Du started saying that Bin was just showing off, since he wouldn't have drawn it without Hu. There was no way Yan could accept it, but there was no reason for him to resist, as he could get kicked out of school. After a certain time, a strong wind came up. The moon seemed to shine brighter. Suddenly they were surrounded by zombifieds. One of the students shouted that they were everywhere. The young wizard immediately began to exterminate the evil with the help of talismans and his skills. The sorcerer also did not sit idle and joined the young man. He was quite skillful in wielding his sword and killing monsters. However, at this moment, there was a loud roar that shook even the trees. The ground seemed to shudder as well. Hu and Yao abruptly turned back, but there was no one to be found. But a second later, the same little girl who was the daughter of the king of the dead appeared. Bin in turn urged the teacher not to attack them and raised up the amulet given by the lord. The master was shocked as he realized it was the tooth of a zombie lord. The dead men quietly walked inside the magic circle along with the zombified girl. Hu shouted menacingly that they were in big trouble because the pentagram had been destroyed. At this time, the frightened Shen violently punched the daughter of the king of the dead. This caused the little girl to fly off to the side. The zombies immediately tried to help her up. Yao said he shouldn't have done that, but Akaki Yan replied that she was the walking dead. The teacher asked Bean how he got the zombie ruler's tooth. The guy mumbled that he would explain it to him later. The teacher in turn insisted that he at least not show the amulet to anyone. After which, using his abilities, he hid it under the young master's clothes. Meanwhile, the little zombified girl burst into tears even louder. It drove the dead into a frenzy, and they began to make threatening noises. Suddenly, several of them attacked Shen, who cried out frightenedly. The protagonist and Master Hu instantly rushed to the cowardly Du's aid, even though he didn't deserve it. However, the naked Yan decided to remind the teacher that his direct duty was to protect the students. Yao assured the sorcerer that he would deal with the demons himself and asked everyone to come down the mountain. The instructor wished him luck and urged him to be extremely careful. After all, these were monsters. Bin at this time saw that same Lord of the Dead walking towards him and began to knead his fists. Master Hu hurriedly picked up the terrified Du in his arms and rushed forward. Suddenly he heard the distinctive sound of sirens and a blue glow behind the trees. consequently rushed to the ambulance, where a worried Wei was already there. The teacher discounted Shen and stated that he needed to help Yao, who was single-handedly confronting the zombies. Yan immediately told Qi that Bing is in cahoots with the dead, as he has the tooth of the king of the zombified around his neck and controls them. Hu hurriedly denied this information and said, but Wei said that he would figure it out himself. Then he called someone and informed them that there was a huge cluster of zombies on the mountain where the factory was located. Therefore, it must be blown up immediately along with all the structures. Then turned to the foreman and said that he might not worry as the factory would be booby-trapped and the dead wouldn't get to them. The shocked teacher muttered that Yao was there and needed to be contacted urgently to leave the place. But Qi's implication was that it was too late, and he would sacrifice himself for their future, and they would remember their savior forever. The sorcerer accused him of deliberately wanting to get rid of Bin. Wei absolutely calmly confirmed his speculation, adding that if it wasn't for his help in fighting the Yin-Yang sect, nothing would have happened. Hu literally started praying for the main character and mentally asking him not to die. In the meantime, the young man thought about how to find the daughter of the king of the zombified, because it was impossible to go straight ahead. The system offered him a certain technique, which the guy decided to try out because he had not encountered it before. Moments later, the young master purchased special glasses from the program, with the help of which he began to see dots of different colors all around the perimeter of the factory. Yao assumed the green ones meant dead people, which made sense, and the yellow one was probably the girl. However, what the red dot signified Bin didn't know and decided to check. He went to the nearest signpost. Suddenly reaching the desired location, he discovered that there were explosives there. At this point, the inadequate Wei drove his car away from the factory. Then he pressed the button with great pleasure, naively believing that he would never see the young man again. The result was a huge and rather loud explosion, the entire factory literally exploding into the air. Qi himself began to dance gloatingly as the dynamites continued to explode. Even Do, who was sitting in the car, thought it was clearly overkill, and there were other ways to get rid of him. Suddenly, Wei noticed that rocks began to actively roll down the mountain. The bewildered guy didn't realize what was happening. At this time, the falling rocks became much more numerous. His terrified aide had swept up that they had overdone the explosives, and now the mountain was crumbling. But Qi was sure otherwise, as he had checked everything thoroughly, and that amount of dynamite wouldn't be enough to destroy the mountain. The assessor stated that minerals were mined under the mountain, and apparently it was hollow. Wei began to realize that this was about the places Chuan had told him about. The boy urged Qi to ask the senior master for help. However, the young man had a different opinion. He mouthed, he'd rather not know what happened, so he wouldn't lose his position, and it was easier to pretend they had nothing to do with it. The concerned assistant asked what to do with the people who live at the foot of the mountain, because they will die. Wei said calmly, they were just unlucky, and it wasn't anyone's fault that they lived there. A moment later, someone he had long since written off appeared in front of him. The wounded Yao glared at him menacingly. Qi said in a trembling voice that it couldn't be. The dumbfounded Zhang and teacher Hu began to say that they had believed in him to the last. An exasperated Bin stated, rich people like Wei always think only of their money, and that they can get away with anything. And he intends to save the villagers. Whereupon he inquired who would go with him. However, absolutely all the students were silent, which the protagonist did not expect in any way. The young master said, in that case, we'll go alone. Ji implied that they can't handle it and should wait for the professionals. But the angry young man confidently muttered that as long as he was here, no innocent people would be harmed. Then defiantly turned around and headed towards the mountain, at which point the sorcerer stopped him and said he would go with him. Wei was adamantly against such a scenario and informed the teacher that he must not forget his warning. The instructor replied that he takes all the consequences and he doesn't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, all hell was breaking loose in the village, with people screaming and begging for help. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her child and tried to run away from the settlement, chased by a bloodthirsty dead man. But at a certain point, she tripped and fell to the ground, the zombie at this time bursting into flames. Suddenly, the teacher ran up to her and with a mere touch on her neck, plunged her into sleep. A perplexed Yao in turn asked the master what he was doing, who replied that people shouldn't find out about magic, and he was just letting her get some sleep. After a while, the village inevitably turned into solid ruins. The little girl managed to take shelter in the destroyed house. She was literally shaking with fear. At that moment, a huge zombified suddenly appeared and started to let out a wild roar. The little girl was scared out of her wits and cried. Realizing that this was the end, she closed her eyes. But to her help, extremely timely came to the aid of the protagonist, who captured the demon. Then like a rag, he tossed it aside, so the dead man was no longer a danger to her. The girl looked at her savior with big eyes and thanked the guy. Yao doused her magically with sleeping pills and muttered that she'd better get some rest now. Then looking around, found the sorcerer and asked if he was all right. Hu informed him that there were many injured, but everyone was alive, and there were no more monsters. Bean slowly walked to the cliff and looked pitifully at the ruined homes of the residents below. Suddenly, the stone lying beside him shone with a magical light. The young master was surprised. Picking it up, the boy began to scrutinize it from all sides and asked the teacher what it was. The teacher said the stone looked like quartz. Yao assumed it was green lava. Hu added that this material is used by sectarians for dark magic and is commonly found in phantoms. But why they were here in the first place? To this question, the masters found no answer. At this time, they were discovered by a concerned Zhang and urged them to return to the base as it was not safe to be here. Bin asked where Wei had gone. Ji replied that he had asked everyone to go back to the mountain. The protagonist couldn't understand why Qing refused to cooperate so easily, assuming that he had once again conceived some plan and would soon try to carry it out. After that, Yao asked the teacher to come back with the others, and he wants to know about Qi's further actions. Hu agreed, and the young master put on his unique goggles and rushed out to find Wei. Bean supposed it wasn't just him he cared about. He clearly had another reason to withdraw. In the meantime, the mountain path had been blocked by huge rocks, and it was impossible to travel any further. The deputy informed the gentleman that he would have to wait until they cleared the road. An impatient Qi stated that he had absolutely no time, and so they needed to hurry up. At this moment, the guy grabbed one of Wei's subordinates and dragged him into the forest, where he changed into his clothes. After which, he hastily followed his worst enemy, who had no idea what awaited him. After quite some time, the road was finally cleared, which was what his assistant reported. She had implied that they'd been doing it for too long. Suddenly, someone called his phone. Wei picked up the receiver, and cheerful Yao asked how he was doing. The guy was surprised and asked how he got his number. Bean said it didn't matter, because he wanted the birthplaces of the minerals. The crafty young man became nervous and immediately ordered everyone to start their cars and hit the road. The protagonist's point is made that there's no point in rushing him, as he's already waiting for him. After a few minutes, they successfully made it to the designated place where the resource location was. Yao was already there, and blurred into a snide smile to greet the cocky Qi. Wei in turn remarked that Bin surprised him. After all, he was able to find this secret place. The young master declared that he would have kept his mouth shut if he were him, which finally pissed him off. Qi instantly attacked the teenager and started throwing punches, but the young man easily blocked them. Wei didn't lose hope and attacked him again. This time he actually managed to get results. Because the main character literally flew into a rock, the master naively thought he had defeated it. And demonstrating his abilities, urged Yao to say his last word. Bean is completely at ease on his feet and has stated that he is too weak and his punches don't carry any threat. The enraged Qi reacted violently to his comment and said that he would kill the youngster. At this moment, the young master immediately rushed inside the cave. Naturally, Wei followed him. The aide and the guards tried to stop their master, but they failed to do so. The assistant asked the others if he needed help. The bodyguard said that Qi could go into Mo's territory, but they better not. Once inside the mine, the restless guy started shouting out the name of the protagonist, trying to provoke him by telling him he's going to die anyway and it's not worth delaying. Suddenly a light came on in the cave, which literally blinded Wei. He took the hint that his tricks wouldn't work here. At this moment, Yao suddenly attacked him with a crushing blow. The result was an explosion, the mine shuddering, a piercing sound spreading through its stone corridors. Bing started looking around for Qi, but it was nowhere to be found. A moment later, he attacked him from the back. However, the young master managed to defend himself and put up a block. Thus Wei was unable to penetrate him, noting that all he can do is sneak attacks and he's not capable of much more than that. After which, the embittered Qi hurriedly struck his mighty blows again. The protagonist was able to restrain his hand and wanted to attack the arrogant teenager himself. But Wei didn't give him that opportunity and struck first. Yao crouched down in wild pain. The gloating, insolent man began to say that he was apparently unaccustomed to dealing with someone who was stronger than he was. Bean got to his feet and stated that this is true, but he usually beats his opponents with one punch. Qi rushed to attack him again and threateningly muttered that he was about to snap his neck.